up, y'all?
Oops.
What's that? What's that?
He did the scream. What's up?
Got a notification. Cola's live.
That's what I'm looking for. Her notification. Oh, there it is. Okay, let me share this out. Sorry, go.
Look at Willard Hall said, I guess I'll be number one here too.
Willard!
That's funny. What's up, Wildlife?
What?
So we're already starting before we started talking about this RFK. What's up, Quilt? RFK Jr. talking about the chemtrails, but it's like good that he's talking about it, but it's not so great his what it may mean. Yeah, I think I'm getting closer to on time. Not quite on time still, but closer. All right. We could just jump right in the first that way instead of just saying it. It's only a minute long anyways to get to the point of it. Let's just go ahead and share this because not everybody has seen it yet that we were.
And hi, Jersey Joe and Annalisa.
This also is this. Yep. See, Pootie, this is redacted again. I've been following them for sure now. I love it.
ABN said they had bad mouthing Trump today on there.
Well, you know, it is what it is. If there's any truth to it, you know. Oh, I tell you, oh my gosh, y'all, I don't think I can share the interview on Hulu, but I found comedy in it, y'all. But I'll talk about that in a minute. Well, this one's not so funny, but.
And my biggest concern is the stratospheric aerosol injections that are continuously peppered on us every day. Bromium, aluminum, strontium, it's sprayed in our skies all day long. And I know you've talked to Dane Wigington about this. He seems to be one of the experts in the field.
Is there a question?
Yes. How do we stop it?
That is not happening in my agency. You know, we don't do that. It's done, we think, by DARPA. And a lot of it now is coming out of the jet fuel.
Yes,
so, you know, those materials are put in jet fuel. I'm going to do everything in my power to stop it. We're bringing on somebody who's going to think only about that. Find out who's doing it and holding them accountable.
Wow. Okay.
I didn't quite catch it that time. I was looking at too many things, but I think he did say DARPA, right? Right then and there. Because I know they say DARPA was involved in the mind control research and killer drones and all kinds of crazy stuff, but at least he's going to have somebody looking directly at it and he's not, you know, trying to ignore it or run from it.
Sorry, hon. Daughter was having a minor emergency.
Minor emergency.
Something bitter. Some kind of bug.
Yeah, that's different.
Well, and then he also says something else that has nothing to do with that has to do with the kids. And it's like the guy's 2 for 2. But I'm trying to see it. It's some of the stuff is a little, I don't know. The truth is dark sometimes, I guess, but it is. Let's see, 23. Got ahead of myself. That's where I make the mistake of talking about it before I have it ready, but I'm getting there. I can't blame my electronics anymore either, though.
Yeah, there you go.
I got to learn how to work them, but it's new, so I can't blame that.
Hey, I see Jeff B's in the chat. Where were you last night? We were looking for you.
That's what I asked him.
Yeah, where were you, Jeff?
Oh yeah, I forget. I always got the. Well, let's see this.
There's some trolls in this house. There's some trolls in this house. If you see them, point them out.
Sorry, it's not really. He's not really a troll, though. I guess not really.
There's some trolls in this house.
Yeah, Krista Krause was great last night. Yeah, it was great seeing her.
It was nice to have her. But yeah, I actually missed you, Jeff. Like, that's just volumes, bro.
Right.
Really should. I never missed you before, but I don't know why I missed you last night. Just saying. Okay, I'll shut up.
I didn't realize Canada was backwards with their left and right wing stuff.
Oh yeah, that's the blue and the red. I heard that too, Bonnie. I didn't know that either. You learn stuff, little things along the way. So I'm going to play this one more. It's like 30 seconds, but he talks about the kids. I'm pretty sure. Hopefully I've got the right one. Because I don't know. I kind of just like, it's refreshing, to be honest, to have it talked about out loud.
We have ended HHS as the role as the principal vector in this country for child trafficking. And during the Biden administration, HHS became a collaborator in child trafficking and for sex and for slavery. And we have ended that, and we're very aggressively going out and trying to find these children, the 300,000 children that were lost by the Biden administration.
I mean, it's just that short, but I mean, he said it out loud, and it just seems like everything that's getting said, it's us, but we're trying to stop us. If like a lot of the things are from within, but we have to stop it from within, I don't know. Kind of like we are the bad guys a lot of times. Sorry.
Overall got quiet.
No, it's like, it's not like a happy thought, really. It's a horrible thought, but there's so much, I don't know. I feel like it's every direction you look, there's more stuff coming out, and it's like a lot. And it's a good thing. It's sad to hear, but it's a good thing to stop it. And
yeah. Drip, blood.
They talk about, this is just about a little over a minute, where they talk about how we got here, basically from the Biden administration, which I guess everybody kind of does know, but I do. Oh shoot. And then I lose my spot. I do really like this channel though, Pootie. And I'm glad that I've found these guys.
Redacted, yeah. Hey, I don't know about them.
There's some
It was you. I thought it was you that I got the channel from in the first place.
Yeah. I mean, they have good stuff on there sometimes, but
I haven't heard about the stuff. Thing. Who knows what they were saying though? Like maybe, I mean, he's not perfect. I mean, I don't know. It just depends on how hard they went after him, I suppose, and for what reason. But I haven't. I'll definitely be finding out.
There's been some controversy about who's funding Redacted too, I think.
Isn't it always, man? Well, this stuff I am glad to.
Did acknowledge that it had lost these 300,000 children. They knew of their existence, and they sort of lost them into the.
She's speaking about the Biden administration and those 300 children, which also they don't say on here, but that was one of the first things I heard the Trump administration did is find about 80,000 of them. And this guy on the right here starts to tell you how easy they'd be to find and how we just it's heartbreaking, some of this information.
The ether, even though they had some information they could follow up on. And there were reports, this one's haunted me ever since, of, for instance, they went and checked on one of these addresses. They found this child. The woman said, my husband is sexually abusing this child. You should take it away. And they had no recourse to do that. So they know where they are. They know who's being abused. And under the Biden administration, they could do nothing but walk away from a child that was being raped.
Some of these children are being found at homeless shelters. So they're escaping their captives and they're arriving at homeless shelters. And the homeless shelter is contacting HHS and trying to get HHS to take the kid back. And HHS is like, well, not our problem anymore. That's a true story. Right.
So whose problem is it? What do we do when we find these children? Who has the legal authority to say, you're out of here. Your days of being trafficked and raped are over? Who can do that?
There is nobody. And our government shouldn't be that person. Our government has shown and proven that in no world should our government ever be responsible for handling children. No government organization should ever be allowed to do so. They've taken custody of 452,121 children, ages 0 to 17, over the last 4 years. And they've vetted the adult sponsors that they delivered these children to, and then delivered 350,000 of these children that they can no longer locate. And we know the horrors and what's happening to these children. Now, we do have a little bit of good news as far as the Trump administration, if you guys want to get into that, as far as decreasing the amount of children that are coming across the border. There's some really big things that we can get into as well.
Well, that's a big piece of this, right? You have to stop the bleeding first. So we've got to secure the border. We've got to stop the flow of these kids coming across the border. So where are we at with that?
So the biggest policy decision that nobody's talking about that has taken place under the Trump administration took place on March 14th of 2025, and that was the DNA testing expansion. Now, if you go to HHS's official website, this is actually active. So it sounds like, I haven't got any confirmation, but at the very least, it looks like we have re-implemented the DNA testing policy. So during the Biden administration, in his first day in office, he signed like 93 executive orders and completely obliterated every one of Trump's immigration policies, removing DNA testing from that. So that means that as these children were coming across during Trump's, I think this was in 2019 or 2018 when Trump implemented the DNA testing, and they DNA tested the first batch of migrant children that were coming across that border, 47% were not the parents. That means these adults that were coming across these children, think about a trafficker with his hands on the shoulders of a child saying, yeah, you're my child, and the kid looks up and goes, yeah, I'm his child, right? And they would just release them. Well, now Trump implemented the DNA testing, which was instant, only took 45 minutes to DNA test these children. They can get the results. And I'm not saying every case was perfect and they got right back with their parents in 45 minutes, not always the case. But I think the policy was that they had to do it within 72 hours or they could be sued. So almost every kid was DNA tested and they would know within 72 hours if that was the parent or not. And they would be reunited right back with the parent and then released it.
So at least we'll end on a good news that there is good things, but they still aren't going to save all those kids. And I don't know what the deal is with that. Like, hopefully that'll be some new steps to do that. But at least we're stopping them from flooding in with only intentions on selling them and that type of stuff. So that was one good thing. But yeah, it gets darker. They start talking about how, they found a way to make money off these kids being detained and things, like a place in Texas, Bonnie. And I don't know, man, it sounds awful, but hopefully these interviews and stuff like that will bring light to it. And, change can happen. That country guy I was telling you about, Bonnie, he says you can just get a hold of the Trump administration and they'll listen to you and they'll help you. I mean, that's what he said. Because he ended up trying to help children too, which I'm going to get to that, but I figure I don't know how long 10 has, and I do want to show her that blackout thing because she was talking about it over on 10 TV.
I'm here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I got a million different things, but I want to make sure I get to that before you do.
Oh, I got time to take, so it's good. We're good. I'm just trying to stay quiet so that I don't overtake you because it's your show. You know how I am. I'm chatty patty. Oh wait, chatty catty.
Well, I don't mind. I like to hear everybody's opinions and stuff too. That's like, you two ladies are both like the ones I'm most, easiest to stream with, and Pootie is like becoming my next one. And I can't. I mean, for real, because the other night, like I remember you were the first one here and you stayed with me. So that was nice. You didn't have to do that. I really did appreciate that. I'm missing Yorga, but Yorga's taking a break from the internet, and it can't ever be a bad thing to take a break from the internet. So there's that.
We all need to once in a while to regroup.
Okay, Jeff's trying. I think he's asking you to say, trust the plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
What's up, Bonnie?
I'm fixing to look that up because I'm not real sure what that means, but
Hey,
it
Cheryl.
doesn't sound good.
You're gonna look what up? Which thing? I'm sorry, Bonnie.
Insurrection Act. You can't hear me anymore?
I can, but you're just quiet. I missed it. It's my fault, I'm sure. What are you gonna look up?
Insurrection Act.
Insurrection Act. Where'd you get that from? Did somebody say that?
Oh, I don't know. It just popped in my head.
Trump was supposed to enacted it today or last week or sometime or another, but I haven't seen no evidence of it.
Yeah,
He's still letting them judges tell him what to do.
Man, there's so much to really show and talk about. We could be here till tomorrow, which we're not gonna, but I'm just saying there's a lot. And like I said, I saw him on Hulu the other night, and I don't think I can share it because it was like ABC and whatever, but that was comedy to me. Like, I'm waiting. There's gotta be shorts coming out. Like the guy he's talking about, the guy was just totally at it back and forth with him the whole time. He wasn't very friendly and everything. And they were about halfway through. You could tell Trump was getting really aggravated about it. And he you know, he's just funny to me. Certain things he's like, so something about, well, there's a due process, and he keeps talking about due process, and Trump just goes, there's a process. I laughed out loud because I was frustrated with him. Like, this guy, obviously, he's just trying to, you know, they just all try to like twist him up and get him mad. And anyways, I was definitely entertained. That cracked me. There's a couple different parts where he's like, and frankly, I didn't even know who you were once he's mad at him. He's like, you get this big break and then you treat me like this. Oh, it was honestly, it was funny. Yeah, Mary, I agree.
So,
oh, did you do 10s too? Awesome.
I'm just looking.
Hootie, you don't do a YouTube channel at all? Hootie?
Huh?
Do you have your own YouTube channel, or you don't do one at all?
No, I don't do nothing.
Gotcha. I was just going to have Billy put it on there. If
I don't do nothing. Yeah.
What's what talking about? Potato Head becomes the first toy. Huh. Uh-oh, Pootie, what is this stuff? What is this? Here
What's
you go.
that?
Wait a minute.
Oh.
It's starting to get my doubts. I don't know if I don't like that. It makes me nervous. Oh, this is where it's coming from in the chat. Okay. I don't know. Like I said, the rest of that got kind of dark anyway, but as far as but y'all were definitely talking about judges. There's a couple things about some. What about the judge? I gotta find it now. Well, yeah, the one that helped him get out the back door and everything. Like, a lot of people, I would think people do know. I would hope, but I dropped you like. Anyways, so is that guest? Is that guest? I missed it.
Al said that, whatever her name is, I don't watch them a lot anymore, because I do see them leaning a little untoward, and I think that sometimes he treats his wife pretty mean, but that's just my opinion.
Oh, the redacted.
Yes, and also she was hot, and so is the guest. I don't know who the guest was, but you said he was able to talk to Trump. Isn't that what you said?
Well, he reached out to. I was talking about the country star that we were talking about backstage, and he said if you could reach out to him, he helped him. He shared out his live stream about the children, and he partnered. And I'll play it because I'm going to butcher it all up. I hate when I miss.
John, you talking about John Rich?
Yes, I am. And that's
An illegal alien from Mexico was in court, being prosecuted for domestic violence. He was charged with violently attacking a man, punching him in the face 30 times, strangling him, and then attacking a woman by punching her in the face with his closed fist. Both victims were brave enough to be in court. The judge, Hannah Dugan, learned that ICE was outside to arrest him after court. She is now charged with obstruction of justice for sneaking this criminal defendant, an illegal alien, out a back exit through her chambers to avoid his arrest, leaving the victims and prosecutors sitting in court all morning waiting on justice.
Shame.
In New Mexico, law enforcement was tipped off that Judge Joel Cano had a TDA member living in his home. The judge and his wife allegedly gave him access to assault rifles, one with a suppressor, to go to a shooting range to perfect his skills. Law enforcement found pictures on his cell phones and social media showing multiple tattoos and gang insignia. They also found a picture of him with the judge. He had mocked a $5,000 reward to catch TDA members. They also had pictures of 2 victims who had been decapitated. Their hands were cut off and their bodies had also been mutilated.
Wow.
The judge, now charged with obstruction. Post Miranda, he admitted he destroyed one of the cell phones with a hammer and then took it to a city dumpster down the street to dispose of the evidence. The Trump administration will fight for victims.
What was on
the rule of law is very simple. It doesn't matter what line of work you're in. If you break the law, we will follow the facts and we will prosecute you.
Nice, Pam. Nice.
But it's like some of the stuff these judges are doing is pretty nuts. It's one thing to lean one way, right? But sneaking people out the back door and all the different stuff going on is pretty nuts. And I feel like it makes him look good, even if he's not doing it, just because he's on the opposite side of that. A massive land sale that doubled the size of the young American Republic.
It seems weird that it's her doing it now because she never liked Trump, from what I understand. And do I think she switched? No. I don't know. Hey, Sean.
His beard is too meticulous. I don't trust him. Oh, U.S. military in Colorado can arrest with it being invoked. Okay, I think I hate to say, I think he's onto something because there's a lot going on. I got some in Colorado as well. Like they had that underground place with the illegals and prostitution and drugs and our military there as well. We had 12 military men.
They try and take their gun rights away from them in Colorado too. And somebody asked Pam Bondi to come out there and investigate it.
Oh man.
Did you see what they just did to New York?
What is that?
The governor of New York is passing, is it 3 bills against gun rights? Stricter purchasing, credit card tracing, and one other one.
You're talking about Como.
No.
You're talking about
it's a lady.
Adams. Oh. Adams, the mayor.
Let me find it.
Yeah, I'm over here looking for stuff too. Well, this has got a whole lot of Tom Holman because he spoke, which is okay. I mean, but it also the raid in Colorado Springs and the dozen active military. That's kind of where I think is kind of the more shocking part. Yes. Holman talks about, the numbers at the border and how much better everything is doing and things like that. And it's incredible. It's night and day. You're talking in the thousands down to like 8 and 36 and stuff. It's definitely praiseworthy how well the border's doing compared to. It's better than it was when Trump was in term last time. And I skipped over a lot of stuff where they explain how Biden literally tried so hard to open the borders. Like he tried to do exactly the opposite. And it's awful.
But it's been going on for decades.
Well, he's the first one that ever went and tried to open it the way that he did. He just came in abolishing everything that had been in the other direction, basically.
Well, they were invited, yes. And so, but why'd the other countries release them? Why'd they release them from their prisons? Why'd they release them from their mental institutions? They were saying that a whole bunch of these people were from mental institutions and prisons. Why did those countries release them to send them here? I think they're all in on it.
I don't doubt it. There's definitely a larger picture. It's a lot of scary when you start, but I feel like it's being unraveled is what I'm hoping for. I'm not sure if this is the exact spot. This is definitely about Colorado. I don't know if it's Tom Holman saying it or which part, because there was several different clips, but we'll see. Oops.
Raid in Colorado Springs, did you hear about this? Uncovers an underground nightclub with over 200 people, including 100 illegal aliens, drugs, and weapons, and active duty military personnel acting as security, happening in your backyard.
Hello, I'm Diane Derby with an update to breaking news. More than 100 undocumented migrants are in custody right now after an overnight raid at an underground nightclub in Colorado Springs. That's according to the Drug Enforcement Administration. It happened this morning on the southeast side of Colorado Springs. This is just northwest of the intersection of South Academy Boulevard and Airport Road. Take a look at this video the DEA posted on X. You can see law enforcement breaking a window at a building as dozens of people start running out of it. The DEA says more than a dozen active duty members of our military were either working in this underground nightclub as security or there as patrons. The DEA says drugs and weapons were seized during this operation. News 5's Allison Zimmerman has been live at the scene since early this morning. She's been talking with the special agent in charge of the DEA Rocky Mountain Field Division. Allison, what are you learning right now?
And Diane, the special agent in charge from the DEA is saying that Colorado Springs is waking up to a safer city after this massive operation took place overnight. Now, what we know is more than 300 federal law enforcement officers arrived here. Again, we're in southeast Colorado Springs. We're directly across the street from the Satellite Hotel, just to give you an idea of just exactly where we are. And as you mentioned, this was an underground nightclub, a very big drug trafficking investigation, and then resulted in more than 100 illegal immigrants being detained here today. We do know that there were a couple of other people that were also detained for having state warrants as well. And you certainly mentioned the military presence. Perhaps one of the most shocking, stunning details this morning that we were hearing is about a dozen active duty military members that were here overnight in this underground nightclub. And they were saying how they are now being referred over to the Army Criminal Investigations Division. But we do not know if they are active duty service members stationed at Fort Carson.
They go on into more detail about it, and the DEA confirms in a little bit. They talk about the Hells Angels and the cartel members, and it's just some crazy stuff, man. But if that's suppose,
I just seen where they caught where USAID was they was funneling money to Gates and Open Source Society or whatever it is, to Soros too. They just caught them funneling money to them.
Huh. I didn't hear about that.
Jeff B said this is why the act was invoked.
That's what I was saying. Like that, I mean, that's what the only thing that makes sense. That's why I brought up Colorado. I feel like I did hear something, but I mean, that's a lot going on. That is strange that we have, why do we have that many of our military there where there's drugs and prostitutes and illegals? It's like unless you're undercover, which they didn't say, something's not right about that. Cootie,
you think Watts?
Cootie thinks we should let Jeff be up to school us.
Specialized task force. So are they, I'm going to say the word wrong on purpose, missionaries?
I don't know. What were you saying, Tin? I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up with everything.
You can highlight Watt Life's thing today. No, the one above it. Today in 1925, the Dodge Brothers Inc. was sold to Dillon Reed and Company for a total of, that's a lot of millions, okay? The deal included that much for the company and additional that much for charitable organizations. But that's cool. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dodge sold out that long time ago. Wow. Colorado is where Cheyenne Mountain is. And hello, Virginia.
Imagine that.
Part of me wants to go and show y'all where Tom Holman just talking so good about Trump, but I'm not going to put you through it. I'll just let you know. The numbers, man, the numbers are ridiculous. Yeah. And it's so sad that there's never credit given, even if you hate the guy, if he does one thing right, you can't say that. Can't say that because we hate him, but that's kind of a big deal. The numbers are drastic. You're talking from hundreds of thousands and sometimes it's double digits. Like, that's crazy.
Old Chuck Schumer was talking about how he's using that fake poll they put out the other day about talking about Trump, how low his ratings was. And somebody told him, said, "You're at 17%, so what?"
I love it.
And 17, it's always got to be 17, don't it?
Yeah, yeah.
That's funny.
Well, and that I'm glad that you knew what I was talking about, Pootie, and Bonnie knew who it was. Shoot, I'm not real hip with the country people, country stars and stuff like that.
Yeah, me either.
Well, this guy, I want to know who he is now, but I am not going to play all the beginning because it was so dark. But I will summarize it. And I will put it's Benny Johnson again. I watch a lot of Benny Johnson, I suppose. But, me too. But he got involved with trying to save the children because it's like some person spoke out somewhere, he heard them and he thought about his children and stuff. It's really dark. Like they basically talk about like the certain games kids like to play, like Roblox and then Minecraft and games like this. And then people go there and befriend them and send them free skins or things like this. And then they get them to go onto another platform.
Yes.
You keep interacting with them. And then they like honey trap these kids. They end up going, making friends with their parents' platforms and getting their pictures and then making AI, corn of them or something and threatening, if you don't do what I tell you, I'm going to put this out. And it's crazy talk. But anyways, he definitely did a lot and did a live stream and reached out to the Trump administration, and they actually shared him out and gave him more attention. And that's where I keep saying, well, he says that you can just reach out and Trump and them will listen to you. And it's like, no one ever said that about the Biden administration. And he is more accessible than any president that I've ever seen in my lifetime. Like this guy just like, hey, maybe I'll ask Trump. And then Trump does something and like, Kid Rock just goes there and does an interview like it's no big deal. He's very accessible. But yeah, this country guy is a pretty cool dude, I think. And he's trying to bring a lot of attention to some things. I do want to share this real quick. And I know Bonnie, you knew who it was, but you hadn't heard it yet, huh? Oh, shoot. I got this. Sorry.
Oh, my God.
The whole
See what
process.
Four Corners put up. Go ahead.
What's wrong?
That thing Four Corners put up.
I didn't see it because I'm on a different screen now.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, hang on. Now I'm going to have to come back because you won't tell me.
The April 9th, 2025, Colorado proposed Kelly Loving Act would allow courts to revoke parental custody for misgendering children.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
Well,
me host this. Let's promote it. Come on and let's do this thing live and see if we can get some views. And man, we certainly got some views. That's basically the whole process that happened. And I hope it inspires people to reach out. If you've got a platform, you've got an idea, they're listening. The Trump administration people, this is not Biden. They're listening. They're up for ideas, man. You can email those people. You can give them ideas. You can offer your service to them, and they'll find a way for you to help.
So here it is on screen. Klein, I want what do you have on screen right there? Oh. Please, thank you. Here it is on screen. This is John. This was in your studio. So you're using your studio. You're using your resources, and you're partnering with DHS to save children. It's an incredible moment. This is actually what we voted for, right? Like this is it. This is like all of us being stakeholders. This is all of us being shareholders in this country.
Yeah, I was thought that was really cool. And there's so much more. I've got a couple more clips, but I don't want to bore y'all to death. But one of the reasons I want to share is because he actually talks about what we all say on here all the time about why aren't there any arrests? When are there going to be arrests? All the different things like that. And he defends it, and he explains. And I think he did. I always try to say this, and he just did a way better job of saying, like, you got to get everything just right, or you're wasting your time. And I'd rather play right before. I do have a clip on here. He's talking about the Diddy parties and how he would have he would have killed people. They would have known better than to invite him. And I was like, yet another reason I like this guy.
You see where what's his name? Oh man, I was just thinking about it. Terrence Howard.
Oh yeah.
He turned down that movie role because he's gonna have to play a gay scene in there. He said, "I'd rip my lips off."
Yeah. Yep. And he had just come out about a lot of stuff too. About how he couldn't, all the different stuff. I can't remember exactly. There's so much. There's another guy too that is in trouble. What's his name? I haven't gone down that rabbit hole because I was in a lot of other ones, but he says that they just like it rough and all this, and he never raped this girl. He's super famous. I think he's a football player or something like this. I can't think of the guy's name. Somebody will say it in chat. But I am going to share this part, what he says about the arrests and everything not happening quick enough and what we got to consider.
Not compromised by these guys. I mean, I think we know that the Epstein list, the Epstein files, the politicians that are compromised. I mean, this is a deep, 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 dark situation. I know a lot of Americans, I would like to speak to this. A lot of patriots are very upset right now that they haven't seen the arrests. They haven't seen the Epstein list yet. You see it too, Benny. I mean, they're just screaming bloody murder on social media every day. They're calling in Bongino and Cash saying these guys are fakes. These guys are no good. They promised us one thing. I would just like to say to anybody that feels that way right now, we are about 13 weeks into a 208-week term of Donald Trump. These men and women are walking into an absolute nightmare situation. Okay. And if you're going to do mass arrests and you're going to arrest all these bad guys, you better make sure you've got all your buttons tightened up as tight as you can so the charges stick and they actually do wind up in prison for the rest of their lives. Okay. This is important stuff. And I really take issue with anybody out there who, after a few weeks, is telling me Dan Bongino is a fake. Cash Patel is a liar. I will not put up with that. Matter of fact, any patriot speaking like that about them is an idiot. I'll just put it out there. You're a dumbass if that's the way you talk and that's what you actually think. You need to calm down for a minute and let these men and women go to work. This is a massive undertaking. When they finally pull the trigger on this and the bad guys are actually held to account, it is going to correct. It's going to be a course correction in our country in a major way. And I'm patient for it. I'm patient for that. I want to see the country corrected. I don't want a Band-Aid. I don't want a bottle rocket. I want a fireworks show. I want Mount Vesuvius to go off in this country and end this once and for all.
So this is the entire show, John. I'm so glad that you said that because we're talking about the arrest of multiple judges being arrested today. You have federal prosecutions ongoing against deep state members from Tulsi Gabbard. You had mass firings inside of the DOJ prosecutors on day one. You had mass firings inside of the FBI of agents on day one. And so this is a process that takes time, and it's also a process that you want to build. You don't just want it to be a PR operation. You want to do it correctly. James O'Keefe was just on right before you talking about you have to do these investigations correctly. They have to stick. If you get one detail wrong in the charging document, they'll get off, right? They'll walk free. And so doing it correctly is absolute necessity. I do want to jump back.
He wants to jump back to the Diddy talk some more. That's where he was going to go. He's like, so back to the celebrity talk, because he talks about that in there too.
Well, that's one thing. I mean, we're seeing arrests. I mean, they're still arresting people. I seen where they're still arresting the people for voting in the 2020 election that wasn't legal to vote. And then you got all these judges, all these rogue judges. If you do make too many arrests right now, they're just going to turn them loose, throw it out of court, and you won't be able to refile the charges or nothing. Maybe, that's what I'm thinking. They got to get rid of all these judges.
Well, and James O'Keefe is still out there doing stuff, man. He just somebody was just talking about. Bless you, Nala.
Yeah.
That he, what was it? They were trying to come at the inside of the administration and mess them up from the inside. That guy's probably going to get charges. It's the newest one. You know what I'm talking about, Pootie? I don't have a clip of that.
Something weird just popped up about James O'Keefe here.
Yeah, right there. 103 got. I'm not suicidal. Pray for me. Yeah.
Here it is right here. It's very short. It was done today, you guys. It just popped up on my TikTok just now.
Yeah, he definitely just unbroke a story again. I said people need to quit going out on these dinner dates and telling. I mean, I don't want to take up. I hate to take up for the deep state, but these guys are dumb. Like, just met this chick in one day, and he's like, I'm gonna mess up from the inside. So this is probably why he's doing this, 10, because he keeps uncovering.
Ain't that what Trump keeps saying? These people are stupid.
I mean, that's pretty dumb. These people keep telling strangers on dinner dates. Oh, I can't remember. It was got to been Benny again. He's saying, let's just get some fours. He kept saying numbers like women to distract, and they'll just tell you everything. Anyways, I'm sorry, Tim.
Yeah, this is like 13 seconds long, you guys. It says prayers for James O'Keefe, 4:30. And there's over 285 comments saying prayers protect him. I'm not sure. So just listen to this very cryptic. It's 13 seconds. Come on now, play.
I'm going dark. I'm not suicidal. Pray for me.
Yep.
I'll play it one more time.
I'm going dark. I'm not suicidal. Pray for me. This one scares me, guys.
Something's scaring him.
No, I definitely agree. It's funny because we were just naturally, the conversation was taking us there. I have it somewhere. I could find it because I watched it. I just didn't clip it.
Yeah, while I was listening, I was looking at my TikTok and that came up and I thought, oh shit, why is that? That's weird. Why you come popping up? Like, I don't get that kind of stuff in my algorithm because I'm watching like recipes and dumb shit, you know what I mean, on that. So for that to fly up, God's saying share that. Okay. That's
right. Definitely. I love that guy. I try to pay attention to him. So Pootie, who was it? Was it Hegseth or somebody else that he's going to get from the inside? Oh, it's going to bug me. I'm going to have to look it up. It wasn't that long. It's not that old.
I seen day where Bongino had he's got 24/7 security.
Good for him. He probably needs it, man.
Yeah.
So can I ask y'all a question?
Go ahead.
Everybody keeps on about the list. And all I keep saying is seeing the list. So do we really think that there's going to be arrests once the list comes out? Or that's what
they're saying. According to what I'm hearing, that's the whole point, is that they're taking their time so they dot the I's and cross the T's. And when they do go for arrest, they stick and they don't get out of it. That's the way I'm understanding it, But we'll see. We will see.
That's what I'm thinking too.
James is in trouble too, huh? Because of mortgage fraud or something. And somebody totally said Shannon Sharp. That's who I was talking about. That I said he's in trouble. Says he just likes it rough or whatever. And he tried to call the girl out for being an OnlyFans person. Yeah. And everyone said, when all he's doing is getting her advertisements. She probably made more money next month because of him. Oh, Jeff B.
Yeah, he got sucked in and trying to weasel his way out. He knows what he did.
Virginia, are you gonna come up here? Come up here.
Yeah, Virginia's out there.
Virginia Roots. Please come to the panel.
Yeah, say it 3 times like Beetlejuice. I'm still screaming. I just want to see it.
Oh, that might be a good thing to roll into, say it 3 times. What did we talk about earlier?
Oh, the atmosphere. Yeah, we haven't. Yeah, we could totally do that. It was definitely interesting, but I wasn't done with the John Rich though. Say butt worms 3 times, says Navy vet. Oh my goodness gracious.
Butt worms for Navy vet. Butt worms for Navy vet.
Oh my gosh. Navy vet, you come up here. You have the link. Navy likes to do the backstages. That's exactly how I used to be too, though. Corrected, nothing can happen with the rest. Okay, that's a very good point. And these judges are freaking insane. There's no doubt about it. The judges are nuts. Y'all want to hear?
They've already been done.
What's that?
Jeff B said they've already been done.
You're kind of quiet, girl, but yeah, I know you're talking about Jeff B. I don't get it. I guess they're all clones and that whole theory thing going on.
There's a lot of people that think about. There's a lot of people that used to be on TV every day that we ain't seen in a while. Just saying.
Like who? Yeah, name me a few, just because like I'm brain dead half the time.
Oh, I don't know, but there's a lot of them that used to be on, all these news shows every day, and you ain't seen nothing of them here lately. I can't pick out one.
Like movie stars or
No, like politicians, like the deep state politicians.
That's a good point. Man, I was going for something else, but you're going to make me do the Pelosi Act. Have you heard about this? Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't heard much about Pelosi.
Pelosi Act, the most perfectly named bill ever created, Pelosi, Pelosi, which is support for a bill that's working its way through Congress called the Preventing Elected Leaders from Owning Securities and Investments Act. The Pelosi Act, introduced by Senator Hawley. Now, of course, this is the stock
There
trading
you go.
which is intending to prevent people like Nancy Pelosi from making what seems like hundreds of millions of dollars with insider trading, making profit with knowledge she's gleaned from her elected position of power. Holly says, look, it is time now. Pass my Pelosi Act now. No stock trading by members of Congress. Nancy Pelosi blown out. He said today that we reintroduced this, the Preventing Elected Leaders from Owning Securities and Investments, the Pelosi Act, which would ban members of Congress from trading or holding individual stocks. The move comes after Trump announced he would sign a bill into law across his desk. Holly says members of Congress should be fighting for the people they were elected to serve, not day trading at the expense of their constituents. Americans have seen politicians abuse their position of power, saying the act would ban lawmakers and their spouses all from purchasing or selling individual stocks. Then they just give it to their son called Hunter. Lawmakers would be allowed to invest in diversified mutual funds, ETFs, or U.S. Treasury bonds while in office, which would be good, right? Because if those go up, then those are better for everybody. If passed, they would have 180 days to comply, and newly elected members of Congress would also be required to comply within 180 days. Members who refuse to comply with the Pelosi Act must forfeit any stock profits to the Department of Treasury or face monetary penalties imposed by the House and Senate ethics committees. Oh man, this would be so great if they act.
That's hilarious. Just the fact that they named it after her because of all her insider trading. I saw that just a few minutes before and I was like, man.
Yeah. I've seen where she's losing money too now for some reason. What gets me is all these lobbyists paying all these suckers all that money. That's what they got to stop that too.
Yeah. For sure. There's so many random things, and that Kristi Noem getting her purse stolen, and the thief got busted, and all that. It's the same guy again. Actually, I do love this guy, Robert Gobert.
They got two guys.
You did make it.
They got two of them.
You know what I didn't do because this is a new computer.
Well, it's about damn time, Virginia.
Hi, everybody.
God, I was. I went up to the customer service desk and had them page you.
Paging Virginia Roots. No.
I spoke to a supervisor. Let me talk to the manager. Was that about? I was just popping in. I missed the first couple of seconds of that last one you played. Was that about Pelosi?
Yeah, the new Pelosi Act for insider trading and all that.
Oh, man.
But I don't know. I don't think it's passed. They're working on it, but it's just funny that it's called that. Had you heard about Kristi Noem and the purse thief and all this? I saw this is just like the exact facts and details. It's just like a minute or two, but I heard this whole conspiracy like that was the deep state and all this. And I'm like, I don't know. Here's Robert Gobert again. Same guy. He's awesome. Talking about this purse thief situation.
Arrested and charged. Here's what they tell us. After exiting the bus, he then walked across the street to the Angolo Ristorante Italiano restaurant to have himself some lasagna. After initially sitting down at a table within the restaurant, he decided to sit at the bar where he stayed until midnight. Now, while at the bar, he successfully used Kristi Noem's credit card to buy food and alcohol. So this dude was just enjoying it up with lasagna and meatballs, huh? Just having garlic bread, platter after platter, garlic. Yeah, bring another one out. All on Kristi Noem's credit card. Terrible. Wow. Probably delicious, though. Anyways, shouldn't have done it. Now, it's not good. Not good when it's Homeland, especially. So then he made 5 purchases using Kristi Noem's credit card, $205 on her tab. Oh, no. Whoa, look at this. Phoenix, Arizona shout out. Says, your refined is aware that American Express's servers are located in Phoenix, Arizona. And so he was committing wire fraud by using the American Express credit card from Kristi Noem to communicate with Arizona. There it is. There's Kristi's credit card, baby. Right there on the table. Like more meatballs, baby. Another round of meatballs. Keep them coming. Surveillance footage from the restaurant captured Mario in possession of some of Christie's property. He's got her purse. He's got her stolen wallet. He's got one of her credit cards. The latter of which the restaurant was able to match the 2 transactions made by him. And they're like, that's wild. The restaurant's like, Christie, know him? That's crazy. You don't even look alike at all. Running this stuff. Bustamante Mario appeared on surveillance video to be wearing a dark jacket with a white emblem. Dude, this dude bit off way more than he can chew. No idea what he was in for, did he? And a thick white collar, jeans, dark hat, square logo, and the COVID mask. So there he is. Look at him, just lounging it up. He's got the purse.
Yeah, I do. I just love that guy. I hope that's who I'm gonna hope covers P. Diddy so that we get the facts straight. 'Cause he's smart.
He does. He's been covering all. Yeah, follow him on YouTube, Cola, and yeah, you'll get all of it.
Yeah, I got gifted a membership to him.
You know, I did that a while back. You got to be there a lot. I think I had that happen too.
No, I first time I chatted, I chatted again. I showed I had a membership. I didn't even know it.
Man, that's lucky. I've had it a couple different times, but not lately. And then they have an extra day. So, and they go like in the daytime or something, early afternoon or something. They do an extra stream.
They do a lot of membership streams.
Yeah, and I don't go to them anymore, but I did a lot of the times. All you have to do is read the National Archives for what though? What do we? He's still on. See, look, I'm with Pootie. Come on up here then, Jeff, and tell us the plan. Tell us this what we don't know. But I've never seen him on a panel before. Or
Tell us what you know.
Yeah, he knows secrets.
He's all right for white boy.
He used to be on panels that people started giving him a whole lot of harassment.
Yeah.
I said I was full of shit about that, and 2 years later it becomes public. I don't even know what you're talking about. What's up, Al Bundy? Only watched
The FBI headquarters. It used to be Nancy Drew in Penguin 6. Used to walk around there and showed it was all closed up, had sandbags all around it and everything.
They're digging everything up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Garvey, tired of watching the movie. Can you tell us how many years the movie's gonna last? I swear to God.
Forever.
About 4 more years. 3.5 more years. 3 3/4 years.
Oh my gosh. You're going to make me segue in the 2028 stuff. I swear to God. I can't. Have you seen it? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny, if nothing else. It really is. It's just hard to keep up because I got so much random stuff. But I think it's funny with the they've put out these hats, right? Like I said, the worst thing to do is talk about it first.
Did you see the cabinet meeting today?
Did I see? No, I didn't. I might have seen.
They all had Gulf of America hats.
Oh my gosh. See, I put this somewhere because I don't know exactly where. I got the right video. But we don't want to watch the whole thing. Just want the funny part.
For some reason, I want a chili dog. I don't know why.
Ooh.
I haven't had a chili dog in a year. All of a sudden, it just doesn't sound. I guess summer's coming. Chili dog in the air. Sorry.
Chili dog. Well, it does sound good.
Mm-hmm. About once a year. Good chili dog.
About once a year.
Do you put like onion on it, sauerkraut, cheese? Do you do people do cream cheese?
I'll do the onions and the cheese, and I don't like the jalapenos much. I don't know what they put on it. I don't know. Like, I guess it's summertime. That just came into my brain. Sorry.
All right, I have a question. Even if you put chili on it, do you still put mustard on the bun?
No, because I'm allergic to it.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, that's the only reason.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a weird combo because chili has a lot of flavor. So it's like, why would you put mustard on it? But no, I still like it.
On some chilies, actually, they put mustard, powder or seed in it,
True.
Because it's an under flavor. But yeah, I have to be careful. Yellow mustard to make my lips blow up. Yeah, make them blow up.
Yeah.
You're the only other person I've ever heard say that besides me. Allergic to mustard.
Is it just the yellow, right?
I don't know.
I've had Dawn on accident and it didn't make my lips blow up, but yeah, the yellow stuff will do it. Yellow mustard. The chili dog. Okay, so let's go back to the show. Sorry, Cola. I tend to hijack shit. I don't mean to do that.
No, you don't. You're fine. I like how you goof off and stuff. That's why I want you here, to have fun. Well, this
Fun
is
on the run.
It takes me like 6 months to do my thing here, but we were talking about how long the plan, and you said 4 more years, and we were talking about these hats, right? This is pretty funny to me. Even people just, I lost my spot again.
Jeff, I wasn't in jail. That was Mad Mystic, and nobody's posted her bail.
Oh my
She's
gosh.
been in there almost a month, 30 days in the hole. Oops.
Oh my goodness gracious! I don't even know.
Yeah, Jeff's like, who posted my bill? I never went to jail. That was the other lady.
He keeps saying you were stealing that day you were on Dollar Store on the panel. Like, if anybody was gonna steal from the Dollar Store, they're gonna do it on a live stream on a panel. Come on now, we know better.
I would never do that anyhow, just because you do that shit when you're a kid, and no, you don't do that when you're an adult. You just don't, unless you really have a good reason, and you got to be feeding kids some food. It's the only reason why I would even say, okay, you hijack some chicken out of Albertsons. Well, if you're that damn bad off and you got kids to feed, sorry, but things are gonna get bad here, guys, really soon. The last ship just came into Seattle. The last cargo ship, folks. That's it. They're all parked in Hong Kong and China and Shanghai.
Yeah. Monkey Works been showing that, said that they piled up out there like it was in 2020. They're all piled up out there empty.
I don't watch Monkey Works anymore, but I feel like he's the reason I know all of you, because I never was into YouTube, like live streams or anything. And then somebody told me, oh my God, but from knowing me in real life in the same city I lived in, goes, you've got to check this channel out. But it was Prepping 101. And they're like, he follows Monkey Works, who talks about the planes and all this. And then I got into prepping. And then he led to Hawks, who led to Dangerous Freedoms and everybody else along the way. And it's so crazy when you think about it.
Right.
Like, we all were talking about Monkey Works. It was because of him, because Prepping was following Monkey Works a whole lot, talking about those planes, which nothing ever really happened with that, did it?
No.
What is the end of that story? That's just still the same story.
It is. And I still watch Monkey every now and again, because I'm just kind of curious what the traffic looks like here and there. But
that kind of goes with Jeff B's, that they're already gone. Like, they just Guantanamo, and that's what they were doing with the planes. Yeah.
Because he kept showing them go down there, down to the drink, I think he called it, or whatever. And I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened there.
Well, he was talking about Gitmo there for a while, and somebody got a hold of him and told him to stop, more or less.
Yeah, I agree, Pootie. I think he had a talking to at some point.
Yeah,
shifted.
Well, that's what he said. That's what he said.
Y'all talking about Monkey Works still? That he had a talking to?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, somebody told him to keep quiet about Gitmo.
Mm-hmm.
And then, the other
and
girl.
Then the other day, he said that he got to go ahead to talk about it again.
I don't know. Just recently we were hearing about Gitmo again, because they were talking about that's where we're going to send the people that come over the border and everything, right? We were the worst criminals of the worst. And I can't think of that lady, that journalist's name, but she was up there 2 or 3 times. And I hadn't really heard about Guantanamo in a long time before that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of stuff going on.
Yeah. So.
That everybody ain't seeing. Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody.
Well, I kind of watch everything. You know, I watch all of it. I mean, even and then you kind of build your own story.
Right. Anybody that isn't already sub to 10 TV, there's her link in chat for, because Pootie's there and 10's there and a bunch more people that aren't here are there, and I'll be there on Sundays and Tuesdays for anybody that's not already subbed up. But if you guys are interested, I think this is pretty funny. This is Eric Trump in the damn hat, and it says 2028, and it is more, I feel like, oh my God, you guys remember the Nelly song? I'm like, I'm gonna show my age real quick. No, the one where he's like, he says something and he's like, I'm just playing, unless you're gonna do it. Sorry, but that's what this reminds me of. He is just playing. I mean, unless you're gonna do it, you know? If everybody's like, yeah, let's do it, he probably would. But I think for the most part, it is a joke. But seriously, it reminds me of Nelly, that unless you go do it. Sorry. I don't even know what song that was, but somebody does, damn it. Anyways.
Which one is getting hot in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked that song when it came out, you guys.
And he's like, he says something like he wants to hook up with her. He's like, I'm just playing, unless you're going to do it.
Is it dirty?
Yeah.
Sorry, I know, but it's funny.
I think that was like 2006 or 7 when that came out.
It was a long time ago. Well, that's what this shit reminds me of. Like, I don't think he means it, but like, yeah, if everybody signs up, I guess I will. But I don't think it's a must. But I don't know. But anyways, they talk a little bit about it. This is the hat.
Here it is. Eric Trump posing from his corner office here in Florida with the Trump 2028 hat. The Trump 2028 hat is, of course, officially available on the Trump store, and libs are losing their ever-loving minds. And there it is! Trump's now selling a Trump 2028 hat at the official store, even though it's unconstitutional! Trump's officially begun selling 2028 hats. Trump wants to be Putin. This item's description says, rewrite the rules with the Trump 2028 high crown. He doesn't even plan to leave a mask. You can't say it now. Let's go ahead and look at the actual link here, and we'll talk about how Trump could actually do this. So this is the hat itself. It is available for purchase. Make a statement with the Trump 2028 hat, fully embroidered, snap closure on the back, become your new go-to hat. And it's saying, well, maybe it's time.
Yeah, I just think it's funny. And Steve Bannon does talk about it a little more seriously. I mean, like I said, unless you're going to do it, that's Steve Bannon. That's where Steve Bannon comes in, just in case you do want to do it. Because I do think that's what he's doing. I think he does a lot of strange, like, negotiations, but a lot of things do work out in his favor. And I don't trust the media anymore because no one ever gives him credit, even when he does something right. So why would I listen to them anyways? Military is the only way, Jerry. I know that saying from somewhere. Like the 17th. Or something like that.
I think Trump is a hilarious troll. He is a master at trolling. You know, whether it's the garbage truck or
the new thing on ABC.
Could have been a troll, you know.
You have to watch it. It's with some guy. I don't know what's the guy's name. Whoever he was not a fan, and he was trying. You got to watch it. I swear to God to you, I laughed out loud, and it wasn't funny. Like, it was funny to me, but it wasn't funny. They kept going back and forth about him getting rid of these people and not following due process. And he's like, he says it one too many times about due process. And Trump goes, it's a process. And I just started laughing like, oh my God, he's so aggravated with this guy. It was just funny. There was a couple parts that were literally funny, even though they weren't supposed to be, because he just cracks my shit up. I know it's terrible, but it's like they should try something new and be nice to him. And just see how that goes, you know, because everybody goes at his throat, and that doesn't go over well. He ended up saying something like, "This is how," and you could tell, dude took him off his game because I guess he didn't expect him to be so combative with him, and he just goes, "Well, you know, frankly, I didn't really know anything about you. Like, he was a nobody, but it's like you got this big break." He was pissed how he was being treated, but it was actually funny.
Did you see all the signs on the White House lawn?
I did.
I laughed so hard. I was like, man,
all
that
the
is
criminals.
brutal, dude.
Yes, I actually have a clip somewhere that I could find if I tried hard enough. But yes, all the signs are all like a lot of murder, homicide. Like, yeah, he's got a good point with that. But this is, I think this is Steve Bannon. Shoot, with hit like it's the same vibe about the 2028.
That President Trump will run and win again in 2028. So I've already endorsed President Trump. A man like this comes along once every century if we're lucky. We've got him now. He's on fire, and I'm a huge supporter. Want to see him again in 2028.
And obviously, anybody who doesn't like what you say but judges it as a function of a lack of intelligence doesn't know anything about you. I don't make that mistake. You're a smart guy. Oh, you know he's term limited. How do you think he gets another term?
We're working on it. I think we'll have a couple of alternatives. Let's say that. We'll see. We'll see what the definition of term limit is.
All right. Well, so you're talking about litigating this issue because I don't want people to listen to our interview and say Bannon's cooking up an insurrection. Bannon is cooking up. You know what I mean? I want people to get a straight take on where your head is. What are you suggesting,
Chris? As you know, I've had greater long shots than this. When we supported President Trump after the election, I realize you don't believe the election in 2020 was stolen. We do.
We do. Well, also, there's the smallest little part of Pam Bondi, and it kind of balances it right back out because she kind of makes it like she kind of does the same thing with, yeah, he doesn't really mean it. I mean, unless he does. I mean, she doesn't say it, but she kind of does. But she also leans more into it's just he's trolling you guys, man. But I can't rule it out. Basically, like I said, it's kind of funny.
What did he do, Jeff? I forgot.
What am I missing? I'll be right back after this. These messages. No, it's just like 1 minute.
Said, quote, there are methods. Is this just one of his epic trolls? Or does he, or do you believe there is a method short of amending the Constitution by which he could seek a third term?
President Trump has served one full term. He's on his second full term. He's a very smart man. And I wish we could have him for 20 years as our president, but I think he's going to be finished probably after this term.
Probably.
Well, the Constitution, we'd have to look at the Constitution.
It would be a heavy lift. And whether you get 2/3 of the Senate and House to go along with you, but is the concession that that's really the only way to do it?
It'd be a heavy lift.
Okay.
It'd be a heavy lift. So she just kind of left it in the air, but she started by saying, probably not. He's probably not going to do this, but I don't know. I found that pretty funny.
Interesting.
Wait, what say? That was all interesting factoids I had for today. Oh man, just in time because in 3 minutes it'll be tomorrow here on the East Coast. Oh, good news. We're gonna live another day because Watt is already there. So
awesome. Thank you, Watt. Because Jay's always we're gonna die. I don't know.
We're gonna die.
Yeah, Watt says we're gonna be here, so I believe him.
Yeah, I can't remember how he did that one time, but it was pretty great. And I think it was like one of the funnier ones when he's like, breaking news, it's tomorrow, so we're all going to live another day. Something like that. I don't know. I messed it all up. You had to be there, I guess.
Where did Jay run off to?
Was Jay here?
Was Jay here?
He was in the chat.
Well, I guess I'm too far back or not close enough to the man.
Cola, check your text.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're fine. Come to Cola's channel. I'm trying to figure out where Jay went. Okay.
He said, bring back Biden 2028.
Ew. I don't think anybody would bring. Oh, that was me.
Was that me?
No, that was me because I'm trying to copy the link or share. You know, to your channel.
There you go, Jerry. Swamp is going down. That's what I want to hear.
And Bonnie said, I think people will notice medication shortages before anything. Yeah, that's the first thing I did was contact my brother today and say, you better get whatever mom needs.
Right.
And, you know, be ready for minimum 3 months, you guys. Minimum.
Yeah.
3 months for what?
3 months of hell on the shelves.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that most of us, I feel like a big chunk of us prepped. So we're all like, yeah, we'll be all. I mean, we got a couple months in our back pocket, probably most of us.
It's just like medications. So like tomorrow I'm going to have to go out and I'm going to have to buy like a whole summer's worth of Zizol and the stuff I use, the Flonase stuff. I got super bad allergies from Seattle, guys. They're half the year, and I have to have this shit. So tomorrow, yeah, I'll probably be dumping a couple $100 just so I have it through the summer. I figure 3 months. It ain't gonna. This ain't gonna change. Like think about COVID, right? It took months for things to start looking normal. And we knew it was going all haywire. I remember when I was at the dollar store and I showed you how empty the shelves were on just, detergent, laundry soap.
Yeah, I saw that. And
I'm sorry, Bonnie. Try again. Try now. It was just getting really loud. Try. Are you there?
It's getting really loud.
In the background. It just kind of sounds like it. Okay, it's getting a little better. It's almost like an airplane was behind you for a split second.
Yeah, it's fan or something.
You know
I
what?
don't have anything on. I turned it all off.
Sorry. I'm thinking about that time. I don't know if we were backstage or we were just on
Let me turn my volume down again.
You remember Georgia was there, and all night long for the rest of the night, he was like, he just kept doing that. And, just long enough, you'd forget again. And I was cracking up. He was killing me.
So it's, okay, I still haven't got a power strip. But anyway, I'm just saying people on controlled substances can't get 3 months supply of medication. They're only allowed to get it once a month.
That's
and
true.
it has to be within the 30 days, or it has to wait 30 days. And a lot of those people are on them for PTSD, for all kinds of different things. And if they can't get them, I could see there being a big issue.
Well, then there's I'm sorry, I'm gonna mute it just for a second, Bonnie, just till it works its way back out. There's the online or the medicines that you can buy that are like I can't think of any of the names, but Robert Gouveia advertises them sometimes, and they have like hydrochloroquine, and I don't know how they do it. They have different like Z packs and different kind of medicines in there, and they always advertise it as cheaper than a doctor's visit, which doctor's visits aren't cheap, but still, if I don't know if the medicines that you're talking about come in that pack or not, though.
There are a few companies that do emergency packs that have like a round of antibiotics and anti this and anti that, Bonnie's right. If you're on a controlled substance like anxiety meds for PTSD or whatever, like Valium, let's say, you cannot get, they give you the shortest amount of time possible. Now, if you have something for a chronic condition that's like something else, not controlled, I'm not medical advice, but you can ask your doctor to write you for 90 days instead of 2 weeks or a month or whatever. And then you can kind of stock up and you can have 3 months at a time. And sometimes all you have to do is ask. It's not, they're just used to doing that 30 days. It's kind of like knee jerk, but just try if you do require something for a regular condition.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tin. I was looking away.
Well, I
long
just
as it's not a narcotic. Yeah.
I just decided to ask Grok, and yeah. So
What did you ask them? You want me to put this on here now?
Yeah. So what I asked Grok was, how long do you think it will take to shut down the economy once no ships come in? And they talked about the immediate impact, here with perishable goods. But then it goes down to the medium term crisis, which in 6 to 12 weeks, widespread shortages, unemployment surge, economic contraction, inflationary pressure. And then if it goes beyond 12 weeks, the 3 months, this systematic breakdown. If no ships arrive for 3+ months, most trade-dependent economies would face a severe recession. Social and political fallout. Ooh, this does not this is the AI I'm asking. So it's gonna the noticeable disruption you're gonna see in the next 2 to 4 weeks, significant strain on the economy in the next 4 to 8, and severe economic shutdown 8 to 12 right here. Total collapse beyond 12 weeks, risk systematic failure in trade-dependent economies. So please be ready. I'm not really worried. The only thing I'm worried about right now, like I said, is my allergy medicine and then the meat. Because we know that, with anything else that's going to go out, regardless of the fact if the meat is produced here, it's still going to be more expensive. Everything's going to go really high. So just get ready. Okay?
I hope it's
scared.
I put it in the chat, Jeff. I'll get there in 6 weeks. I'll catch up. Steve Bannon's background. I feel like I thought I did, but maybe I don't. Maybe there's something you're trying to say. I don't know.
Who was always cheating? Something says somebody named John was cheating. What?
Yeah, I didn't know. I'm sorry. I do that.
God, and why are you cheating?
So what did John say? Oh my gosh, I don't know. It happens.
Oh, that's Billy. Billy.
I know.
Who's John, by the way?
I don't know.
Cheat sack of shit. You don't do that stuff. I'm sorry.
I just get so far behind. I'm trying to catch up. Don't believe it's real.
I don't like cheaters. I hate cheaters. No, I don't hate them. I dislike those people of the worst.
Yeah, I saw that's funny.
But wait, there's more. Oh, wait a minute. What did he just say?
Okay, I'm sorry. He was goofing off about the hats, I think. But wait, if you act now for an additional $17.99, you can receive a glow-in-the-dark Trump 2028 bumper sticker.
Ooh, that would be
right.
Cool, wouldn't that?
I mean, I'm surprised they haven't. Uses Patriot planes as part of their inventory when chartering to the Department of Defense to move military personnel. And Pootie doesn't have a link because I asked him. I would have put it out there if you did, Pootie.
Don't you have a channel link? You have do you put anything on your channel, Pooters?
No.
Oh my gosh, there's Agent. Look, he's already gone, and I just now seen his comment.
Oh, and Hit Gal is watching. She's with Kenzie right now, so she's got her earpiece in, and they're watching Papa Peg, and she said, yes, Bonnie has some kind of a buzzing.
I know. Well, it comes and goes, though. Bonnie, I unmuted you.
Yeah.
Are you there? Or I think I did.
I'm here.
That's how it does, though. That's exactly what it does. It's like, it's crazy.
Does she have a headset on or what?
No, she keeps switching her devices, and it seems like the sound is following her. I'm sorry, Bonnie. I'm not trying to laugh, but I mean, it is crazy.
Sound like got feedback. Sound like got feedback or something, maybe.
I'm gonna jump down, Cola.
Oh, Bonnie.
Bonnie, do you buy a refrigerator or a freezer? Because sometimes that will, just ask him.
I'm not buying anything. Everything is turned off.
Goes, Bonnie. So if you want and you mute, and then sometimes it's there. Like right now, it's quiet.
Well, what if she went and closed out everything, shut it down, and just shut everything down and then restart it and then try to come back? Because sometimes
that actually might work, but
it might work.
I don't want you to leave and not even try to come back unless you're just
you got to come back, Bonnie.
I'll be in chat.
No. Oh, Bonnie, we want you.
Hey, just so you know, like if you want, all you have to do is go back and just go back and watch, and you'll see what we're talking about. Instead of making, I'm over here like it's like, just go back and listen for yourself. Instead, I'm over here trying to tell her, God, you should have been there, Virginia, or maybe you were, and York just kept doing that all night long. As soon as we'd forget, he'd just be like, It was so freaking funny, and I know it doesn't sound like it, but it really was. Do you know what Bannon did in the Navy? Oh my gosh, he's like he's like a little tease about it. He just won't come out and say it. Like, just say it. What? I'm just
He did.
ahead. Oh, because I'm skipping ahead. Where?
Yeah.
I'm so
Right after that.
Oh my gosh.
Pootie is so specific.
I'm not. No, it's not him. It's Jeff.
Don't you love
Jeff
it?
is like, I'm going to be a part of the stream wherever I'm at.
Yeah.
I'm going to be a part of this. That has nothing to do with what I'm looking for, though. Oh my gosh. I swear, I give up. That's not far from Weekend at Bernie's. Y'all remember that movie?
Yep. Just like that, 100%.
Uh-huh. Yeah, they say they're going after those leakers. There's a lot of stuff going on, but it's just never enough, I guess. That's true, Bonnie. Oh, man. She's like, screw this. I'm not even going to try to come back.
Oh, my God. They're still, they're talking about now corn dogs. Ooh, that kind of stuff. But a chili dog.
Corn dogs, chili dogs.
That's what I was saying. Look, I was laughing because I know it's not your fault. It's following you. Like, I don't think it's the device or something. Maybe it's the way there's something plugged in or you're sitting next to something, because she keeps changing the devices and it's like following her. Like that would stress me.
See, that's what I say. Maybe it sounds like hey, sometimes you get a bad wire in your headset and it makes a noise.
Yeah. We can try and troubleshoot it with you, Bonnie. Like sometimes it's the fan on the laptop or
But doesn't it seem like it gets better and then it acts up again? Like if she said, like, I hate to say it, but like when, as soon as she talks, it comes in behind her. Like it's quiet and she'll talk and it's her. That's why when Jorgen did that, it was stupid funny.
That's the only time her mic's on, when she talks.
Yep.
When her mic is on, yeah.
It would only follow her after she said something. That is kind of weird because she was unmuted.
That's why I say I think it's something to do with her headset or something.
Yeah, maybe. Something with the...
Man, I missed the comment that Al Bundy said. He cracks me up, man. He is like the real Al Bundy sometimes. He says something about getting a girlfriend, this or that. Oh, Zach has an update.
Billy.
Bonnie, Navy Vet says it sounds like a bad connection where the microphone is.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to have to get Zach up here to tell us about... Oh my gosh, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. But yes, it is good news. Let me find... See, now I feel like y'all are trolling me. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's what I said, Jerry. That's what I was saying the other day. You see, Trump, when he got off Marine One, he kind of patted his leg to get your attention, and then he rested up and grabbed his belt buckle, like, buckle up.
No.
He did.
Yeah, I saw that Gary Franchini or whatever. I watch him a lot. He actually got to ask Trump a question. It was about the judges and stuff, and Trump responded. I'll pull it up in a minute if y'all want to see it. I thought it was pretty cool because I've been watching the dude for a while. He's kind of like on the internet, he's not like a big channel, but here he is. He got to ask Trump a question. He couldn't get one in on the press secretary, like the meeting in there, but he got one outside where Trump was getting ready to get on the plane. That's the thing, is like, really, anytime anyone treats him with a little bit of respect and just talks to him like normal, he's usually cool. It's when people start messing with him, when his bad side comes out, Like that's
Yeah.
what I wish I had clips from it. There's gonna
You
be
can't blame him. You can't blame him. They ain't gonna let him run over him. Make a
no.
fool out of it.
I was ready for him to be like, I'm ending the interview. I want him to be like, I'm the MNF president, mofo. You know, show me some respect because it was that bad. But you knew I would have backed him. I would have understood because like I could not imagine trying to be him for even a day. Everybody just shits on him everywhere. And it's like you almost want to be a troll at that point because no one shows you respect anyway. So you might as well act like a fool, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Billy. Oh my gosh. Number one cause of divorce is marriage. Get out of here. You know what they say, Billy? Happy wife, happy life, right?
Yeah.
he hates that saying, and I think it's funny that I just said it. What's up, Zach? Zach's going to tell us about Truth with Tom. And that it is good news. I guarantee that. Ronnie ain't no getting over me.
Yeah. Ronnie Millsap. Gears, if you know that song.
I guess not.
Yeah, that's a good song.
Happy, if you don't get chubby. I expect it. All right, let's that's a pretty good comeback.
He arrived home this morning.
That's what's up. Oh my gosh. The wedding ring, the suffering. Yeah, that's great news, Zach. I did actually know that. And my God, it's been a long journey. If anybody does know Truth with Tom, you know, he was live streaming when all this went down. A lot of people, good job, good deal, Bonnie. You know, I'll be here a little while. So he was live streaming and it's been forever. It was still cold outside, I think. And so he's been through a lot from then. Go ahead, Zach.
It was November 3rd.
Yep, cold. It was a long time ago. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, Zach, so I typed this message to Bonnie that now I could just say. So I kind of almost feel like I did waste my time typing all that because I could just say it now. But yeah, like it only buzzes when you're not muted. So like we'll listen to the buzz and what you have to say, and then when you're done talking, you mute and it won't buzz anymore. But maybe it'll work its way out with your headset. Do I have to turn off computer mic to use the headset? I have zero idea. Tennessee Ridge Runner, what's up? Good to see you. Right before the election. Wait, what? Yes, Pat Barrett. Oh, yeah. My gosh. You know, how do I change this thing up here from military time? Because I was like, man, it does not feel like it's only been 15 minutes. And now an hour later, I'm like, it does not feel like it's only been 16 minutes. And I realized that I'm on military time. So I have no idea how long we've been here. Well, unless I do some math, I guess.
138, 128, 128.
How do is there a simple way to switch this over?
Oh, you mean like the counter of how long we've been up here?
Yeah, you see the little red box up there?
Yeah.
I'm so used to it being in hours and minutes. It's in military time. I swear for like an hour, I kept thinking, I know I've been on here longer than 15 minutes because I wasn't like really thinking about it. Now I'm realizing, oh, that's
your clock's broke.
Did you say my box?
Mine shows it. It shows 128.
That's because your stuff is set up right, I guess. He needs to talk about the jabs. Man, that is one of the many questions that this interviewer who was so trying to get under his skin starts talking about warp speed. I mean, these guys must sit at home and try to figure out ways to trip him up. And they kept talking about, they brought up the measles and they're like, well, you know, there's these new outbreaks. What should we do about it? What should we do? Shouldn't we try to do something? Shouldn't we, He said, would you recommend it? Won't you recommend it? And he kept pushing after they'd already kind of been at odds. And he finally says something along the lines of, yes, I'll recommend it, but I won't mandate it. And it's like, they were just trying to trap him in something. This is the one that 100 days. It was an interview. I can't think of the guy's name, but I definitely don't like the guy, whoever the hell he is, because he was just, I mean, it's one thing to have an opposing view, but at least try to get along and be like respectful as far as manners. And it was not going good, but I was also laughing out loud at parts. And they roll over and steal your blanket. No, he so reminds me of Al Bundy, and the actual Al Bundy. How many touchdowns at a Polk High game? Yeah, exactly. Billy, that's right. I think he tries to, but they got to stop victimizing him first, Bonnie. I hate to take up for the guy. I really do, because everybody hates him, or a lot of people hate him. But I mean, the thing is, even if he is completely wrong, like, I would not want to have to walk around and be him. Everybody's rude to him all the time. And I mean, that's kind of what he said. He said there's a process. I'm telling you, when you finally see this, or maybe it's probably on YouTube somewhere. I don't know. I don't think it's a good idea. Billy said with ABC, they'll probably strike me or something. Horseless man. I'm a horse. Shoes, man, color.
How's Atkins doing, Tim? Donna wants to know how Atkins doing.
Oh, Atkins got a little teeny short cast now, you guys. I'm gonna do the
All right.
So it's not all around her back and her, you know what I mean? She got a little teeny weeny cast. It's about 3 inches. It's so cute, yeah. But we still got 2 more weeks. Ugh. Pootie, that 2 more weeks. Yeah, when the vet tells you 2 more weeks, it's like, is everything 2 more weeks? Yeah, I'll have to do a video tomorrow. She's so cute. So cute.
That's good.
Oh, man. I really hope that Navy vet is still here. Shoot, I know he was earlier, and he asked me about.
He was charging up his headphones or something.
Yeah, so maybe he's here, but he can't talk. Well, I'll play it again if not, because this is really short. He actually sent this during 10 TV, and I sent it to you, but I didn't want to interrupt the show to explain it all. Good.
Oh, there's Nary Vivret. Okay.
So this clip came from him, and it's just an old Fast and the Furious, and they talk about baby oil, and it's like, I know it's just baby oil, but it's just kind of weird now knowing what we know. Like, was it a joke? You know how people have those inside jokes and stuff? Is that what this was? It's only 10 seconds. Just check it out. I did appreciate this. Like I said, I just didn't want to be rude on your thing live.
Hey, Mia, you better hide your baby oil. I'm just like, you better hide that big ass forehead. I was just joking. Whatever.
Isn't that funny? Baby oil. Why would they?
Well, and I haven't seen the movie in a long time. Maybe they said he was ashy or something and he needed to use a lot of it or what. But yeah, it's just kind of weird looking back now.
Yeah.
They knew what they were doing there. From panel on my phone. Now I'm confused.
Your
really,
phone
John? Ask Obama about baby oil. Oh my God. Oh my gosh, Obama. Oh my gosh, y'all. I know this also got sent to me, and then I saw Benny Johnson cover this too, because he covers everything. Oh, now I'll never find because I went off the script here. I'm sorry, y'all, but it's pretty crazy. It depends on how you look at it, I suppose. But
yeah, I know exactly what clip you're talking about. I've seen it a couple of times, and hopefully you can find it because
I got it. You do know, then, yeah. It's
yeah.
And
you can look at it.
Depends on where you put the comma, right? Or the dot. It's how you punctuate this sentence, but it sure kind of sounded like more than what. Yeah. So this actually came from Hotline, and I ran into it again with Benny, but Benny just talks it to death, and this is what it is this clip.
I wanted to talk, Marlon, a bit about, just so proud of how you are being a role model for dealing with a child that's transgender.
Absolutely.
And that's, that warms my heart, particularly as a Black man.
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah, that's all over the place.
warms my heart, particularly as a Black man. Would you care to share that journey?
So they're going with, she's talking to Marlon. Yeah. To Marlon Wayans is what they're saying that she's saying. But they could have edited this, and I swear it's almost like they're trolling us now. They're trolling us now. It's like a lot of people make the joke about her book. It's called Becoming Michelle Obama. It's like, oh, well, what do you mean becoming her?
There's some trolls in this house. There's some trolls in this house.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that really does crack me up. Hold
There's
on.
some trolls in this house. There's some trolls in this house. If you see them, point them out. If you see them, point them out.
She was actually really singing this.
House.
Funnier
There's some
part.
trolls in this house. If you see one, point them out. If you see one, point them out. Ooh, troll, 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 troll. To the left, to the left. Ooh.
She really was bright. Yeah, she went real far. That's actually a little bit longer. She's like, take it back now, y'all. She gets all in it. Like, cracks me up. And I don't know, man. That other guy I like a lot, the Tasmosis, or however you say his name, he's really, really awesome. But he put out a thing where she was talking bad about Allie Carter, and that she set her up or something. And I don't know, like, it's just like, man.
Cool. I think Bonnie said Zach might be ready to do his update. No? Okay. Yes?
Right. Michelle's favorite song is Justice League.
Justice League. I'm dying for that chili dog so bad. I'm about ready to get in the car and go down to the truck stop now. I'm like, you just pile that.
Oh no!
Oh, so Bonnie didn't hear it at all.
Oh,
that's what happened, I guess, because she was probably messing with her headphones. He's gonna redo it. That's cool.
Okay.
I kind of didn't catch that either. Billy explained that. That makes sense.
I'll be right back. I gotta get in my car. I just gotta do this.
The other Billy said the takeaway is her saying that he has to deal with a trans child. What I think was interesting was the body language. So when Big Mike said, as a Black man, because again, where do you put the comma? Is Michelle talking to dude?
That's what they're going with. But you know it sounded weird.
Look at her body language, though. When she said the words, as a Black man, her hand was pointing at her own chest.
Yeah, she was patting her chest, yeah.
She was pointing at herself. She wasn't holding her hand out and going like, hey, as a Black man, you see what I mean with the body language? Like going, as a Black man, hand out toward who you're asking, what do you think? No. She said, as a Black man, and then pointed at her own chest. That shit's weird.
Right. I'm sorry. Zach, are you ready to do your update on Tom now? Well, dang, you froze too.
The people who missed it, Tom arrived.
Uh-oh.
The people who missed it, Tom arrived.
He arrived home. I know. So,
The people who missed it, Tom arrived home this morning.
Awesome. Yeah. So Donna, Zach still has his channel. I think Billy's going to put it in case you're not subbed anymore or it's switched or something like that.
Night walk.
Of time travel. Oh my God. Get us on the right timeline, Watt. Hook us up. Bring us with you. Don't leave us. What was Tin said? She's got to go get her car. She's gonna go for a drive or something in the middle of the night.
Yeah, she's gonna go get her, from the truck stop.
Somebody heard it now. Medea. Oh my God. That's pretty funny. But yeah, like, I don't know, man. I know that even when I just saw the clip of it, I knew what she meant, but I'm still like, wait, what? What? You really said that? And like they said, you could have edited that. You didn't on purpose. I feel like they're trolling us the way Trump's trolling 2028. Like they're trolling right back.
Yeah.
As a black man, just kidding. I don't know. It's wild.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God.
They asked Caroline the other day about Trump making Canada the 51st state. He said he said he was serious.
Oh my gosh.
Said, no, he's not trolling.
Canada's
That's what they asked him if he was trolling.
Well, I mean, there's people who are really upset at what happened with their elections. There are certain provinces that are like, we're going to be our own entity. There's some that are like very angry about the idea of being the 51st state, like but their inner turmoil. I feel bad for them, man, because I don't know what to think. Do they have election integrity?
They supposed to have, but it's awful fishy the other day, and I was watching it because their numbers go up and down, kind of like ours did in 2020.
That's what, wasn't that what Krista was saying? That the numbers were switching around. So,
it was going up and down, switching back and forth, and it was crazy watching.
Well, that guy, what's his name? The rich guy, the country singer guy. They asked him about the Diddy parties. When we pulled away, I told you that's what he was going to say. Well, back to this Diddy stuff, because he just wanted to hear what he knew or what he saw, and he talks about that for a minute. It was, worth hearing his version.
This is some shocking stuff. So you're saying that these Diddy charges, you're saying that this was ubiquitous, that this is that you believe these charges, and that this was a practice that you either observed or knew of inside of the corporate music industry.
Yeah, I never observed it, but I did hear about it. And then if you look at who all is coming forward and leveling these charges, this is hundreds and hundreds of people. It's not like one guy or one girl leveling this against Sean Combs. This is hundreds of people. Again, they use it as a control mechanism. They use it for blackmail. These are not willing participants. I mean, if you read some of the indictments right now, they were blacked out. They were given something, roofied, whatever. They were basically knocked out, rendered unconscious, and then horrible things happened to them. And then they video it all, and then they show them the video and go, you better do what we say. I mean, honestly, Trump said when he was running that he wanted to institute the death penalty for human traffickers. Remember when he said that? I think they should get the death penalty. He said, especially for child traffickers, death penalty. You can't rehab these people. They should get the death penalty. I don't think that's actually happened yet. But man, I don't think that's a fate beneath what they deserve, especially for kids. If you're doing that, I mean, listen, this trial is going to be incredibly disturbing to people when they find out what's going on. And Sean Combs is just one of them. He's just one guy. There's operations like that going on all over the place. That's what Epstein Island was. By the way, Epstein Island's not the only island where that happens. They're doing it in places all over the world where they co-opt people and do this. And then, of course, you do have some people that are willing participants. Like if they bring in kids, for instance, they're trafficking kids. Well, if you're a grown person and you're standing in a room and something horrible is happening to a kid and you don't stop it or die trying, you're complicit. You get to go down too. Enough is enough. Again, you see that look on Trump's face every now and then when these subjects come up. Totally different look in his eye. You're looking at the granddaddy look. You're looking at.
He's right. There, he does get an angry look when you get talking about these certain subjects. But yeah, I didn't know this guy. I know I probably should have. He's probably awesome and all that, but I didn't know him at all. I bet I've heard a song or two by him and just don't know. Wait, what? Next month. That's a good day away. It got my attention though. I was like, wait, what? But yeah, he also says in one part about he'd be leaving teeth and fingernails. They knew better than to invite him. No problem, Donna. Zach's awesome. Yeah, that's true. Dangerous freedoms. So crazy.
Yeah, Blackwatch. I've seen a lot of commentary that's why I'm saying there's a lot of perspectives, and I'm curious what the sentiment is. Kind of seems like each province has certain opinions, you know, which is as it should be. But it's across the board. I mean, there are some people absolutely furious, and there are some people that are really excited. And I have no opinion myself. I'm not Canadian. I'm just curious. Anyone who is, and someone said a second ago, I think it was Anne, I wouldn't want to be a part of the USA. Like, respect, have that patriotism for your country. I totally believe in that. I think Trump is basically trolling with that 51st state joke for sure.
He definitely trolls.
He's trolling, but there is unrest in the provinces.
Okay,
There's lots
I'm
of different
sorry.
thoughts.
Big and Rich does sound more familiar than just the guy's first name. Okay, it's a group. Okay, maybe I do know a little bit, but still. What's up, Brian Lloyd?
Hey, Brian.
Okay, go ahead, Moody. What were you saying?
I don't know.
I'm sorry. I thought it. Okay, go ahead, Zach.
Tom McDonald actually did a song with John Rich.
And I guess I don't know that one. I do like Tom McDonald.
What was it?
I know that song. That's the
Something
song.
about
That's
cowboys.
that is kind of an awful song, y'all. I mean, it's catchy, but it's an awful song.
But it is catchy.
No,
Oh yeah, it's in my head right now.
it
Thanks a
wasn't
lot,
that song.
Agent J.
Yeah.
That musical
It
Tourette.
wasn't that song.
What? What?
10 months of link. 10 months of link.
I'm so sorry.
Oh man, I can't wait to see this chili dog.
It should be right there, but I'll just forward it.
Well, I would try to look for it, but I can't.
The song is End of the World.
Yeah, End of the World. That's it. It's cool. It's kind of like got cowboys and spaceships and everything in it.
Okay, I see it now. I was getting there. I was almost there. Hold on. There it is. I put it to your text. If you need me to put it in the chat, I can. But every time somebody new gets it, they come in here and be crazy. Oh, by the way.
103.
If you guys want to try to
103, everything's made in China.
Hopefully I do this. I think this is how it goes. Oh, crap. I hope I'm not lying to y'all. I think this is my email. It's terrible, but Billy can tell me if I'm wrong. But I put a new email just in case someone wanted the link and all that because my other one was so full. What's up, Garrett? That I was afraid. Not unless 10 can't get up here. Yeah.
Hey, Garrett.
I sent it to her. I can put it, I mean. I can put it in there if I, and that's everywhere.
Hey, Echo.
But yeah, I really thought he was pretty funny. I kind of want to play the part about the teeth and fingernails because, well, I mean, actually, it was a little bit further back. He was talking about why he never got invited to none of them parties because it wouldn't have went over well. And I thought that was pretty cool of him. I'm not quite sure exactly. I probably went too far back, but oh well. It's just like a minute or something, either which way. It was pretty cool of him. Well, and then I lost the spot again.
So I guess we're going to find out what the feds can prove on the trial. But if the charging documents are to be believed, he is a horrific predator and a real true monster. Mm-hmm. Can you shed some light on from the music industry's perspective on this practice? Is this regular inside of the corporate music industry? Is this how people are treated? This seemed to be like kind of a known secret among the entertainment community, and a lot of people sweating bullets, I think, right now who've been to these parties.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they should be. They should be sweating bullets. There are tactics deployed, in the entertainment industry where they will try to co-opt the big talent. They'll try to put them in positions to compromise them, get pictures and video on them, basically as blackmail, as extortion, where then they can make that artist do anything they want them to do. It is the most sadistic, wicked, satanic stuff you've ever seen. I have never been in one of those parties. I've never been invited to one, probably because they knew I would beat every last one of their asses into the wall if they tried something like that on me. I mean, there would be teeth and fingernails laying all over that room. And they knew that about me. And so I didn't get invited to those. But I do know people who have been invited to them. And they said, I walked in there and walked into a room and this horrible thing's going on. And I just turned around and just ran out and got back in the car and left. I mean, the stories about Sean Combs and some of these others, like after the MTV Awards, stuff that's going on in people's houses out in California. I mean, this is not fairy tale. This is real stuff. That's why the guy's in prison. Thank God we have Cash Patel and Dan Bongino and Pam Bondi. And we got some actual patriots out there who are going to.
And I certainly hope he is right about the Patriots and all this.
I mean, I think that's how they get you. Oh, do we have a chili dog?
I don't know. We have 10 back. I didn't even know Pootie wasn't in here. Oh, we're going to see the show.
My internet went out for a second.
Yeah. No more. We don't want the blackouts.
Yeah.
Dude.
It's storming.
What's up?
No, that's kind of not nice. Now I don't know what to do.
That's amazing. That looks good.
Uh-oh.
Dude, this is the heaviest food porn I've ever seen.
Oh, no.
I'm just saying. It was the only one on. It did kind of look good, though. Run and hide. Well, now 10 made me hungry. Steak time. Look. Did you even try to restart your computer and all that stuff? She's like, screw that. I'm eating. Wow. I'm trying to catch up. I swear. I'll take one with sauerkraut. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I do kind of like sauerkraut sometimes, and it's just like not all the time, but every once in a while. Here we go again. What do we got going on over here? So easily distracted. Oh my God. Here come the Pooties tomorrow. Just saying. Oh my God. We're like in the mind of 10 right now. She's like, chips, those kind of chips. Nope, those kind of chips. Oh no, that's my favorite. Yeah, with some tortillas. Yeah, that really is kind of what I like a lot for a snack. Some people can handle. I don't like the real hot, spicy stuff.
Dude, I hope you have a stockpile of toilet paper. You got chili, you got onions, you got hot dog, you got cheese in a can.
It's your bidet.
Yeah, it's really good though. I get the other ones and then I'm disappointed, or it's too spicy or something. That mild cheddar cheese is perfect for like tortilla chips. We are all coming for the demons. Wait, what? I didn't get that memo.
Oh, what with the Funyuns? Is that fun? I love that.
Water, lots and lots of water.
Mm-hmm. Funyuns are good. So we know she ain't making out with anybody today.
I did make him get that today. The mild cheddar cheese dip to go with my tortillas. That's why I said that cheese in a can's good though. Because I do. Okay, let me take you off of there. I do like those.
That's
10 will
fabulous.
be on the can. 10 can. Oh my goodness. Queso dip. Yeah, queso dip is good. Get the ruffles. Somebody said something about oh, what are those? Man, and usually it's Zach. No, what was it, Zach? Those certain chips. Well, you used to talk about the ones that are like a cone or something. What are those? Oh, I remember, but I'll
Oh,
let you.
bugles.
That's right. That's exactly
Yeah.
what I was. He'll put those in my head. What's up, MAGA?
Hey,
Man,
Maggie.
I just try to put my email in there. Or if you type your email in, I'll give you the link. You can come say hi. But I mean, I can. Billy, are you still put the link in for just MAGA and see if it works, and we'll delete it right after MAGA gets up here. Because I always want him to, but he says he's not good with emails and all the things. But he's awesome. Tinfoil worked. Are you in here, Billy? It might be time. Oh, shoot. Good to see you.
Now the question is, do you eat and drive or
Got a bag of bugles for my birthday.
Ooh, that's awesome, Zach.
I forgot you were streaming on other platforms now, MAGA. 10 does some a little bit, or on TikTok and maybe X. Love sauerkraut. Me too, Bonnie. Like it's just it's one of those very unique. You can't. It's very. You can only have. It's the only thing for it. I'm kind of waiting on. I don't want to speak for her, but like, yeah, I'm pretty sure she's on streams out to Wait, maybe not TikTok, but I'm just like, well, yeah, he said he's streaming on X right now, so he's probably not ready for it. But if you are ready, just say so, MAGA, and we'll put it out there for you. But no, it's not. It's X and somewhere else. Okay. Where's the other places that you stream out to, 10?
Let me see. I stream out to, well, we're on Rumble. We're on Favorited. We're on a lot of shit, man. Cause yeah. So, okay, YouTube, TikTok, Rumble, X, because we pay for the check on X, Favorited, and what's the other one? Flip. Yeah, we're on a bunch of them.
I knew much more.
But I don't do a lot on those. Like, I don't spend a lot of time on it. I just have the app in case there's something that somebody sends me. There's a link. And if you're not already set up sometimes with, like, something, you can't view it unless you're, like Odyssey or BitChute. One of those is kind of... But no, we're not on Odyssey or BitChute. That's right. Okay, I really want to eat this hot dog, like, right now, but it can't do it. I can smell it, man. I'm just like, oh, but I can't believe that. Like, that is not right.
Mute and eat, and then come back. Like, it's not a big deal. I would.
I'm just gonna go home and eat it, and then I can get back on the regular computer.
Right.
So it's just a quick little jaunt, and I'll be home. So
I'm gonna. What little has happened? The leaks and the prosecutions and stuff. It's not enough, but I'll put that on for a second. Pootie, are you still here?
Yeah.
Okay, it's gonna be right up your alley, I hope. Try to trust the plan right here, right quick. But really,
Okay, I need to get, but good talking to you guys.
good to see you, Zach. Thanks for updating on Tom. Stay in chat if you're gonna be up. Good night.
I wonder if I should crumble up my Funyuns and put it on top. Ooh. Have it like crunchy, soggy, but a crunchy.
I mean, that's what I was thinking of. Like, I talked about the bugles, but also the corn chips. Somebody talked about corn chips the other day. Those are good too. Those are good in chili. I don't know why. Would you have Funyuns? I don't know why not. Shit, it sounds like that sounds like a stoner snack.
Oh, definitely.
Half baked, right? He's like, Funyuns and water, lots and lots of water.
But I got a bag of Funyuns, and it didn't take onion, and they took the funyun out of, the onion out of the funyun, and they're not as funyunny as they used to be.
Uncle Ultra Mega said he was backstage. You must not have seen him.
No, I didn't. Shit, he's not there anymore.
You
I don't
gotta
even know
watch
how he
it.
got back there.
Yeah, she'll leave you backstage for an hour.
Oh my gosh, I was about to play this. Come back, MAGA. As in the back, so you must not. Well, come back. Sheesh. No, I didn't even hear it either. Usually it makes a beep. I was looking for, because when I leave the screen to play something else, I can't see this screen. I can't see it. I can only see the YouTube side. All right.
And Jay, I know you're secretly watching. I know it.
Dang it. See, now I can't play it because I got to wait, and he's not going to. As soon as I go to play it, he'll show back up. That's just the way it goes. I just wasn't expecting him because I thought he said he was streaming on X. Plus, I don't know how he got the link because I didn't think Billy put it out there, but I guess he did. Well, sheesh. You see it? Okay, so maybe he wasn't backstage. He says, I can't. Yeah. Sorry. That's what Billy's saying. Maybe he was saying he was streaming on X. I'm so confused. Anyways, well, at least I don't have to feel bad like I'm leaving him in the. That's what I thought I was doing. Well, now I lost 10. Oh, my God. Yeah. Well, as soon as she gets back, then I can let her back up. Well, pretty close. This is real short.
Top DNI Tulsi Gabbard refers Intel officials, 3 of them, to the DOJ for prosecution over alleged leaks of classified information. Officials are warned intelligence community professionals that Gabbard referrals will serve as a warning. Let's read. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard referred 2 intelligence community professionals to the Department of Justice for criminal prosecution. Two. She also said there's a third coming. 2. What's the Matthew McConaughey line? Those are rookie numbers. We need to pump up those numbers. Those are rookie numbers. Okay, let's go. We need 3 times a day. 3 times a day. We got to get referrals 3 times a day. Those are rookie numbers, but that's okay. It's a good start. Okay, got to start somewhere. What are they referred for? Criminal leaking, classified information. Fox News Digital has learned. An ODNI official told Fox News that the intelligence community professionals leaked classified information to the Washington Post and the New York Times. Classic move. A third criminal referral is on its way to the DOJ. The official told Fox News Digital the intelligence community professionals should take the move as a warning. Politicization of our intelligence and leaking classified information puts the nation's security at risk and must end, Gabbard told Fox News Digital. Those who leak classified information will be found and held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. But we know one.
I mean, I agree with him, though, that it's not enough. He's right, but...
Yeah. They're going to get rid of these judges, though.
Yeah, and he did, like I said, Gary Franchini caught Trump talking about getting rid of the judges. And it was pretty cool because, I mean, he used to be like hardly a nobody. And now he's interviewing the president.
Yeah.
But, well, shoot.
That's what I'm thinking anyway. You got to get rid of these judges, expose these judges and everything. So, because it ain't going to do no good to arrest them, anybody with these judges.
Right. Oh, there she is. Good deal.
I really wanted a chili dog.
I know. You're crazy.
I got in the car and went down to got some roller food because I got high. I was excited about the chili, and I know why. Because I got high. Because I got high. Because I got high. Oh, sorry. I was thinking that the whole way home. Okay. So I'm going to add my canned chili or my cheese with Funyuns on the top, guys.
What's up, Devil Dog? Good to see you.
Hey, Devil Dog. Long time.
Wait. Soy sauce, brown sugar, rice, vinegar, sesame, brown sugar, garlic, and onion. Man, that sounds good.
Basically teriyaki. What are we making now?
So,
Korean marinade. Yep.
I was just talking about this. It wasn't a backstage, so why not share it with everybody? But I cannot get the chicken fried rice just right. But the closest I've got is make your rice the day before, A little bit of teriyaki, a little bit of soy, a little bit of who's your sister? I'm sorry.
Who's your sister?
Your sister. That's my favorite. Billy says that, and I just love it because it's way better than trying to say that word right. But yeah, and it's pretty good. Like you make that egg. That was my brand newest thing, was learning how to do that. You just put a little bit, like a tablespoon of water in with your egg, and then you cook it really like thin, and for like a very short period of time. I don't know. Anyways, it's all right, but it's just not quite like takeout. I'm just keep messing with it and trying to get it right because I love chicken fried. It's close, but it's not perfect.
Do you
All right.
use like oyster sauce and
No.
Oysters. I use oyster sauce and something else. I had a Japanese
oyster sauce. Huh?
I had a Japanese aunt. She passed. She married into the family, so
she's got the secrets. She's got all the secrets, man.
Hoisin, oyster sauce, and what's that other thing? Shit. Mirin, a little bit of mirin. Yeah, I didn't know what mirin was either until my aunt.
Good to see you.
Mirin is the rice wine, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yep.
I have had that, but I've never used it because I don't know. I've never had a recipe actually. I've never had either it and the recipe, or I have the recipe and I don't have it. So I've never used it properly yet. Sounds like it's heavy. Hi, Amir. I haven't seen you.
Hey, what's up, Amir? Do you have an Asian section? Team Crunch all day in your store, in your grocery, or even sometimes an Asian market?
Do I?
Yeah.
There's like an aisle sometimes every once in a while, and I like have the Goya. Is that how you pronounce it? Like certain, you get like an aisle, but I don't know. I'm outside of the city now, so when I was in the city,
international aisle.
Yeah, international aisle. Yeah.
So this is just one more minute, and there was more, but I'll just play it, but I didn't get to it. To be
Jay,
honest.
it tastes really good, by the way, Jay. I'm gonna regret it later, like you said.
Official explained on Fox News Digital that they conducted an internal review and then sent the criminal referral to the Justice Department, the DOJ.
Like this is like draining the swamp from the inside out. This is what people aren't putting in. He goes way off in this one, and I didn't get any more clips than this one right here. So this is it. But if you think of it like checking everybody around you, because that didn't happen the last time, and they're all like trying to hit him in the kneecaps while he's walking a straight line. Like he's got to do something. So, anyways, I'm sorry. Let me just.
Would then send. What are the federal classifications, please? Okay. No. What are just the penalties for leaking classified information, please?
Leaking classified information penalties.
Okay, go find it and then put it up when you have it ready. Put it up. The official explained the process for their decision making, telling Fox News Digital that they conducted an internal review and then sent the criminal referral to the Justice Department. The DOJ would then send the referral to the FBI to begin a formal investigation. We are aggressively investigating other leaks and will pursue further criminal charges as warranted, the official Fox News Digital said. Any intelligence community bureaucrat who is considering leaking to the media should take this as a warning. The official added that the Trump administration will identify the leakers and the leakers will face legal consequences. Okay, producers, what are those legal consequences? Great. All right, here we go. Let's pop it up. There we go. From the Legal Information Institute. Shall be fined and imprisoned, not more than 10 years or both. Got it. Well, let's go ahead and make sure that we do that.
And then he goes on about, we just want to see somebody go to jail. We just want to see somebody pay a consequence. And it's true. People do want that. But they are doing things. Like they are prosecuting people and trying to clear out the people that are working against them. But I can't imagine being in the midst of all that.
But one thing, he's still showing the people how rigged the judicial system is.
Oh, yeah. And the Crossfire Hurricane is going to be a thing.
Yeah.
I forget all of that because it's so much information. And somebody said earlier that the Diddy is a distraction. And I get that. But I'm watching that, too, because it does tie in. And, they're the same. Half the people that were with Epstein were with, in the Diddy situation. And then there's all the people that aren't even there's so, then they talk about all the migrants and they're being trafficked in. There's just so much going on that it all does tie in, though.
It does tie in. They're all woven together. I think the theory that Diddy could be, because he's not as big as Jay-Z and Beyonce or J-Lo or certain names. So I think the idea that he could be an informant is interesting, or that he'll find a way to plea using what he knows. Maybe, right? Because he's going to try to save his own skin. I mean, he wasn't the only guy. Just because he housed the parties, does that make him responsible for what everyone did there? I doubt he held every video camera. So I wonder, his name is thrown a lot. Well, maybe that's, I don't know, part of the narrative here,
Yeah. Well, how they say, they had all the musicians and everything that did his party, but they said that, there's a lot of politicians there too.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So it all ties together.
Yeah, it does. The politicians, the celebrities, think about any political party and how many celebrities and musicians are called there. Even back in the 90s, there's a thing called Rock the Vote on MTV. And people like Madonna and
I showed that last week with P. Diddy and everything, like literally, and Obama. And they're saying he's like threatening people, like, if you don't get out and vote. I'm sorry, I was like agreeing with you and talking, and I was muted. And I'm
you were muted. Yeah, sorry.
I came in because if it wasn't last week, it was the week before, because I didn't realize how much that he tied into Obama. But yes, he was talking to him before he was even a president, and he was all vote or die was his thing. There was a lot of weird stuff. But Tin, are you here? Because this is what I was most worried when I thought you were gone for the night. I was like, oh no, I've got something I wanted you to be here with. Oh shoot, she's probably munching on the damn corn dog or something. Yeah. I do want to wait though, because it is interesting, and I actually got a clip so I'm watching my usual stuff, and it's all about the blackouts and everything that just happened. It's one of my crazy people I just love. But like, I was just hanging out with Tin. I think we were both on her stream, but also backstage. And she was talking about this certain phrasing that they used. And the very next day she tried to share it, and it was already, the narrative had changed. And it's like, she knew it was this. Well, this guy, I totally got a 1-minute clip. I think is awesome, but it's also in this big bunch of stuff I got here too. But I just clipped it down to a minute because her show's like faster, there's way more people and stuff like that. So like, the shorter the better, but it's perfect because it's exactly what she was saying. It was like, what did he call it? Atmospheric phenomenon. And then they switched the narrative real quick. But he said, anyways, I'm not going to tell you all the things. I'll just play it. But
yeah, I'm curious what anyone might think about that.
Well, he definitely goes too far on many different things. But the parts that I clipped are the parts that he talks about the Google algorithm. And that was one of the things that the blackout wasn't one of the major stories. And it's like, oh, there you are, Tin. You here?
Yeah, I'm in there.
All right. Well, I was waiting because I didn't want to do this without you, man. I was like, I swear, you were the first person. I was like, oh my God, not this clip specifically, but this is the one I was talking about. But it's in here somewhere.
This predictive programming. This is a viral tweet of the young people in Spain. It's super viral, 70 million impressions. Just a few days before Spain goes through a blackout. I believe this is priming, in a sense, with the algorithms. And I'll show you some examples of priming hypnosis. Many people call it predictive programming, but we've been calling it priming for a few years on this channel because it gets into marketing and promoting products through hypnotic techniques. And that's what's going on the movie screen called the mainstream news.
And see, we all pretty much agree on about that. Let me go and skip. He's talking about Spain declaring the state of emergency. Something like that.
zoom out and you see, no, a lot of people were wearing blue, even though this image.
I guess I came in a little bit further back, but yeah, like this stuff here about the Trump was the only one wearing blue. I don't know how I missed this so badly. Let me go back just a little bit. Oh shoot! Daggone. Sorry. This guy is a little out there, but I like him. I'm trying to get back to the spot with, because I was really not looking for the Trump part, but it was getting there.
I'm happy I'm still here. I'm going to keep on checking the platform to make sure it doesn't go down. I mean, today's been just wild with streams getting taken down in midstream.
Well, I don't know where that was. I thought it was right here.
Spain declares state of emergency as Portugal struggles with power cut transport chaos. Can this whole transport chaos, can the order out of chaos be the real ID? The new digital ID that's being dropped on May 7th and like a week from today? Could this be the order out of chaos? Getting us ready for this new, more effective tracking system for traveling, as you need this new ID to travel. Could that be what it is? Maybe. But whatever we see on the mainstream news, it's the image they want you to see. Whether that's Trump's blue suit draws attention, showing that no one else is wearing a blue suit, just Trump and everyone else is wearing black. But then you zoom out and you see, no, a lot of people were wearing blue, even though this image is saturated and it looks like everyone's wearing blue, but you can see that multiple people were wearing blue when you look back at the bigger picture. And this is very important to do in this field of research, that people like to zoom in on a topic and look at it through a micro niche, not looking at the bigger picture of what's really going on.
Okay, so the next one talks about Google algorithm. It's not even a full minute, but how this wasn't in the Google algorithm. The blackout, they didn't consider that good enough or big enough news, I suppose.
On the world stage, saying these are the next events to, I'm not even going to say some of the words, but let's look at the Google algorithm. This important story that's happening in Europe. Let's look at Google YouTube. Is there one video? You would think there'd be at least one video on this major story. Not one video on the Google algorithm of this major story, because you're not supposed to see this story. This is supposed to get swept under the rug. Is it because it's a mystery, or they just don't want you knowing what's going on? Could it be scarier than we really know? Could it be scarier because this is happening while President Trump is busy on his 100th day? It's Trump's 100th day. There was predictive programming on the Economist magazine, which predicts the future of Trump's face, shadowing.
This kind of tripped me out a little bit.
Blacking out Europe, Argentina, but Argentina is right here. His face was blacking out all the places that were blacked out. Predictive programming released on 322.
322.
Tim Pool. Let me go check the stream real quick. It looks like we're still good. Okay, good. I'm going to keep coming back to make sure the stream's still running effectively. Tim Pool usually does these live streams every day, but today he did a.
He thinks the White House asked him to report a certain type of way, but it's just all speculation on that. But this next part too.
Oh, interesting, because Tim Pool got a spot in the media section at the media runs for the White House. Yeah.
Right. This is the part where he talks about the atmospheric phenomenon or a cyber incident, saying it can only be one of the two, which is, I don't know. I just never thought of it like that. They give you two options and it's like it's one of these two, but it's not only one of those two. It could be one of, it could be something different. Anyways, real quick.
So a lot of strange stuff, a lot of strange, rare atmospheric phenomenons happening.
Here you go, Tim.
And when the media parrots the exact same word.
This is what I clipped, I think, right here, about a minute long for 10 right here, because this reminded me of the things she was saying.
Words. Atmospheric phenomenon. A rare atmospheric phenomenon.
Yes, over and over.
Rare atmospheric phenomenon. Rare atmospheric phenomenon.
And they scrubbed
rare atmospheric phenomenon.
Right, but you said they scrubbed it the next day. Well, that's why this guy is in the clutch for you, because we have this clip for 1 minute. Look at all the different. This is Newsweek. They're repeating
It's usually
themselves.
a type of hypnosis. You are getting sleepy. You are getting sleepy. So these are the two narratives that we can accept. It's a rare mystery of a atmospheric phenomenon, or it's a cyber incident. But could it be something else? People are saying that it's over with, and then other reports are saying could last up to a week. So,
well, because you were saying it was something else, right, Tin? Like,
I have
basically, right?
Well, this is what I found today on it. So now there's this other possibility, and I missed this, you guys. I was so busy looking at their graphs and all that other shit that I look at that I kind of bypassed a couple of articles. That the chili dog was really pretty good, but at my age, you never know. Are we going to need heartburn? Is it going to be diarrhea? Like Jay literally called me in the car and said, turn around, you're going to regret it. And I said, yeah, it's a 50-50 crapshoot at this age. But so it was delicious, guys. And if we go tomorrow, at least I got my chili dog. So, okay. So what I got to share here is I did miss this. Something passed by the sun the other day, guys. And I remember seeing something on it, but I don't know why I didn't go back and look, but this guy made me look. So I've got it's a 1 minute and 36-second clip on explaining. Yeah, because I was looking at this chronograph and I saw another picture and I was like, but see, I don't necessarily use the chronographs. I use the KP index. I use other things to gauge how the energy is coming in, because any of them, they all look like blasts coming off the sun. Okay, especially when I was first starting to watch this, but you need to go in deeper and look, to see the blast. But anyhow, this is what this guy says on it. So let me turn it up and I'll shut my pie hole.
Follow me for a second. First off, the blackout was not a cyber thing. More videos coming out about the strange thing that covered up the sun yesterday morning that they tried to hide. Made a video about it last night showing just how big it was and bringing up nodes and kachinas and other stuff, right? Then today they come out and they say it happened because a giant solar flare. Then all of a sudden the world, or part of the world, was plunged into straight darkness. No phones, no nothing. By the way, this is all satire. They want you to think they have more power than they really do. They're diviners and witches, so they do know what big events are coming in the future. Completely irrelevant. Watch this for 1 second.
Sufficient attention to the frightening scenario of a comprehensive cyber attack, which would bring to a complete halt.
Completely irrelevant, not related at all. But I'll say all the higher-ups, all the big people in this world, they know what's on the way. The changing of density and mass with these celestial objects going over and going around us and making certain pathways, weakening the Earth's crust and other things. Which is why we have the whole pole shift narrative. Of course, their narrative is off, but there is something. And that's something they want to take credit for. So when the world goes dark, it's not just dark, but there's major controversy all over the place. You could call it tribulation. Because the auroras in the Carolinas and all the crazy blasts on the Schumann frequency, all this stuff is not normal. Them hiding giant things going by the sun is not normal. Bookmark this video because these planetary bodies are just getting started. Let me know.
And there was no big blast, you guys, and I can prove that. We had 3 M flares during that time span. There was not an X. There wasn't even a high M. But yet there's a lot of the speed of whatever has been coming in. That's what changes things is the density, but yet the speed. And so, and I did see something, I think there's another planet out there, guys. You already know that.
Dude, you're tripping. I didn't even get to the rest of this. He's got other clips where he talks about these different swirling color things like other aliens or planets or something. And I'm like, wait, what? I didn't expect you to go there. I don't know. I'll mess it all up.
Well, the thing is when I first started studying the sun, I was staring at these chronographs like daily, and I would catch balls. And remember how I'd get so excited, Pootie? Like,
Yeah.
Balls. Okay. And then so like not they weren't real frequent. And then in the last couple years, I noticed that they were coming every 28 days. And then I noticed that there was an 11 o'clock to 5 o'clock or a 1 o'clock to a 7 o'clock. And I'm up in the far north, and they spray the hell out of us up here when whatever it is up there. I even caught it on the FAA cams. It's ultraviolet. But something must have passed by the sun, and everything has a magnetic field in it. Because we create energy, and planets have magnetic fields, and maybe the magnetic field of whatever's passing our sun doesn't like, and so it spits stuff, it vomits, does its little flares because of this thing. But I don't know for sure, because I didn't go to school for this shit, guys.
There's so many different ways. So that's why he said they're giving you these two options. You got to choose one of them.
Yeah, but no, I think there's a third one, and I still call bullshit, because we've got so much energy coming in right now on a constant. We're getting blasted C-class energy every second of the freaking day. Right now, let me go check. But
what about the renewable power stuff? And then in Spain,
that's all to try to throw you off.
Well, they definitely covered that. The guy was just showing you.
Shutting down a nuclear plant have anything to do with a power surge like that? What if they're shutting it down because they're scared, because if something does pop off, they can't get it shut down in time? Because the jumpers don't really know. And yes, I believe in jumpers too. Okay.
I don't rule anything out. And yeah, he also talks about the EU telling the capitals to prepare for a 3-day crisis for a different reason, but it was just weird, like the predictive programming again. But
and
this
yes,
one,
Billy, every 28 days that I started counting it out, every 28 days is when this planet would go from 11 o'clock to 5 or 4, or a 1 o'clock to a 7 o'clock. It was doing this weird turning shit. I can't even explain it. But everybody thinks I'm fucking crazy.
Nobody does. Nobody thinks we're crazy. We're all crazy here. What is it? We're all mad here.
For years, though, I've been saying, I see balls. And now I see balls all the time by the sun.
Wowza, but are they blue?
They're ultraviolet. They're ultraviolet balls. Yes.
Now, there has been stuff in the sky that looks like plasma almost.
Yep.
So, yeah.
And we've been
this is like 1 minute, and this is the same guy again, which he's a little out there, but this is just, he's covering all the different options that could be the reason why.
Hey, Hawk.
He says April 22nd.
Fully sustainable. 100% renewable power on the national grid. That's interesting. They went fully sustainable, and then the crash happens. The breaking news of Sky News, they were breaking this story early in the morning, and while they're talking about the power outages hitting, look right here in the corner. It says 10 years of darkness.
Yeah. Predictive programming right there.
Finding hypnosis, just like Candace Owens' Blackout book or Mountain Dew, Pitch Black, all these different break the internet, all that stuff that we keep hearing these words. 10 years of darkness. They're getting the minds ready for the next big event.
But also, one more thing, it's just a couple minutes about the EU.
Now, do you understand what this 10 years of darkness is really saying, you guys?
I don't actually understand.
My mother was born in 1929.
Mm-hmm.
She said what she learned from past history from her parents, right? And they were born in the late 1800s. It took almost 10 years for our economy to recover from that stock market crash of 29. 10 years. So when they're saying 10 years of darkness,
they're talking about the stock market crashing. Okay.
And then the shipments and the goods and, things are going to get really tight, but we all should be ready by now. We've been doing this for a long time, folks. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll shut up.
No, you're good. This is just like a quick minute and I'm done with it, this clip, but it is interesting.
The EU was telling the capitals in Europe and all that to prepare for a 72-hour crisis, for a 3-day crisis. They were being told to prepare. That's super strange, right?
And they thought it was because of WAR.
Also, there was a UFO. Remember the spiral UFO?
Yeah, you're right. Here's the stuff I was talking about, Tin. You were talking to, and I was like, wait a minute. What did you just say? Check this out.
That illuminated the skies. That was in Europe as well, just like a couple weeks ago.
But was that a UFO or was it a star?
We don't know. This is what he's saying, and he parallels this to another incident too. Watch.
In Hawaii
as
well, like a month prior to the fires, there was UFOs in the sky. They were green UFOs, which were mapping the territory. So maybe this was some sort of mapping the territory or something like that. Maybe not mapping it, but who knows? This is just some strange stuff. You got a UFO in Europe a month ago, and also all these reports about preparing a month ago or a couple weeks ago, and also the sustainable energy grid that was built just like a couple weeks ago. So the EU Commission was telling people to get the survival kits and be prepared for 3 days because of a war threat. Europeans told to gather supplies for 72 hours.
Yeah, I heard you, Tin. You were right. Yeah, for sure.
And
but how interesting, though, right? Just a
couple
seconds.
And then this event happens.
That's okay. And then a couple days, and this event happens, and then that's it, pretty much.
Well, the thing that's interesting about this is we showed back probably about 6 months ago a video where I was showing. Okay, I remember about the time now. It was right after the Miami mall incidents, okay, and it was right after. It was after the guy that was punching through the house that I said that. Okay, I showed a video where they were literally mapping out and gridding out, places in areas with a green laser, and a bunch of people caught it, and it was grid marks, and they were gridding out this area. They were map gridding it, and so they've been doing it for a long time. Because they're most likely something is going to happen. Like, I've got a fear. Now, let's go back in history. About this time in history, major cities burned. Oh, yeah, because there was always a bitch milking a cow, and the cow kicked over the lantern, right? That happened supposedly in San Francisco. That happened in Seattle. That happened in Chicago. Think of all the great fires, you guys. It was all part of the reset. And I think that's what's happening. They did it in parts of Hawaii. They're doing it in California. It's all 15-minute city shit. But it's holding to take away our history because they don't want the next generations to know the things that we do. Because we're the last generation, X. We grew up where we didn't have fucking phones in our faces. We played with dirt. Nobody gives a shit about our feels. I don't care about mental health, okay? They didn't care about my mental health then.
Girl, hey, Hawk, good to see you.
So anyhow, it's all part of it's all part of it, you guys. But somebody knows what's going on, and I think it's coming from the sky. Because why would God tell me to study this shit 4 years ago when he knows I don't have this kind of background? I have a medical background. Why would he tell me to study the sun? But I listened to him. I listened to God. And you know what? I think God's been trying to tell me something. The only thing is I got to get somebody better to explain it because I sound all fucking crazy.
No, not at all.
But I do to a lot of people, and so it's hard for me to, because I get really excited to tell you there's a planet out there. Okay.
South Park Wonders. What's up, Bonnie? You're back.
Bonnie. Oh,
how's it doing now?
It's a little better. I mean, if I would have shut the F up, if I'd have thought I was going to run you off earlier, I was just trying to mute in between. Then I felt bad.
It's just a little better.
It doesn't bother me at all. It's not that bad at all. What do you guys think?
Way better, Bonnie.
There you go. Way better.
Way better. We went.
Yeah, because it like literally, I thought you said you heard it back. Like you'll be quiet and you'll say something and go right behind you. It's not doing that, so it's got to be better.
It's definitely better, Bonnie. It's definitely better. Because last time, anytime you said something, like 1 second later, it would just start doing that. But you don't have that now.
Literally, clearly, she enunciated what I said. Because then when you were talking, that was
I'm glad you
you
came back.
spoke it out way better. I'm all reenacting it.
Cola, check your text.
Told you a steak is the cure for everything.
I love that, man.
Oh, Wayne, he said his better half is still believing it. Good. There's something really, you guys, if it is out there, just, tomorrow's not promised. Just be good today. Don't be a fucking shithead. Be good today, because tomorrow's not promised, right? Yeah, that sounds good. I'm really jacked up. That corn dog, or that chili dog really did me.
Who was that said something about the mineral deals? Yes, they supposed to sign it today.
What is it?
The mineral deal with Ukraine, they supposed to sign it today.
The mineral deal?
The precious minerals.
From who? So he was trying to get a minerals deal with another country. What country? I'm sorry. I'm dinging. Ukraine.
Ukraine. Yeah.
Ukraine's loaded with all kinds of precious metals and all kinds of resources.
Minerals.
Plus, they're the breadbasket of
What
Europe.
about buffalo farts? Good God. Sometimes you're like, I'm so far behind, Mom.
But now you've got Putin going after UK because of giving Ukraine
fun play stuff.
Yes.
In other words, party favors for the what is it? The military industrial complex. Yeah, that big word.
Yep. Poppers.
Poppers.
Well, everybody's talking about playing in the dirt and all this, like when we were kids, but I totally saw my grandkids that there's a gravel driveway, and my grandson and apparently my granddaughter too now love the rocks. Like,
oh, good.
You could put any toy in front of them. They want to play with the rocks. So, like, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, but they like to play outside. They like to
I'm going to be honest, Wayne. I only had a couple bites of the hot dog, and I ate the rest of it. So, okay, because the hot dog had been sitting on the roller for a while. I could kind of tell, but it was like 50-50 crap. Should I try it? Yeah, 2 bites, and I threw that away. But I did top it off with a bunch of crunched up Funyuns, and it was tasty. Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Mud pies. I remember mud pies, and just we really did have it good, you guys. And these kids these days, I feel sorry for them because they'll never experience stuff like we did.
I do too. I try to get them outside. Yeah. That's not true though. It's up to we can affect our grandkids because I feel like we all dropped the ball with our kids. I think we all made it too easy on our kids, and now they're like brats.
Yeah, they're brats. And it's because we thought we had to dress our kids in all the name brand shit, and they had to have the best looking kicks, and that was really bad. I got so sucked into that consumerism shit with my kids. Probably, like, I really wasn't a name brand kind of girl until my kids came around, and then they're like, "Well, I want these certain shoes, I want these certain pants." Yeah,
We are
were you guys in the name brand? I mean, I remember, like, what was that? Those jeans.
I tried to get her nice things
or something. Brooke Shields and her jeans or something.
Like Guess jeans or Calvin Klein.
Calvin Klein. And who the hell could afford those back then? Or my parents didn't buy me no Calvin Kleins.
No.
But it's not even that. We did small things like, tell our kids we love them and like not let them go places where we didn't know the parents. Like our childhoods versus our children's childhoods are night and day. At least mine is. Like, you know what I mean? Like when we were little, we could do almost anything. Like we actually babied our kids compared to I babied mine compared to what I was raised on. Like I wanted to know what was going on. And I probably was annoying. But anyway.
Yeah, I just got really caught up into that consumerism shit, you
I
guys.
spoiled my daughter. Here's something I did I know was wrong. And it goes with what you're saying, Tin. If something broke and my daughter would be upset, oh, well, we'll buy another one. Like, that is not what you're supposed to say. You're supposed to be like, let's put some tape on it, or, well, you were too rough with it. Not, oh, let's just go buy another one. I did the same thing. You just want to see them happy, And it's
Excuses, like I really wanted those Gloria Vanderbilt jeans or whatever they were. And I grew up in Levi 501s, man. Like, yeah, Levi 501s, sweaters and flannel shirts. Yeah, that's the Pacific Northwest look. Just saying, okay? That's how we dressed. Okay, but no, and now I can tease, I didn't buy my first luxury handbag until my daughter wanted a luxury handbag. She wanted a coat. And this was back in 2007. She wanted that Coach purse so bad, and I was like, I was not going to buy a brand new Coach at that price, so I sat on eBay trying to snipe one for her, And I got one for like under $100, and I thought, oh man, that's a lot of money. $100, $80 for a purse,
Right.
And then what do I do? A year later, I turn around and I'm like, I want a Louis Vuitton. Yeah, okay, that'll be yeah, all right. And I don't even use it. It's just sitting up in I got caught up in consumerism.
Right.
Guilty.
Have you guys been following much about the Virginia, the Epstein accuser, and I can't think. Her name. She has two different last names, but
Virginia Joffrey.
Joffrey is now, I think, but she went by two different names, which really threw me off. But it's the same person. I have a couple different people talking different things between her lawyer, her dad, this one, that one, like everybody.
What about her husband? Wasn't he a famous race car driver, an English?
I don't know, but they were estranged, and there was things like that. Are they not cool anymore?
Oh, okay, because she met the race car driver, and that's part of the reason how she was able to escape Epstein.
Huh. So I guess it wasn't her man. I don't know.
Maybe she's estranged, or because that was a lot of years ago.
Right.
Who've raised questions about how she died. For example, her dad told TMZ that he wants a deeper investigation by Australian authorities. He points to social media posts like this one from 2019, where his daughter writes, quote, I am making it publicly known that in no way, shape, or form am I suicidal. I have made this known to my therapist and GP. If something happens to me, in the sake of my family, do not let this go away and help me to protect them. Too many evil people want to see me quieted. Giuffre's lawyer also spoke to UK media outlet The Sun and said, quote, when I got the call, I was like, are you joking? Because there was no sign that was something she was considering. Giuffre is one of, if not the most well-known accuser of Jeffrey Epstein. She claims that Epstein trafficked her when she was a minor. She also accused Prince Andrew of Britain's royal family of having sex with her when she was underage at 17 years old. This is the now infamous picture that was included in her lawsuit against the prince. It shows Giuffre and Prince Andrew and convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell smiling at the camera in the background. Prince Andrew and Giuffre settled out of court in 2022 after she sued Andrew the year prior.
I know a lot of people probably already know a lot of this, but it is kind of crazy. Like, people are coming out saying she didn't do this. Like, her family said that she did, which is kind of weird to me. Why? What, did they get paid off, or what happened with that? Why is her family saying that? Gaucho pants. I know about gaucho pants, Tin. Oh my gosh.
I think I had gauchos in like 4th grade or something, but they were more wide leg, and now they call them capris.
Things go in style, back out, and back in again, because I know I wore gauchos when I was in my 20s, and that was a long time ago too, but it wasn't the same time that you're talking about. So they've been in style, out of style, back in style again. You know what I mean? The way they do that. Same with bell bottoms and wide legs.
The only thing I don't want them coming back with is padded shoulder, like
shoulder pads.
Yeah, shoulder pads in any of your suits and women's suits. I hated that look, man. Because it made me look, my husband even said, He looked at some pictures of me wearing like an outfit that I had, like a blazer that had those. He goes, man, you look like a football player with those big beefy. Like, wait a minute. I was little. I'm only 5 foot tall, and I'm probably about 100 pounds in that picture. Shit.
Freaking Virginia, despondent.
Oh, it's Squirts. Yeah, I remember Squirts. And the wraparound.
I was despondent.
I know. I love it though.
Oh no, the shoulder pads are back. Trust me.
Oh, the shoulder pad phase was bad.
It was.
I remember cutting the shoulder pads out of things as a kid. Like I was the child, and people would, and I'm like, no, I don't want this. Which is because when you're like scrawny, you know, and there's not much to you anywhere, and you get these big old shoulder pads, you look goofy.
Yeah, but when you're like 13, you cut them off and stuff your bra with them.
Oh my God.
Allegedly. I've heard.
Stuff your bra with them. Oh my gosh.
You know,
Good
bro,
idea.
you know it's true.
Yeah, because they didn't make those things to add to your bras. Like
Nope, not yet. You cut that thing off and you stick it right in there. That's a fact.
I remember, oh gosh, I am so far behind. I remember having only curling irons, and like there wasn't a such thing as a flat iron yet, you know, to straighten your hair. And I remember I invented that in my mind, and I didn't patent it because I was just a kid. And it's crazy. You like live long enough, and it's like everybody has a flat iron or whatever you call it, you know, straightener. But there was no such thing. People used to take their curling irons. I feel like a million years old right now. But they used to take their curling irons and turn them upside down and go slowly down your hair when you had frizzy hair or curly hair. And that's how you straightened it before there was a flat iron or a straightener, you know?
Or you
But
don't
there
go
was a
for
crimper.
straightening it because you had a crimper. Y'all remember
Yes.
the crimper?
Crimper.
This is I walked
Or
in.
you had a black friend in high school and you want to go out and party, and she says, I need you to iron my hair. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And she's like, whipped out the ironing board. She flipped her hair over. She goes, put the towel down. I got it on a light setting, and I literally ironed her hair. And like, why didn't I think of the flat iron?
I swear I did, but I was just a kid.
Oh.
Well, that's my aunts and mother and all them did flat. They were white, but they put their hair on the ironing board and flattened it. And they told me about it.
Yep, with the
Do
towel
mine.
on a low setting, and yes, I ironed out this little girl's, my friend's
Burnt
hair.
hair. I can just smell it now. I still wear skirts and low-rise jeans. I cannot stand high-waisted.
You know, we used to call them mom jeans, and like now it is like teenagers wear mom jeans now, that way high up.
Yes.
You can't hardly find them. They're not cool anymore. They go below your belly button.
It's because they got tummy control on them, and it's Kim Kardashian's fault because of this.
Damn it, Kim.
It is. It's all Kim Kardashian's fault why we got mom jeans now. But I actually like
pads
those.
in the back.
I like those in the 80s. I know that sounds weird, but I liked everything just sucked in really tight. You know, that's the way it was.
I remember. You guys remember leg warmers? Oh my god.
Oh my god, those were
I
ugly.
still wear leg warmers. Hell yeah.
I still have them too.
Oh,
Virginia's like, I have leg warmers on right now. What do you got to say about it?
Oh
Yeah.
no, I insulted you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I went from leg warmers to little mucklucks, long, tall muckluck shoes, you know, the slippery ones. Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
a mucklucker.
The leg
I don't know what
warmer
those are.
thing too is, if y'all remember, stirrup pants. You remember where?
I love those.
Oh my god, I
You know what
know.
I'm talking about, and it had
Yes,
like,
they
I
made
know
you.
about those.
They made you look so good.
Or the
man.
bowling alley. You used to be able to smoke at the bowling alley, Mary Freeland. That's what was great.
the mall.
yeah.
The
airplane.
mall. You know, listen, I so shouldn't tell the story about my little grandmother, rest in peace, but I have to because you'll know a little bit more about me. My grandmother was so funny. She was like 10. She was like short, like 5 foot tall, whatever, a little bitty person, but big in spirit. But she was so funny. She's like, she knew that you couldn't smoke in the mall that we went to all the time anymore, but she used to be able to smoke. So she would like smoke her cigarette going through the mall and like cup it, like, you know, like, you're not.
Yes.
And if somebody would come up to her and be like, ma'am, you can't smoke in here, she would play the, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, oh, I didn't know. And she'd put it out on her little kid because she wore kids because she was awesome. You remember the little white kids? Anyway, she played it off so good when they came up. I believed her. But I knew better. I knew that she knew she couldn't smoke in that mall, but she thought it was bullshit. So she did. And then when they came up on her, she would go, oh my gosh, I haven't been here in so long. Last time you could smoke, because it was true. God, I love my grandmother. I can't believe I just snitched my grandmother on a live stream. She was so cool, though. I loved my grandmother so much. She was funny.
Hey, I would do it. I don't care. I can remember smoking in the hospital.
Yep.
Man.
It was absolutely ridiculous when they started that you cannot smoke in a bar is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard of.
Yep. That shit
And you
makes
cannot
no
smoke
sense.
outside.
Church, I get it, but the bar, no.
And outside.
You gotta go. Need a sandwich.
Yeah, I gotta go. Yeah, I gotta go. I
Much
gotta get
estrogen,
around, get ready for bed.
Good night, Pootie.
I'll
Thanks
see
for
y'all
being
later.
Good night,
Take care,
Pootie. Angels on your pillows.
Good night.
Good night. We ran him straight up out of here.
I think it's 1 o'clock his time though.
Yeah, it's late here. I don't know what, everything's jacked up. I got military time, how long we've been here. The wrong time because it's a new laptop. Okay, I see what time it is. It's almost 1 a.m. my time, which is still early for me, but still.
Me too.
Yeah, is that we have the same time, Bonnie? It's one in your world. I know we've probably done this 1,000 times, but
Sydney and I are on the same time.
Yep.
Yeah,
We're in the
they're
same
up all
state.
night.
We're in the
still
same
yesterday. Y'all's yesterday. We're sitting here.
yeah. And what life has been in tomorrow? His son went to bed because it's tomorrow. So, did you guys remember? Did y'all see where the prince responded to Virginia and said that the one thing he said that got me, like he didn't used to sweat. Sorry, I don't know if you know what I'm saying. You've seen it. It's just been a while here. But it is pretty funny. And
that's because he's a lizard.
Yeah, probably.
And lizards don't sweat. They don't.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense, though, right?
In London.
I have no recollection of ever meeting
He
this
doesn't
lady.
remember meeting her.
None whatsoever.
But they show that every time they cover the story, they always show the picture. So you met her, dude. We know that you met her. If nothing else, you at least met her. But yeah, he did all the things.
You don't remember meeting her.
No.
Giuffre had claimed that the prince bought her drinks and they dined together and they danced together at a posh, members-only nightclub in London. Prince Andrew said he never spent time with Giuffre, and he claimed that on the date that she claimed that they were together, he was actually with his kids. And he went on to say that he didn't know where the bar was at that nightclub because he doesn't drink. And in what was an infamous moment as part of this infamous interview, Andrew disputed Giuffre's description of him profusely sweating. He said this to the BBC in that 2019 sit-down interview.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat. Or I didn't sweat at the time.
Giuffre claimed,
or I didn't sweat at the time.
Yeah,
I don't sweat,
yeah.
or I didn't sweat at the time. Get out of here,
Because he
guys.
had lizardism.
I guarantee it.
Yeah, he had lizardism. Lizards. Since when have you ever seen a lizard sweat or a snake? Think about it. I don't think they do.
So
I'm gonna ask Alexa. Alexa, do lizards sweat?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, no lizards do not have sweat glands, so they cannot sweat.
See, lizards don't sweat.
Wow.
Confirmed by Alexa the male.
Heard it here first, folks. That's why he doesn't sweat, because he's a lizard.
And yes,
All right.
Alexa's a male. She's transgender. She's turning, I guess.
Ask Alexa if lizards are allergic to spices.
Alexa, are allergic? Oh, wait a minute. Stop, Alexa. Alexa, are lizards allergic to spices? Alexa, okay. Good
Happy
morning.
birthday, Leonard. Turn 75.
Well,
How
good
are you
morning to
today?
you too. Okay, Alexa, stop. I got a question for you. Okay, ready? Are lizards allergic to spices? Okay, now you're gonna get Alexa, wake up. Hello, Alexa, are you there?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Can you tell me if lizards are allergic to spices? You guys, she's not responding at all.
Dude, we broke Alexa.
She's avoiding the
I've
question.
been looking at this too. Like there's certain people, they have to have really bland food, like they're allergic to pepper or chilies or like spices, legit spices, right? And I kind of looked into it, and there are certain reptiles who are allergic to spices. Now, Wayne is saying yes. I don't know if it's to what we're asking. So that's interesting. Alexa will not answer it because I don't know.
Yeah, she's not even acknowledging me.
Huh. Wild. That's funny. That's crazy.
Giving us the silent treatment. That's a woman.
Yep.
No, just kidding.
Everything y'all just said makes me sound like a daggum lizard now.
No,
you don't sweat.
Allergic to spices, not sweating.
Oh shit.
What else did you say?
I don't know. That's the one that got me, was the not sweating. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I never seen a lizard or a snake sweat. So that's what, and they always love heat lamps.
Yeah, they do love the heat. Mhm.
Did y'all know? Did y'all know that was the third accuser of Epstein to die?
Oh yeah.
I did not realize that.
Well,
oh
the
my
lady-
gosh, B.O.B. That's why she said, "Oh my God, I'm muting." I missed that.
What was that?
B.O.B.
Oh, that's
boyfriend. He's being silly.
Nobody's doing that. It's
He
Bonnie
knows.
getting feedback, so just bear with us. We love Bonnie. We'll take her buzzing or not, right?
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I said. Just mute in between. We'll listen to you buzz when you talk.
Yeah.
Mute in between. I know it sounds worse than I meant, but whatever.
It is weird, dude.
Well, it's kind of funny for real. Wait, what? Unless some lab rat somewhere fed some lizard some spices somewhere, then upload the results, it won't likely find anything. I guess he's got a point.
Well,
Is that
but someone would have
now?
had to feed the AI that information. And it's kind of like, unless you look into reptiles,
Oh my
and I had a
God.
reason for doing this, honestly, it's kind of dark. But I thought one of my family members, and Bonnie, I'm not saying everyone allergic to spices has this, all right? But I had a family member, and I'm like, man, there's something interesting about this person, the size of his body, his physical features, and some of his food allergies and what he did for a living. And I started to look into it a little bit. And one of the features of this family member is that he was allergic to cinnamon, black pepper, like any kind of like strong spice. And it kind of blew my mind a little bit. And I've always thought about it.
Let
is
me
as
ask
far as-
Alexa if they're allergic to a specific spice. We'll try
Okay,
to see.
let's try it. Yeah,
Alexa,
reptile.
are reptiles allergic to cinnamon?
Here is what I found. Cinnamon is considered safe for rats if given in moderation. However, you should always check with your veterinarian before feeding your pet any new foods.
See, she's listening. She's awake. She just wanted to avoid that whole other question, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't
And
know
she
if my
she just still didn't answer it. She just said rodents. I said reptiles. Since when is a rodent a reptile? Are they even? I don't think they're even related.
Well, Wayne has said a few times, I grew up with reptiles, and he said, yes, true. And I think he's talking about what I'm saying, like spices are not good for him. And Garvey, as far as people, yeah, capsaicin can help, but I'm just talking about anything in the reptile family, and like black pepper, cinnamon, like warming spices, anything in that family. probably chilies, you know.
And I think the queen was a lizard. She was either a lizard or a vampire. Because I'm
This
still
is why
trying to understand why her casket was lined with lead.
and why all their food is so bland.
Oh, see, they were something.
Well, the queen, man, that's a tough one, Tin. I was thinking about this just last night. I shit you not, about, you know, okay, she's probably the last monarch female that will run for as many years as she did ever again, because you know, that it would take a lot of different things for another woman to be put in there, right? And with, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So she's like the last one, and everything that she lived through, saw her parents, the connections of it, like, I don't know what to think. It was Bonnie that was showing how they're moving Princess Diana's, allegedly moving it or talking about digging it back up. And I'm like, okay, are these folks usurpers from a certain point? Because you could go back in this for a while and argue going back to the 16th century and before. Are they legit, or did they wriggle their way in, so to speak? And the sentiment is generally positive. Like, people love her. I mean, all of us did. Man, I always loved to see something from the queen. And at the same time, you see those pictures with the black eye or the red eye, or the story about the native kids in, I think, Canada that disappeared.
Yep.
You know, there's a whole rabbit hole there. You look at these incidents and it's like, oof, oof.
Well, and they even show a picture of the queen with a black eye on the left side. It's always the left side that they do it. And I think they put a vril in there. Yes, that's what I think is a lizard. And yeah, maybe from that stupid show, the vril. But you know what? I believe. Look, nothing's off the table.
Right.
All right. So what if it's not a literal worm, but it's more like an injection? You know what I mean? Like an injection of some serum that, you know, a lot of these people live for a long time.
Oh yeah, like the chrome, the juicy chrome.
Yeah. What if it's an injection of that?
What if what is? Yeah, I mean
the red eye, the red.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If they're injecting something right up into the eye to the pineal gland or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Through an
nothing
orbital.
shocked me. But Bonnie, I wish that you don't have any kind of regular schedule on your live streams, huh? You just kind of go when you're feeling it. You don't, I can't say Mondays or Tuesdays or none of that, because you just go whenever you feel like it.
Oh,
Well,
look,
it's
trust
usually-
is. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bonnie.
It's usually Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday.
Dang, girl. Hold on, Monday. Is it really? How come I'm so dumb that I'll be there, but I don't catch on that there's certain days? Monday, Tuesday, Saturday, and what else?
Thursday, Saturday.
Oh wait, Thursday.
But that's not always, because I was looking for her the last 2 days and she didn't go live. And I was like, oh, Bonnie's taking a rest. She's got to do her thing and just take a break. And
that's totally acceptable.
Yes.
So and 10 is Tuesdays and Sundays.
Did you see what Truss wrote?
Oops.
He answered lead coffins. Interesting answer by Google.
Wait. No, I'm over here. I just
told
don't
you
want
she
to.
was buried in a lead coffin. I thought that was some strange ass shit.
Wait, what is it?
Why lead?
Okay, Sue, I think you're behind. Well, I can't tell her anyway, but I think she's behind. But yeah, that's the trick. You go trying to tell somebody and they can't hear you because they're behind.
So it wouldn't pop up, maybe?
I know, chat it will. I think you are behind.
No, I mean the lead coffin.
I'm gonna,
Bonnie.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was thinking you meant something else. I'm over here talking about Sue.
Alexa, why was the queen buried in a lead coffin?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, lead helps keep out moisture and preserve the body for longer and prevent smells and toxins from the body escaping.
Why would they care, like, if it leaked or smelled or anything? Like, what? She's worried she's gonna be a stinky dead queen. It's like, well, what do you think you're gonna be a stinky dead queen? You're gonna be fresh. You could be smelling like roses. We're all gonna be stinky when we're dead. People that have
Any
radiation.
camera
Oh, they've had radiation treatment? Yeah, interesting. You said why are they buried in lead coffins?
And Mary asked, can any camera penetrate lead?
I'm looking for, okay.
Oh.
What's
probably I don't think so. Because why did they take the lead out of paint? It was also that way the 5G could go through the walls.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. Whoever is eating lead paint, that's a bunch of bullshit. Because I didn't eat no lead paint. Did you eat any lead paint?
Mm-mm.
Were you like on the wall or your headboard? I wasn't doing that.
But the babies were. That's my kids. The windowsills, when they used to stick out, they would look out the window and gnaw on the windowsill. Or on the crib, whenever you painted a crib, each time you had a baby, they would chew on the top railing of the crib.
Oh, I mean, you use a squirt bottle like you do with a cat.
No.
Don't do that.
My kids would have been. My kids would have been drenched all the
Oh my God. Yeah.
Well, at least it would be child abuse, technically, right?
Right.
Yeah, because you're not like putting your hands or harming them. You're just, and water is harmless. Water's.
That's true. Well, for the most part that we know of, no, allegedly. You just never know. So
back then we didn't think nothing of it.
Yeah, that's true. Why would you? Exactly.
Yeah.
So
like
anybody that's not
they sent to school.
Right. If you ain't sub to Best Life, if you like knives and watching live streams where people do stuff like make knives and things like that, then sub him up because he does it. He's trying to get back in the habit of going live more often, but he's not on a regular schedule, which makes a huge difference.
Okay, I got another question here. Tress said lead crunchy like cornflakes. They've been talking about they've been finding heavy metals in the kids' cereals and stuff. Okay. Why they putting it'll be these weird flaky stuff, and somebody took a magnet to it, and I saw it, and no. Maybe they're putting a lead in our food.
I don't know. Well, RFK is supposed to be making our lives healthier. I don't know what's really going on, but I certainly hope so. So I know this is like back and forth because we weren't talking about it anymore, but this is a short thing about that Virginia girl said about Ghislaine Maxwell. It's only 30 seconds anyway, but it is interesting that I never knew she spoke out on her at all. And it's probably all true. Why would she lie? She said that's.
I remember this.
News this in 2020 about Maxwell.
She say 2020. I guess maybe I did, but I probably didn't really know who she was in 2020, and now of course I do. But
she is a monster. She's worse than Epstein. She did things even worse than Epstein did.
In the wake of Giuffre's allegations and the out-of-court settlement, Prince Andrew resigned from public roles with the royal family in 2020. His mom, Queen Elizabeth, stripped Andrew of his royal and military titles in 2022 before she died later that year.
Just in time, right before she died. Hey, give me that back.
Yeah, I still think that she either was taken out by them side, or they decided it was time to put her in witness protection, because
I
maybe
hope that's the
maybe her
case.
family wasn't playing ball. Maybe they, because money talks to people.
Something was off because they say she did it. She did, you know what, to herself, but other people seem to think different. Her sister-in-law spoke out. This is real short too, because this is just different people's viewpoints. This one is what her sister said.
Giuffre's sister-in-law, Amanda Roberts, posted this journal entry she says Giuffre made on Facebook. You can see it is handwritten. First, I'll start with what Amanda said. Quote, while spending time with family and celebrating our sister, we were going through journal entries that Virginia had written over the years and stumbled upon this quote and thought it was a beautiful moment to share with you all. Survivors should know that she's with you and her voice will not be silenced. I know that it's so important, and her wish is that we continue to fight. And in Virginia's handwritten note, she says, quote, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers need to show the battle lines are drawn and stand together to fight for the future of victims. Is protesting the answer? I don't know, but we've got to start somewhere. Roberts told people that over the last months of Giuffre's life, she was full of pain, saying, quote, over the last couple of months, I had some very, very, very deep conversations with her and was trying to.
So then they talk about that estranged husband again in a few seconds. What were you going to say, 10? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
It just, for her family to come out and, show these types of receipts, I'm not buying. I'm almost feeling like they're made up receipts. And then her family
saying she just did it. She just offed herself. But the lawyers and the sister-in-laws and everybody else is saying, we don't think she did.
Yep.
So that seems weird to me.
But what if the other side got to some of those family members and said, if you don't,
the ones that said she did it to herself, I believe, yeah, because everybody else is saying different, right?
Because virtually everybody's got a price tag. I hate to say it.
Unfortunately,
I'm sure I do have one myself. But it'd be in the trillions, to be honest with you, But hey,
girl, you're expensive. She said the trillions.
Yeah, I ain't fucking around with no mill or bill. No, I'm a trillion kind of chick. Okay, but the thing is they'd offer that
real one.
They want to bury something, or they just say, well, no, if you, fuck it, poof, that, and then they like to take people out to lunch permanently, like Monograph would say.
I mean, there's a pattern here. You know too much or dance too close to a certain fire and you're...
There's just so many. With this one, you don't know which thing happened, though, right? Like,
yes.
was the bus to get her? Or is she, like I like to think, like 10, I wish to think she is, in protective. And she's not really, that hasn't even happened. They just want the bad guys to think she's done this. But it's probably unlikely.
I like the idea of protection. I think, why not? Nice. Yeah, I believe that a lot of people who are allegedly dead actually go into an elite witness protection. I've said it over and over.
Oh my gosh, like Princess Diana and Michael and all that. I don't know if I believe it or not.
Or I want to. AFK Jr. and his wife, because that night he never went anywhere without his dog, and he left the dog behind, and they blamed it all on cocaine on the wife. I think that was, I think he went into witness protection back then because he was running for the same Senate seat that Hillary was in New York.
Right. And Hillary is a common denominator. Like I don't have names. I think Elvis lived. Elvis lives. That's going way back, but I don't know as far as some of these people in the last bit, but I do think it's possible. Because there is something kind of stinky about this, to be real,
This is, if you're interested, this part is like just a minute or two, is about the estranged husband, what the spokesperson said, the bus driver not reporting to the next day, and things like that, if you guys are interested.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Okay. We started to get more of a glimpse into the challenges that Virginia Giuffre was having living in Australia on March 30th of this year when she posted this image with the caption saying she had just 4 days to live. Now, we had to blur some of the images in this picture due to YouTube policies, but in that photo, you can see the bruising that is all over her face and her chest, and she's sitting in what appears to be a hospital bed. The caption is 174 words, and it brought her story back to the headlines. It read, quote, this year, has been the worst start to a new year. But I won't bore anyone with the details, but I think it's important to note that when a school bus driver comes at you driving 110 kilometers as we were slowing for a turn, that no matter what your car is made of, it might as well be a tin can. I've gone into kidney renal failure. They've given me 4 days to live, transferring me to a specialist hospital in urology. I'm ready to go, just not until I see my babies one last time. But you know what they say about wishes. Bleep in one hand and wish in the other. I guarantee it's still going to be bleep at the end of the day. Thank you all for being wonderful people of the world and for being a great part of my life. God bless you all, XX Virginia. When Virginia Giuffre made that post, it quickly went viral. She had said she had just days to live. So many people were questioning how this could happen, how all of it could be so sudden. Her spokesperson released a statement to People shortly after, offering some clarification. That statement said, quote, Virginia thanks everyone for the outpouring of love and support. She is overwhelmed with gratitude. Today, she remains in serious condition while receiving medical care. On March 24th, in rural Western Australia, a school bus hit the car in which she was riding. The police were called, but said that there was no one available to come to the scene. They asked if anyone was injured and suggested that if they were, they should make their way to the hospital. Giuffre's statement then goes on to say that she actually didn't mean to post this caption saying that she had 4 days to live publicly. Instead, it was meant for a private Facebook group.
Right. That's
Interesting.
Right.
What's up, Backwoods? I see you, and Moonchild too. A real fight coming. Y'all's better be ready.
Ready
Like,
for what kind of fight?
Poofed.
Yeah, because I do see this.
Moonchild.
Hey, Moonchild.
People are afraid of different things, and sometimes it's religious. You know, it's the revelation in the Bible, or sometimes it's something political, or it's stuff like this that goes down where we all know they're lying. So why are they not arrested yet with all these quote unquote patterns? Or, you know, I don't know what he's referring to exactly, but I do see, depending on where you watch videos and follow, some people, it's all about like the solar flares and the pole shift and shit like that, right? So to me, everybody sees something different. If I talk to conservative family members, they're looking at a different aspect of what's happening in the world.
Well, they're getting a different narrative. Their news sources may be different too.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. We definitely get what we are more interested in. We click on it, so they give us more of it, which is kind of good but bad.
But I'm hoping she is in witness protection. Let's just pray that's where she's on.
Yeah, that's what we hope.
She's on a nice beach. Maybe she's on one of the 700 islands that they just happened to discover over there by Japan. Yeah, maybe they're just on one of those. Got martinis.
Well, isn't that possible though? Don't you think?
Did you guys know what possible? Them to disappear?
Like, think about Ghislaine. I saw a clip with her the other day where she was talking to somebody, okay, in her alleged locked up spot. Her hair was a lot longer, so maybe
I have that one where she's saying that he was murdered. I'll get to that.
Yeah.
One. I'm getting there. You're spoiler alerting.
Well, I'm just saying about the what you see and look at and find, like that one. It's kind of interesting, you know. Either he was murdered. Now, could she still be doing her job for Mossad? It kind of rhymes. Job for Mossad, you know.
Oh yeah, she sold to them.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
She literally sold. Her father sold her into all of that because he was taught Mossad.
Mm-hmm.
He was part of like the original blackmail scheme kind of deal, you know, and he was able to control all the media over in Europe, especially in England.
Right. Did you guys know that her ex-husband, the Virginia girl, got a restraining order against her?
No, I didn't. Oh. But maybe they got to him.
Well, but you know, her dad also had a mysterious death. Didn't he like fall off his boat? His yacht?
The Ghislaine? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, what is that?
And she was distraught. The whole thing is there's so much more. And I just wonder when it will be common knowledge, because it's not now. But yeah, this is real short, y'all, about the restraining order, because I didn't know this either, actually.
husband, Robert Giuffre. According to People, Robert hit Virginia with a restraining order in February that prevented her from seeing their 3 children. Robert also accused Virginia of violating that order. Virginia accused...
I'll be honest, that kind of changed my opinion that maybe she did do it, because you take my kids from me or grandkids or whatever place I am in my life, and I can't imagine, like, that's crazy. I don't know how this happened, but yeah, they did.
Robert of physical abuse. Sky News in the United Kingdom says the couple separated in 2023. Robert's attorney had no comment for People. As for the man that Virginia Giuffre accused of sexual misconduct, Prince Andrew, he has yet to comment on her death. According to GB News, Giuffre's death, though, continues to have an impact on the reputation of the royal family. Royal commentator Charlotte Griffiths says that Andrew is seen as a, quote, unsolvable problem, and says that Prince William, next in line to be king after his father Charles, won't be seen anywhere near his uncle. GB News also writes, in the wake of Giuffre's death, there was an emergency meeting between King Charles and Prince William. As we said, it's unclear how much money Prince Andrew paid Giuffre to settle out of court in October 2022. The British media outlet The Sun writes that there could be a battle in court between Virginia's estranged husband, Robert, and her family in the United States over who would get the potentially millions of dollars left of the settlement from Prince Andrew. Not only could that create a court case that could go on for some time, but it also could be a proceeding that would allow us to finally learn how much money Prince Andrew actually paid Virginia Giuffre so his case wouldn't be heard in court. It's important to note that when talking about money and where it would go in the wake of someone's death, Virginia and Robert were estranged. They weren't divorced.
So they weren't divorced. They were estranged. So yeah, he might get her money. And
how much was that settlement?
We don't know. Did you hear what they said? This is how we're going to find out.
Mm-hmm.
And because they haven't been able to figure it out. It's so terrible that everybody's like finding the salacious part of it. How much did he pay? He paid anything to me means you're guilty, right? If you're not guilty,
I think the check came from money. The check came from the crown, and
well, now we're about to find out how much it was worth to him. Well, potentially. Because because if they were only estranged and not divorced, I don't see why he wouldn't get the money. But it sucks because he might be behind it, her death and everything. It's some stuff, man. It's some stuff. This last little piece of it is just an ex of the princess that's talking smack about the deceased, even after she died, which is really sick, but it's true. It's what happened. So I know it's terrible, but it's true. Maybe. Oh, Lord have mercy. I hate it when that happens. Because I had it all set up.
Were estranged. They weren't divorced. Ex-girlfriends. Following of why it can be so difficult for victims of sexual abuse to come forward. And it is the words on social media from one of Prince Andrew's ex-girlfriends. Her name is Victoria Hervey. She's a model and socialite. When you look at her Instagram, you can see she has a playlist of story posts attacking Giuffre since that bus crash in March. One of them reads, "The pain caused by her lies, destroying lives and tearing families apart, all for money, is no small thing. She has a lot to answer for. I call this divine judgment by God. People often say karma has a way of catching up." And quote, as Ghislaine Maxwell put it, Virginia is a fantasist. That post clearly showing that she supports Maxwell, now a convicted sex offender serving 20 years in U.S. prison. Here's that picture once again showing Maxwell in the background of the infamous photo of Giuffre and Prince Andrew. But even after Giuffre died, Hervey continues to post like she did here with this headline from an Australian media outlet that just writes, "Karma."
That's just wrong. Like, oh my God. She's already dead and gone and you're still talking smack. Like, I don't know about that.
She can't defend herself, nothing. So one thing I have not seen anything on is they are saying self-deletion, right?
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
But how? I've never seen anything like...
Oh yeah, I have a clip on it somewhere. It's pills. I'll get there, I promise. You hang out long enough, we'll get there. I'm serious because I did. I kind of went down this one. But
I did too. I don't mean to jump ahead.
She had 4 days to live. Think about it. If you only
supposedly, you're right.
Are you gonna literally, like, you got 4 days left? You could use those 4 days, or do you check yourself out early? Something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You don't. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
And was she still in the hospital when it happened?
I'm not sure about that. I don't think so. She definitely, it was an overdose of pills, but they don't know if it was accidental or not. And I do have that clip somewhere. But right now I'm going to the other one that Virginia couldn't help but spoiler alert.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I love it. I'm
Um,
jumping ahead because this is exactly what we were talking about. Her hair's a little longer. She's in jail. But I am skipping ahead of some stuff just to get to this, so I can tell you I really was going to show this. It's good, right minds think alike.
One who trafficked her to Prince Andrew. She's on camera from her jail cell in a white-collar resort prison here in Florida. She's the only one who ever is going to do any time for all of these crimes. Ghislaine Maxwell, whose dad was a Mossad agent and worked with the IDF. Ghislaine Maxwell, who was literally working for the Israeli intelligence agencies here in a posh prison, saying, Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. That's just how it's done.
No, he didn't. I don't believe he did. I believe that he was murdered. Well, shocked. And I wondered how it had happened. Because as far as I was concerned, he was going to, I was sure he was going to appeal.
She was sure he was going to appeal, she said.
Yes.
But yeah, hair's longer. She's still, that's her viewpoint. But yeah, there's a lot more. I definitely went through different channels and different people covering it, just trying to find any kind of extra, because I remember following it when she said she got hit by the bus and she only had days to live. I was digging and I just knew there was more to it then. And it's not even been a month, I don't think. And already now she's gone. It's insane.
Right. Yes, that's the exact.
Right before the Diddy trial.
Yes, the Diddy trial too. Oh, Moonchild. I know if you're on break, I will totally send you the link, but I know you're probably on break. For some reason, the universe doesn't like me and Moonchild. No, but she always works on Wednesdays. So I've actually said I need to do a pop-up another day, but one of these days I'm going to do a pop-up, and then I'm going to try to get Moonchild drunk through the internet and make her come on some type of, hey, it's been done before, I'm just saying, and get her up here on the panel with us, because it's crazy. Like before, I had no idea, and it's just a Wednesday thing. It's even, she's like sending schedules, so I don't think she's dissing me, because it's insane that like the only thing that remains consistent is she works Wednesday. Shit. So yeah, I do want to do a pop-up one night that I'm for sure I'm not doing it unless Moonchild's off work, and then I'm going to do a pop-up, and then we got to get her drunk through the internet and get her online somehow. Get her up here. I'm not doing it because that would be crap. But yeah, she's probably back at work, not even listening to us anymore. But
oh, there's Jason.
I'm trying to catch up. I'm always so far. Word was she had a donor. Am I not there yet, or did I already pass it up? That's why it's so sus. Sean, I thought Virginia said she wasn't actually going to die.
I mean, as far as the donor, what does that mean? She survived past the 4 days of work. We had a donor. Sean said that at 11:31.
There's Jason. What's up, Jason?
I love Jason.
I thought he was a mod. No, he's a mod at your channel.
Yeah, he's been with me since I started streaming 6 years ago.
What does that mean, Sean Stryker? Word, she had a donor. What does that mean? Kidney donor? Okay, so they took her for her organs? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. Her lawyer also said the same thing, that she didn't kill herself. This is only like 30 seconds. Might as well while we're already on the subject.
Now the lawyer come out and said the same thing. Virginia didn't kill herself. Her lawyer broke her silence, insisting that there's absolutely no indication that her client took her own life, distancing herself from the family, who's publicly stated that they believe it was suicide. Attorney Carrie Loudon says that she was stunned by the news. Authorities reportedly spent 12 hours gathering evidence before the body was removed for examination. No suicide note was found at the scene. Officials now warn that it could take up to 2 years before full answers are available.
What the heck? So I forgot about this thing that Trump said, which is like, it depends on, he kind of bends it like, oh, there's more people. He says there's more people like her, right? Okay, well, he takes it as, oh, people that have been suicided, not that did the suicide. which sounds terrible. I hope I don't get in trouble for all those code words, but whatever.
A little bit of news here.
Do you have a reaction to Virginia Guthrie's suicide in Australia?
Well, it's a very sad situation, the whole thing. That whole situation is very sad, her and others. And so certainly that's a horrible thing. Horrible.
So Donald Trump says that it's not just Virginia Guthrie who's been suicided. The whole situation is very sad, her and others.
Yeah, so I don't know if he meant it quite like Benny Johnson said there, but you never know. But yeah, I'm totally working backwards because Virginia, it was like this interview. And I'm like, yes, I know. Because I was excited to have found that. I don't know how I missed that the first time around. I guess once again, I don't guess I knew who she was way back when. You know what I mean? Like now we know who she is. It makes a lot more sense to hear her speak now than it did then, I suppose. This is her lawyer casted doubt on the suicide, but I feel like I kind of went backwards, and I'm sorry, but this is it.
We're not the only ones asking them. Jeffrey Epstein's victim, Virginia Roberts' lawyer, cast doubt on her suicide. She goes by Virginia Roberts in most media stories.
That's what I was talking about. She has the two names like this.
Oh, right.
Let's change her name to Virginia Guthrie.
Roberts was the other one, I guess. So
either way, it's the same person. We've got big question marks over it. So now her lawyer is calling this into question. Lawyer for Jeffrey Epstein's victim, Virginia Roberts, who killed herself at her home in Australia, has cast doubt on her suicide, insisting we've got big questions over it. Carrie Loudon claimed the 41-year-old mother had shown no signs of wanting to harm herself before she was found dead. When I got the phone call, I was like, are you joking? This wasn't even something that she was considering. Loudon, who had represented Guthrie since January, expressed skepticism over the family's shocking announcement that she had taken her life. There's suicide, and then there's misadventure, Loudon claimed. I didn't see her in the room. I wasn't there. The family said what the family said. But I'm not going to speculate as to whether it was suicide or an accident. Accident. Got it?
Or accident with the bunny ears or whatever the exact air quotes. There you go. Yes, Miss Mendersue. I didn't see you yet. That was just saying that. I didn't know that either.
Hey, Miss Mendersue. Third witness to be unalived. What are the odds, you know?
Yeah.
And I agree with other people in chat talking about she had kids. And, you know, I think what Sean was saying was she had just got an organ transplant. Like she was fighting for her life. She was fighting for her family. And why would she do that?
There's so much, man. I have more videos on the same thing because there was so much about it. Like I like to go from different places. And people don't believe me, but I watch channels that hate Trump. You know, the guy that I was sharing with the, atmospheric, this and the two different narratives, that guy doesn't like Trump. And I'm okay with it because a difference opinion doesn't, Trump's not the only deciding factor. He talks about symbolism and numbers and things. And I listen to a lot of different opinions because you just never know, what you'll run into. One thing could be right out of 10 things. I don't know. It is what it is. I listen to a lot of different stuff. And I really, I find myself, certain channels cover a lot of different stuff. And so if they do good on one subject matter, it's easy to go to them for another, This channel, Law and Crime, is one of those channels because I guess a lot of things fall into the category law and crime, between P. Diddy and the Virginia case and a lot of different things. But they're pretty good about what they cover, in my opinion. But I don't know. They talked about her mental. This was a different civil trial attorney named David Ring who kind of spoke out on it. Because, Miss Mendersue. There's a lot of different opinions out there, But yeah, I absolutely believe that that this was the third one that has been unalived. Other Epstein girls have self-deleted. Well, see, that's the thing, though. When I found out the things that were happening in her life, like she got hit by this bus, quote unquote, or beat up by her husband, whichever thing it was, and then her children had she had a restraining order where she couldn't see her children and stuff. You're starting to build a case for, I don't want to be here anymore. If you love your kids and everything, you don't want to be separated from them. Any president that declares martial law should be removed, including Trump. Well, who did he? declare that. Miss Mendersue, so good to see you. Whatever, deplorable garbage. It's about everything. But yeah, this next clip right here is a civil trial attorney speaking on the same subject about Virginia. It's short, just like a minute. It's the same channel again, like I said.
Well, look, there are so many unanswered questions at this point, but I think what her attorney, the attorney is someone who apparently has only represented her for.
I was actually at the wrong spot, y'all.
Could square off the Instagram post where she said around March 30th that she had 4 days to live. And this story took a really sad turn since then. What was your initial reaction when you saw the headline that she had passed away?
Oh, just like everybody else, I was very, very surprised and shocked. I mean, what a tragedy. It's just terrible that this happened. A month ago, we were talking about her and this mysterious Instagram post about her being involved in a apparently a serious car accident involving her being hit by a bus. And it turned out, she said she was having renal failure, and turns out the bus accident maybe wasn't as serious as it was portrayed. So there was a lot of unanswered questions a month or so ago, and we were all concerned about her. I remember talking about she's having some mental health struggles, and we all hope she gets the help she needs. And to see this happening, a month or so later, it's just very sad.
What do you make of her attorney and
Oh, her dad. This is the pill overdose, Virginia.
her dad, who spoke to
I'm totally catching up to you. You're like, how do we know what she died of? Boom, right here. Hold on.
TMZ, both questions about how she died. And the attorney saying that she showed no signs of having issues where she would take her own life, it seemed. And then her dad had pointed to, in 2019, she put a post out on then Twitter saying that, if I die, it wasn't suicide. What do you make of some questions being raised about how Virginia Giuffre died?
Well, look, there are so many unanswered questions at this point, but I think what her attorney, and the attorney is someone who apparently has only represented her for a few months. This isn't someone who was her attorney in the Epstein case. It's someone in Australia who'd been representing her since maybe January. I think it's what we know is apparently there was some pills involved, and that she may have overdosed on pills. Was that intentional? Was that an accident? I mean, we know a lot of people, accidentally can overdose on pills, or did she do it with the intention to kill herself? We don't know. And I think the lawyer was expressing shock that it happened and it's being characterized as a suicide because, according to the lawyer who apparently had talked to her a lot, she seemed to be in good spirits, was looking forward to things on the horizon in her life. And this just came out of nowhere. So I understand the shock she feels.
So I know, like I said, I'm catching up. But yes, pills.
Well, we're on the same train of thought, though.
Yeah.
Math doesn't math, I don't know.
Yeah, the math ain't nothing.
Nope.
But it is interesting, though, like it's hard to, oh, shoot. I'm still learning this. I just got this computer because, sorry, I get so far behind on these comments. Stand for your country behind the Constitution. I don't know what that's in response to. I get so far behind, it doesn't make sense anymore. That's the girl that the Clintons killed. I mean, she accidentally deleted or something that we're supposed to believe, right? Well, yeah, she supposedly just did that, yeah. But none of it makes any sense. She just got hit by a bus shortly before there. Thank you, Billy. Yeah, Sundays and Tuesdays, 10 TV. Sunday and Tuesday nights. Virginia, to be determined.
Determined.
But this country is a mouse and we don't have a shotgun. Judges. Wait, what? Why is that? Is that not there anymore? Judges blocking, Dems blocking, Republicans not doing anything. The Republicans are doing stuff, though. They are trying to get rid of the judges that are doing the blocking. Deplorable just got a group of friends talking about current events, the past, and everything in between.
And don't forget the lizards.
Yeah.
Right.
Bonnie does get into a lot of that a lot more. And here's Bonnie's. And she said, oh my God, what was it? Thursdays. And I know she's on the same day as you on Tuesday. Oh, Bonnie, you're still here. Why did I think you weren't here? Tuesdays and Thursdays and Mondays. And was it Saturdays? What's the fourth one? Maybe they were, Miss Mendersue. Bonnie?
You got it right.
Dang, I passed the test guessing. No, but because I really forget, but then when I see you, I show up, you know? I see you, I show up. But I do forget which days. And the only reason Sundays and Tuesdays, I don't know why, because I don't know. It's only 2, so there's less days, maybe. I don't know. Act of God to intervene because we've tried everything legally. I don't think we're done yet, though, Miss Mendersue. I hope not. People in the assembly. See, I don't understand the assembly as well as Bonnie does, but Bonnie's up here. Has standing in the 80s. People used to remove water from the country supply all the time. Now we're waiting on Doge. Doge is not self-governance. It's an example of the people. They keep saying they're giving it back to the people and the power to audit.
Trump said it himself at his inauguration.
What did he say himself at the inauguration?
He's given it back to the people.
That's what I believe as well.
So, I don't see the people responding. All you have to do is create an assembly. Each state only needs 35 to have an assembly. Out of the assembly, then you create a grand jury. Grand jury takes 15. I could be wrong on the numbers. I'm sure Sean will correct me. They do have the power. If you go to their website, restore-america.org, it'll show you a list of the things that the assembly has accomplished. I think we have 7 states that have assembled so far.
Jason says the Liberty Amendment, I think Bonnie means. So I don't know what that means.
There has to be 35 states assembled for the federal government to listen. And I'm sorry, but I do not agree voting works. Not in these times.
You don't agree with what?
Yeah, I hear you, Bonnie.
I think it is a selection. This last one was so obvious. Well, actually, the one before was pretty obvious too. You put somebody that is totally incompetent against the favorite, what's going to happen?
Which one was incompetent, Biden or her? Like, they were both pretty awful, but Biden would have been the incompetent one. So they did replace the incompetent with the slightly better, I guess. So I don't know. I don't think
both were. Biden and Kamala both were totally incompetent.
No, she was horrible, but she was definitely more competent than him. And they did that all fucked up. I don't think that they had
put a speech. She couldn't even put a speech together.
For what has been. What has been? I can't remember her quote.
We are unburdened by what has been.
Unburdened by what has been over and over and over again. Like that clip I sent Tim, but at least that one made more sense about the atmosphere or whatever. So, we already talked about what she talks about her kids. I think we already pretty much covered the fact that the restraining order and all that, but this is just from another channel, and it's only a minute or so anyway, so we might as well. It's the same thing, but it's true. It's what's going on in this weird ass situation. I don't know. I mean, who freaking knows?
Then all the details come to light of what had been going on in her life in Australia with her husband. They separated in 2023.
this is when I start to be like, maybe she did do it because she was just stressed out. It was just so much. I mean, all she's already been through, and then this guy and her kids and all the things. It's a lot. I don't want to think that, but it's a possibility. It's at least in there somewhere as a possibility.
What stood out to you in the back and forth she was having with her now then estranged husband, and how that potentially led to some of the challenges she was having?
Well, again, a lot of unanswered questions here, but what we seem to know is there was a lot of marital strife that was taking place in the last months or even last year or so. And according to reports, there was the husband who they're still married. They're separated, but still legally married and estranged. But the husband had apparently obtained a restraining order against Virginia. And the restraining order also prevented her from seeing her 3 kids. And the kids are, I think, 19 and 15 and 14, something like that. They're all teenagers. And so that was going on. And you know, again, reports were that obviously that was a huge hardship on her to have a court order saying you're not allowed to see your children. And then there was another report that she had allegedly violated this court restraining order by somehow contacting her estranged husband, whether it's by a phone call or text or something like that. So there was a lot of turmoil going on in Virginia's life in the last few weeks and months, including this mysterious accident with the bus and her health. And the photo she posted that she had these serious bruises on her face. She was in the hospital. So clearly she was under a lot of duress, a lot of stress. There was a lot of negative things taking place in her life.
Definitely true. But that's what I'm saying. Then I start hearing that and I start thinking, maybe she did do it. I don't know.
It's possible, you know, you never know. Like something like that occurs, the family looks back and people look back, they're like, well, I didn't see that coming. Sometimes they do see it coming, but maybe it's one of those cases. It's just so many factors piled up, and the circumstances and the timing, and you know what I mean? It's kind of like, what's that movie, Final Destination, where one or two of them avoid their fated death for some weird thing, and then it happens anyway. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, if there's jumpers, they're probably going back and forth trying to avoid it, but they're not going to be able to.
I think there's jumpers.
I'm not arguing it. Like it gets into that Trump book about whatever it was called, where the Baron, there's a book out there, and that shit'll make you believe in time travel if nothing else will. It's true.
Oh, the Baron,
whatever. Adventures of Baron Trump, and they got it's some crazy stuff in there, man.
Yeah, I have read that. It's pretty wild, actually. The last president, Ingersoll Lockwood, is what you're talking about.
Yes, and I haven't gone to their website and all these things like some people suggest. I believe Hawk has covered it a lot, and maybe I should have, because I didn't. But I do find it interesting. What I do know, I find interesting enough. You know what I mean? Like that's enough.
Those websites they lead to somewhere, but just reading the book itself, that's where I stopped.
The Kid Beside the Road, was that it, or was there another one? The Kid Beside
that's a different one.
That's a different book. That's a whole nother thing. But they're all
that's with Wano Savin is the kid by the side of the road type of thing. But
I've heard people
Ingersoll Lockwood is 100 years old. That's interesting, but I wouldn't necessarily go to the website for it. Entertainment maybe, but it's self-ran, you know, there's
we're talking about the assembly again, in-house grand jury. A lot of people think that. Yeah. So okay, I know we were talking about a lot of other things, but I actually did cover this a little on 10 TV, but it's always such a short amount of time. It's just the newest Diddy. Plus, I know Tim doesn't really like TMZ, and I agree, but sometimes they're the only people covering it.
Well, it's not that I don't like them. I just feel
Trust them.
like they're trying to get out in front of the story for the bad guys, and it's really obvious, and we can read through it. I mean,
I agree.
That's
Just
the only
like-
reason why I do watch them.
Yes, the first thing I covered on your thing on there was because they were doing that mock trial jury.
Yes.
It was such predictive programming. It was
Yes,
so
they were
crazy.
trying to plant he wasn't guilty, in the
But
mind.
also, to some degree, there's only so many, there's only so much. The judge said this, the defense did this, they do put a spin on it. And in fact, what's interesting, and this is a short clip, but in it, you'll see where one guy goes one way and the other guy kind of reels him back in to say, well, you don't really know that to be true. You're kind of speculating. And he's like, yeah, but anyways, but if you pay close attention, I do that all the time. But most of it is fact and some of it's opinion. But this is about Diddy's new defense with the drugs. He's going to use the same defense of, it's insane to me that, and I mean, what's crazy is if it works. That's the crazier part, is if this shit actually works, because it's insane. Like, the girls were the ones on the drugs because of you. So, but whatever.
Well,
here it
he
is.
was too. So he's going to use this as a form of clean insanity. It'll be like
Well, they're going to try that. Yes.
Would you say I put too much baby, like baby oil all over myself, and I went insane for my pink, sugar buggers?
That which they totally did, the pink stuff. They had that at that place in Colorado, the pink tussie, whatever it's called, which is pink Coke, basically. But yeah, they had it there too. But yeah, this is just.
We know that in the indictment, prosecutors have said they believe that Diddy drugged his alleged victims to make them more compliant during his big parties, during freak-offs. So now the issue is about Diddy's drug use, and there is a battle over, as prosecutors describe it in these documents, his mental capacity and the testimony of a psychiatrist.
Now, this is going to get a little bit confusing, but I think we can unravel this. So here's what the prosecutor said.
Right. The prosecutor is saying, we do not want this psychiatrist to testify to anything having to do with how drug or alcohol use affected Diddy's state of mind during these alleged crimes.
More specifically, whether it excused some of the conduct, whether Diddy, the prosecutors are saying that the defense wants to use the shrink to show somehow, this is what the prosecutors are saying, that even if Diddy committed a crime, he didn't have the intent to do so because he was so whacked out on drugs. That seems to be what the prosecutors are saying. But, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's, and this is my.
Yeah, this is where he goes into opinion, and I love the way the other guy reels him back in. Maybe it's all part of the MK Ultra mind control programming they're doing, but they're playing like a good cop, bad cop. He's like, wait, he's like, this is my opinion, and then and this guy, if you pay attention, the other guy like pulls him back in. Just pay attention.
Opinion on this, but I think I'm right on this. The defense is not saying that, well, it's a crime, but he didn't really mean it. The defense is saying what happened is not a crime at all. It's a lifestyle. It is a choice that Diddy and the alleged victims made, and that when they engaged in drug use, they did it freely, but there are things that happen when you use drugs.
These particular drugs.
And particularly like an MDMA or something like that.
But I know that what you're theorizing could be what the defense is going to say. The reality is, in the documents, we don't know, right? Because
he's saying you're wrong. I feel like, but it's interesting because like they also present you with two options, but maybe there's a third option. I don't know. There's just something very strange about it. I agree. And the whole mock jury thing, that was super predictive programming to me, but a couple more.
I think one way or the other, no matter how you slice it, what we're talking about is the issue of intent, right? You can't have a crime, at least this crime, without the intent to commit the crimes for which Diddy's been accused. They're saying it may be, Harvey, I think you're onto something here, that it may just be caught up in this entire lifestyle. There's no intent to commit a crime here. What there's an intent is to have sometimes drug using, people are consenting to drug use, and then it leads to a lot of sex, but that's all part of this party freak-off atmosphere, this swinging atmosphere, but it doesn't mean there was ever an intent to commit a crime, and it doesn't mean any crime was committed just because all the people were sort of wrapped up in this partying lifestyle.
I want to go just a tiny bit further than that. It's not even so much intent as what they did is what people do when they take drugs. We know the defense is going to say they're going to argue everybody voluntarily took these drugs, and that when you do, there are inhibitions that just go away. And it is part and parcel of doing this, even though the jury may not be familiar with it. This is what happens when people do drugs. I think that's the point of the defense calling the shrink.
The reality is we don't know. In the documents, there's a lot of it that is redacted that has to do with what this condition, the alleged condition is. So we can't tell for sure, but certainly prosecutors think that it's going to be something about his capacity to make decisions. Because there's a part of it, I just want to read this part that says, they did not offer proper notice, the defense, about evidence of the effects of drugs and alcohol on a defendant's memory or cognitive function.
Now, that could be.
So that's what prosecutors clearly think that the doctor is going to testify
But
to.
that may not be Diddy. That may be the alleged victims. See, that's the point, is that may go to not what Diddy's memory was, it's what the alleged victims' memories were. And I am sure the defense is not going to concede, oh, he committed a crime, but they're not going to say that. So I think the shrink is going to testify, when the alleged victims testify, their memories may be faulty because here's what happens with drugs. Again, I'm not embracing this. I'm just saying.
The problem with that is that Diddy also did those drugs.
Right. So they're saying.
I don't know. There's a whole lot of good cop, bad cop going on there, but I do find it interesting.
Yeah, they do lay a few things out as far as what's in the cases. Harvey, man, you remember him? He was a lawyer, but didn't he host like People's Court, or he was like the dude on the outside or something? You know what I'm saying? Like Harvey, the dude in TMZ, he's an actual lawyer.
Probably,
so he does know how to read some of these documents.
Yeah, that's the white guy. Yeah, he's the lawyer.
Yep.
I can't remember his name though.
Harvey Levin?
Yes. That's it.
Yeah.
Harvey Levin.
Yeah. You remember on the People's Court when people would leave the room and they were interviewed by some dude, be like, what did you think about the case or whatever? I think he did one of those type of shows or something. He's tied in with a bunch of legal reality TV over the years. And TMZ, look, the people who want to be seen, call them. So yes, they do tell us stuff that's in this paperwork, right? But like the people who need PR, because no press is bad press, call them ahead of time. And I'll be getting coffee here at this spot, I'll be hanging out with so-and-so at this spot. I'll be shopping here at this spot. Kris Kardashian is famous for this, kind of tipping them off so they can follow you and get their pictures. Now, that doesn't mean that he doesn't spit out on it, what a certain case says,
Yeah.
I totally saw what we were talking about the other day, and now I don't know where I saw it at, Virginia. We were talking about the fake belly with Beyonce.
Oh, the moon bumps with Meghan Markle.
No, but you were talking about Beyonce. Look, I'm like, quit pushing the envelope. I don't even know if I have the Beyonce one, but I saw it, and I don't know where I saw it, and I was like, oh my God, that's so funny, because we were just talking about it. No, I don't. It's not in the clip I thought it was in about Beyonce, but there was one, and her belly moved on screen while she sat down.
When she was sitting down at that interview, and it collapsed. Like, is that the clip you're talking about?
I thought it was going to be in here, but it's not. There is a clip of, I'm not going to pull it up because it's not worth the energy it would require, but it's like P. Diddy smacking Jay-Z in the butt over and over again during a concert or something, which is like, yeah, that's weird, but it's got nothing on
but
it.
it always bothered me that football players tap. Yes, I didn't like that. I never liked that. Did you guys think that was okay back then?
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of weird, but nobody would talk about it. They joke about it, comedians, but yeah, I don't. Yeah, that was weird. Anyhow, I did. And how she attacks
some kind of a ritual there, smacking the life out of you. When a baby is born, they would smack the ass.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious though. There's something about it. It does an energetic shift.
Yeah. Like transferring energy to each other, something weird, like touching them, no. Like
Right.
the hard-boiled egg shit with Diddy. That's wrong.
Oh yeah, keeping the hard-boiled egg because if it cracks, and they did it to the males, that's disgusting. I think I found it by some miracle.
Also ready to cancel her completely.
Right.
It provide that she was using tragedy to sell records. Next step, we have Bumpgate. When Beyonce was pregnant with daughter Blue Ivy Carter, who will someday likely take over the world, rumors began spreading that 1, she faked her pregnancy with a prosthetic belly, and 2, had enlisted a surrogate to carry the child. A video that went absolutely viral overnight caused such chaos. The rumor mill went into overdrive when a video of Beyonce's high-definition interview with Australian's Sunday Night HD surfaced online. And honestly, it would have been a rather forgettable chat were it not for one moment at the start of the sit-down when a very pregnant Beyonce took a seat and her bump, well, took a break. When she sits down, you can actually see her stomach deflating, crumpling, and folding in on itself, however you want to describe it. Stills and slow-mos of the seemingly disappearing bump circulated by the dozens and conspiracy theories around as to the curious behavior of her baby bump. Was Beyonce wearing different size bellies to throw off the press as to how far along she was? Had she and Jay-Z gone the surrogate route and her seemingly deflating baby bump proved it? Or was it something else entirely? Beyonce's publicist, Yvette Noel Schur, was quick to shut down the conspiracy theories of the masses, telling E! News that sites and rumors suggesting that Jay-Z's better half is wearing a prosthetic or otherwise faking her baby bump are foolish. Beyonce addressed it only once, saying, "That was crazy. It wasn't her fault. It was just crazy. Where did they come up with this?" Now, Wendy Williams.
Where did they come up with this? Your belly moves. Where do you come up with it?
Mm-hmm.
gas
Jason said she might be a man, and like, who knows? She could have had her Adam's apple shaved.
I don't know, but I was
There's a website for moon bumps. Okay,
I don't know.
this is
I
a
saw
real
that
thing.
and I thought of you, Virginia. I totally did. I was like, what the heck?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, because you were just saying that. And now I still haven't seen Meghan Markle's. Not that I don't believe it. I do. I just haven't seen it.
You gotta look it up, dude. It falls. She's walking and it falls to her knees because it's basically a strap on. It's like a pillow with strap. You know what I'm saying? And it falls. And she tries to. They just kind of ignore it. It's such an odd clip.
You mean kind of like when Michelle was on Ellen. She's just getting down.
Well, that was an obvious cock. That was like,
but people didn't say it was obvious. Why wasn't, no, news didn't go, oh my God, look at this. Like, you got to look crazy in your little corner of the world on the internet.
People were looking at her teeth. Do you know there was, okay, I don't have Facebook. I don't know if it was the Facebook. It was, maybe it was Instagram or Snapchat. I don't know. But they had this filter where you could hover over a picture and AI would detect what it was. And they stopped doing it because if you hovered over it, it would identify her as a gorilla. And they had to take down that part of the filtering on Michelle Obama. That's so rude. That is so rude. I'm just telling you what I heard. Yeah. But there is a true website, Moon Bumps, and on their homepage they say used for models, actors, movie sets. If you want to feel weird, you have a mental illness, and you can buy them. You can customize them to have similar body marks, like your physical features on it. Like for me, I have a little line between my belly button and pubic bone. It's like an Asian thing. You have like a little brown line. Like, you can get them customized to your birthmarks, your whatever. It'll get painted on by an Asian somewhere. And they come in different sizes. So they'll represent 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. And it's a strap-on belly. And again, they use this in modeling and movies, right? But what if some of these Markles of the world are also using them, allegedly? I don't know. Beyonce, we never see the twins. right? There was Sir and Remy or whatever. Where did they go? They were in a flower.
I played that earlier, Sean. I'll play it again in a minute because that shit was strange to say.
Has anybody ever seen a picture of Big Mike pregnant? Not
I
naked.
have not seen that.
Pregnant. One pregnant picture.
No, actually. And there's no wedding photos of Barack and him or Shim.
Speaking of the fake trips to space, like I got a 1 minute thing on that Katy Perry stuff too, because I find this shit hilarious. There's so many holes in this story too.
Definitely prove that they have never been to space at all. First of all, as soon as the space capsule landed, someone opened the hatch from the inside. According to the safety specifications of the space capsule, the hatch must be unlocked by ground personnel from the outside with professional tools to prevent out-of-control decompression inside the capsule. Subsequently, a person outside the capsule immediately rushed over, apparently in a panic, and seemed to be saying, "No, no, don't open it." Jeff Bezos pretended that nothing had happened and opened the hatch again, as if we hadn't just seen that it had already been opened. Secondly, the daisy in her hand never withered. You know, the temperature in space is extremely low. If the humidity exceeds 20%, it will cause ice to form inside the capsule. However, in such a dry environment, Katie's daisy looked as if it had just been picked from a greenhouse. Finally, according to aerospace common sense, after the space capsule passes through the Earth's atmosphere, the surface temperature of the capsule body remains at least above 100 degrees Celsius. But Jeff Bezos directly touched the edge of the hatch with his bare hands just 3 minutes after the capsule.
Hey, Mia.
This came from Navy vet again, y'all, about the fucking excuse my language, but about the baby oil.
Better hide your baby oil. I'm just playing. You better hide that big ass forehead. I was just joking.
See, I feel like I take that personally. That's like the kind of way somebody would come back at me because I'm always talking about my 5 head. They'd be like, "You better."
That's funny. You said I take that personally. That's funny.
You better hide that big ass forehead. What are you talking about? Oh, he wasn't talking to me. I miss Yorga, y'all. I can't lie. Look, the other thing he said. Hold on. I wrote this down. I can't mess it up, y'all. Hold on. I don't want to lie. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, that's what it was. It was hilarious. You know how people say, "Been there, done that," right? It was just me and him, and we were kicking it, and he goes, "Been there, done her."
Yeah, you're just funny.
I started laughing so hard. And he didn't even realize he did. He goes, "I was just on accident." I said, "Well, it was freaking hilarious. Been there, done her." You know, because I used to tell my daughter stuff like that. Like she would tell me about this kid or this person. I'd be like, "Oh, I met that person a million times." "No, Mom, this girl no," but you feel like you meet certain types of people over and over again. And I know he didn't mean it that way, but God, it made me laugh. So been there, done her. You know, they're all the same, or that type's all the same. It was so funny, and he didn't even mean it that way. Oh, what recipe does Navy? Oh my God, it's not honey buns.
Wait,
cinnamon rolls, not honey buns, cinnamon rolls. There's a big difference between those two, but they're both good.
It is a fake world, Bonnie.
There was all kinds of weird things about that landing. Yorga is taking a break from the internet, which, you know, who's going to argue with that? Billy, look at all sabbatical.
Yeah, he's. I don't think he'll be gone long, and Craig is too, kind of like. And I feel like taking one too.
Lord, well, who's going to be left? Come on, don't.
Well, you will. You'll have to hold the fort up for all of us if I decide on. Because man, it's getting mentally exhausting. Everything that's happening all these years, you know.
Yeah.
We all want something to happen. We all want somebody to go to jail. You know, we all want a lot of things, and we just still gotta wait. And wait.
And they all keep backing it though. I mean,
and wait some more.
I want to get mad. I do, but what they say makes a lot of sense. When they say, "Look, we can't go too fast," you know, we have to make sure we do things the right way so people don't walk away free, because that's what happens when you rush. And I'm like, I don't know. 100 days is a long time, but it's also not a long time. A lot has happened in that amount of time, and I feel like more will too. I don't know.
So we're fixing to have an election. Is it? Okay.
What? I'm sorry. We're fixing to have an election as what?
Is it next year for the House and Senate?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're cutting out.
I gotta grab some drink. I'm feeling parched. Parched.
Shit. I was trying to change the background noise or something, and nothing was working. But I don't know. It just all made a lot of sense about making sure. Here we go. Something's kind of rattling.
I mean, looking at the chat here, like 100 days. Okay, so Indy, yeah, I was looking at that, trying to put it in context. It's not just 100 days, it's been years with no accountability. I think that's kind of where I'm at with it, because there are so many aspects to look at of where we're looking for or hoping for accountability. And 100 days is not that long. Now they've had time to plan. There's going to be clogs in the toilet. I see the point of the lawyers, like going back a little bit, Cola, to where, some judges have been arrested and stuff. Like, I do think it makes sense to clean up the judicial system before trying to make certain changes, because, if you have enough corrupt judges and corrupt seats, you're not going to get anywhere anyway. You're just going to spin your wheels. So, I don't know. I think we do need some patience, and I get really annoyed about certain aspects also. But I think, man, a lot of folks are chomping at the bit, and 100 days isn't that long. Things are I think they're getting shook up. The most ultimate, pick up a snow globe and just shake the shit out of it for 100 days or less or more, or whatever. You get the point, and then kind of see what sticks and what lands, because executive orders are not laws. Mandates are not laws. Certain things are going to work and certain things aren't going to work. And it's going to take a long time to figure out what they are. And a lot of them, all of them are connected.
Yep.
Well, there is so much more going on, and we're getting close to the beginning of the end of the P. Diddy stuff, because that starts on the 5th on jury selection. The 12th starts the trial, and they're talking between 8 and 10 weeks. But it could even go faster than that. So it's a couple more months of our lives, and then we put a bow on the top of that, and that's over. So
but they gotta milk it out. They're gonna milk it out
for sure. For sure.
Because
they're waiting for us to get Diddy fatigue and look the other way so they can let him walk. But I'm not going to do it. I'm going to continue on to see what happens next. Yep. I'm not giving up yet.
Well, I'm not giving up. I'm thinking taking a break from it. Putting your feet in the grass, go into the water, something, Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Getting outside is definitely good. And I've got a lot of that. And I think about doing daytime streams, but I've only ever done the Wednesday nights and stuff, but I'm doing so much stuff outside and with the greenhouse and the plants and stuff. Sometimes I think about doing some daytime stuff, but it would be more like afternoon or early evening stuff. And I just don't know, it's almost easier to just put some videos together, and film what I've already done, It's like sometimes when you stop to film stuff, you get more done if you just don't film it, You stop to film it, it takes 20 minutes when it took 5 if you didn't, you know what I mean? I know it happened. I was there.
Spring, summer right now, there are certain things that don't take a ton of effort either. Like for real, I just put a row of potatoes down the other day, and it took like 5 minutes. I didn't film it. I just,
Me
made a
too.
little hole and put down, some potatoes that had chits on them and covered them in dirt and walked off. And it was still something though. like
Exactly. How long ago
hey,
was
just
that? 'Cause I
one
did too.
little
And I haven't seen anything green yet. I see the dirt kind of cracking, and it's been at least a week. How long ago did you do yours?
About a week ago, and there were just like tiny little spots on the potato itself that I planted that looked like they were going to come up, but I haven't seen anything yet. But still, like, it's kind of a fertile season. Even run to the local nursery or Home Depot or whatever you got and get a couple of starts. I think we put pressure on ourselves a lot to do things from seed and start from the bottom. Like, nah, go get some starts and get a good sized little started plant. Buys you a month and pop it in there. That's something too. Like, I guess I'm saying new growth because we marinate in a lot of what's going wrong, and some of the few things we can control is stuff like that, growing a little food or going out in nature or whatever. The doom scrolling hole is a thing for sure.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know you were back there, Bonnie. I'm sorry if you were back there very long.
Oh, it sounds good now.
So it's all good. That's because I'm on my phone.
Oh, it sounds really good, Bonnie. I love it. Okay.
Good. Well, I went through most of the stuff I put in that playlist. I went backwards to one playlist, and this is about Pam Bondi and the Epstein list again. And who knows if they'll tell us anything. It's 6 days old, but I try to keep paying attention because I hope you'll hear me when I say I want to have hope. I want to believe that they're going to do this. So even when people are like complaining and mad, and I just try to don't give up hope because it's not over yet. And anyways, I don't know. This is, like I said, I don't even know. I can't remember. It's only a couple minutes long. I've certainly seen it. I can't remember. It's about.
Now, you may recall we filed a lawsuit for the Epstein files.
Right.
I don't know where they are. I thought they were all going to be released, right? And I talked about it in this video here.
So Judicial Watch just sued for the Epstein files. We want the client list. We want the documents the Justice Department and the FBI have about this scandal. We've been getting stonewalling, so despite the release of some records, it looks like other records haven't been released yet. Indeed, they haven't responded to our basic FOIA requests for this information. That's why we're in federal court now. The best way to understand what records are available, which records are being held secret, and where did they look for the records is to be in court. And that's where Judicial Watch is, and that's what we specialize in doing, getting secrets from the government they don't want you to know about. And people want to know about the Epstein scandal, and we aim to get to the bottom of it.
We caused a lot of excitement and news in our lawsuit. So interestingly, we get a letter written the same day we filed the lawsuit. And the letter said the following. I quoted it in our tweet here. Let's bring up the tweet. Strange, on the day we filed the Epstein lawsuit, the Justice Department sent us a letter that said they had no records from Attorney General Pam Bondi's office in response to our records request to her office, which is now part of a federal lawsuit. And this is the quote: for all records of communications between Attorney General Bondi and any other individual or entity regarding any list or other records depicting identities of clients or associates of Jeffrey Epstein. So I found that strange. The Attorney General said she had the list or the materials on her desk. There are no emails or communications about it with her, by her. And I guess maybe it's possible, but it's curious. And why it is they sent us the letter the same day we filed the lawsuit is also curious. And if I were Attorney General Bondi, I'd say, look, we've got this lawsuit from Judicial Watch. Let's take it seriously. We want to be transparent. And I do think she wants to be transparent. It's just a matter of focusing and getting it done. But let's get it done. Release the records, their withholdings. Withhold it. Let's focus on getting this done. The American people want this information. There's international interest in it. Let's get it done. And sending out letters like this make us look like the gang who couldn't shoot straight. I mean, they make a big deal about having the records on her desk, and then they say they don't have any records concerning these issues on her. It doesn't make any sense to me. Either there was nothing written to or from her about it, which doesn't make any sense, or they didn't look in the right spot, which is also probably, which is oftentimes likely. we try. We're just trying to help them by filing lawsuits like this, but it's hard, right? And but on the other hand, we sometimes get the documents, and we've been getting some more interest from the Justice Department in getting some of this material released, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. Thanks for watching.
Okay, I'm sorry. That was kind of like clickbait. They get me all the time.
It wouldn't surprise me, Sean.
Okay, Sean. Bondi was involved in. I've heard some stuff about Bondi. Newsletter, physical paper from just to watch. I don't know, man. I just want to believe something good's going to come of it because it is a waste. I mean, I don't know. I feel like that they've got a good team together. And if they're everything they say they are, we'll be okay. But maybe I just hope that they are everything they say they are. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to do it, but let me see. Maybe if I could find something short. So Sean Combs' son is also in trouble. And some of the things he's saying is kind of bringing his dad down. And he's trying to it's crazy. The stuff's tying together. If they happen at the same time, one may affect the other. But I don't have any. They talk about the mental capacity, which we already talked about. And they pretty much said that I need something with just his son, who's also getting in trouble.
Right.
I don't know.
Imagine
that. Well, I mean, yeah, he definitely taught him, right? But
I mean, Backwoods, you have a point. He says we're a right now society. Everyone wants everything right now. And I think that happens in social media. Like YouTube has put a focus on shorts. You'll always get shorts in your thing, and it'll feed right to the next one. TikTok, those videos are like minute or so. Like immediate gratification and no patience. Kids are being conditioned with that in school. They have tablets in it, and they're sitting and writing. They're just clicking the math problems. Tim, I'm sorry.
Maybe it's no attention span.
Yeah, no attention span. Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Wait a minute. I'm suffering from that too now.
Right.
Oh no. Agent J. Yeah, I got short attention span. Haven't you noticed? Oh, and Jason blames it on microwave popcorn.
Microwave popcorn.
I could buy that.
And
Agent J, my bro.
that's something Benford said earlier about when they were doing the x-rays, they were wearing the lead vests, but the person getting the x-ray wasn't wearing lead. So how did we think that was safe for us when they're hiding behind a wall with a window and a lead vest? And even a lot of them got cancer.
We'll come up here, Agent J, so we can stay on a little longer. Because I was about, you know what I'm saying? Let's make it longer.
Yeah, and it depends. How long is this show? Are you talking man math? Or
Well, the truth is that I have no idea how long this thing has gone because I'm still on military time.
How long is this thing? Well,
I don't know. But what I do know is I was saying earlier that Gary Franchini, the guy from Next News Network, actually got Trump to answer his questions. It's really kind of corny, everything, but he's kind of like an internet guy and he's blowing up a little bit. And I like him. And I think it's cool that, he got Trump to answer him and it meant so much to him. And he asked him about the judges and this is what he said. Well, maybe. Am I not? Yeah, I got it. I was making sure I did it.
I didn't watch.
And, oh, shit. Son of a bleep. That was what I was just going to pause it to say to you, Virginia, that you were saying earlier about the signs. That was them. And I messed it up and moved the spot. Here we go. Let me try this again.
Oh, the signs are hilarious.
Actually, yeah, slow it down just a little. Yeah, you were saying about the signs. These are all the people that
What's up? What's next for cleaning up the courts after Judge Dugan's arrest? Oh, terrible. What happened there is terrible. That could happen with a judge is so ashamed. And we have to bring our country back from all
this part's just about the judge. I don't know exactly where those damn signs are, but they're in here somewhere.
these criminals that Biden allowed to come in. These are world-class criminals and people that are insane, people from jails, murderers, drug addicts, drug dealers. You know, we have a country. We have to be proud of our country. We can't let these people stay. The courts are allowing them to stay, and we're just not going to allow it. So hopefully the Supreme Court will come to the rescue of our country. Thank you.
I don't know. It's kind of cool. Like, I would be excited if I was out there. Oh, here comes. It's a little bit further right here. And you get to actually talk to the president. He answers you. That's the guy right there. And right behind him are the mug shots. Well, shit.
Class criminals. That was the perfect lead-in to today's briefing where Leavitt and border czar Tom Homan dropped a border security sledgehammer. Now, I walk past these mugshot yard signs you can see behind me right here on the White House lawn, faces of illegal alien murderers, child predators, you name it, nabbed by ICE. Leavitt handed out this 14-page report on 100 of the worst illegals ICE has cuffed, a blazing takedown of Biden's open border nightmare. She called Trump's first 99 days and day 100 tomorrow the most historic ever, especially.
Anyway, it's just funny because I was like, dude, I got those. I have those because it is hilarious. In some kind of way, he just knows how to troll, but also it is important. It is good to know, but it's also like, God, you guys are so stupid. Look at all you want these people back. Like it only makes sense. And eventually somebody's going to go, yeah, this is the party of common sense.
That was a hilarious troll move, man. Oh, right on the lawn where all the media does their normal stuff. And someone said in chat, Miss Menderson, yes, MSM did blur them, which is interesting. But still, awesome. He's just very communicative, you know.
Yeah. Oh, they did, Miss Menderson. They blurred the signs.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like if it was on MSNBC or whatever, they blurred it in the background, but it was facts though. Like I could understand if it was someone that was not convicted, where because innocent before guilty, right? But this is convicted of this, and they still blurred it out.
Right. Well, I'm sorry, Tin. Go ahead.
No, I'm just agreeing with Virginia because I'm getting tired and she's saying all the right things and I'm just going, yep. So just keep talking if I go, okay.
Well, this is another short part about. This is Tom Homan, who was at the press secretary.
I don't know why. It's sick. It's the worst crime in the world when you sex assault a child. I mean, the most innocent of us all. But that's why I made a statement that one time I was going to go to Boston, bring hell with me, and the media went crazy. Tom Homan says he's going to go to Boston, bring hell with him. I was going to bring hell to illegal aliens that rape children. There's not more heinous crime. And as you can see, the amount of child rapists we've arrested under this administration, that could have been arrested under Biden administration. They were out there. They had their final orders. They were out there, but they didn't go look for them. They were too busy releasing millions of illegal aliens in this country. And the numbers prove it. The removal numbers of criminals was the lowest. ICE had the lowest number of removals in the history of ICE under Joe. At the same time, you had historic illegal immigration on the border. ICE had the lowest numbers in the history of the agency. That shows the difference between two administrations. We're looking for every one of them. People want to know, okay, when am I going to retire for the third time? I'll retire when every public safety threat, national security threat, child rape is eradicated from this country. That's when I'll rest.
Man. I mean, how are you going to argue with that guy, He goes on in a minute to talk about this is what I was telling you, Bonnie, about they rather release them into the U.S. instead of put them in the ICE beds because they make money. Like they could pay this they get to stay in the country longer. I mean, you might as well. I'll misquote it wrong. So I'll play it because it is important, like I didn't know this stuff. I had no idea the reasoning why. I knew they were doing it, but I didn't know why. So why not, I mean, I don't know why it's, couldn't be the case. Oh my gosh, I hate the way that I'm just getting used to this computer. But it is nice because if I actually wanted to turn my camera on, the screen wouldn't go black, but I'm not going to anyway. That's what was going on with the old one.
Releasing so many people. You know why the Biden administration released millions of people in the United States? No one ever talks about it. I'll talk about it. Why did they release people into the
Nobody ever talks about it. I'll talk about it. I like him just because he said that. Nobody ever talks about it. I'll talk about it.
security nice rather than putting them into an ice bed? Why not put them in an empty ice bed, $127 a night, rather than in a hotel room at $500 a night? They did it on purpose because when you put them in an ice detention bed, they get a hearing in 35 days. Court records show 9 out of 10 people claim asylum, get order removal, they're gone. But if you release them and put them in a hotel room at $500 a night, their hearings can be 5, 7, 9 years. You pull out all appeals. And what are they hoping for then? That another Democrat administration is in power. They can warrant amnesty to millions. This is about selling this country off for future political power. That's what it was. The law clearly says if you arrive at our border without proper documentation, you shall be detained. Not maybe, not think about it, shall. And that's what President Trump's doing. Catch and release is over. That's what the law says.
Catch and release is over. He ain't messing around. Saying.
Yeah.
But he used to.
Right.
First term.
No.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm just saying that they're
I
trying.
know.
I'm not mad at you. I agree. That's what I think, that there is a lot of some of the stuff is overcorrection, because what else could you do? It's crazy. The whole thing is crazy. And I think the independent journalists really are coming up. And that's why I think it's cool that he got President Trump to respond to him. Because I remember when all he was the internet. Their mainstream was all that mattered. They've changed the rules to where the people that interview them and the press secretary and all that, they're different media outlets instead of just controlling everything, which is, that's how come Gary Franchini even got a chance. And he didn't get anybody in the press secretary room, but he got him right there about to pop onto a helicopter, which was just as good. I thought that was pretty cool for him. Anyways.
Press room. Now, they at least won't tell you this. Biden was the first president in American history to deliberately unsecure our border. Here's more from Tom Homan. Another amazing moment.
I was saying this hours ago, unsecure us. Like this is the first, we knew it, but this was like put words to it.
Look, I started in Border Patrol in 1984. I've been at this for over 40 years. I worked for.
They get you one way or another.
Every president ever worked for took border security seriously, because you can't have national security if you don't have strong border security. We got to know who's coming in, what's coming in, where's coming in, why it's coming in, right? Even President Obama and President Clinton took some steps to secure the border because they understood national security was important. Joe Biden was the first president in the history of this nation who came in office and unsecured the border on purpose. That's just a fact. We handed the Biden administration, after President Trump's first administration, we handed the Biden administration the most secure border in my lifetime, and he unsecured it on purpose. Now, President Trump and this administration here, their success is unprecedented. We beat Trump's first administration on border success. Border numbers are historic low. Today, as I'm standing here, we are the most secure border in the history of this nation. And the numbers prove it.
I agree. Like there's hardly a way to argue that.
Compared to the last 4 years or
history
longer?
They said it as in history. They said that they beat Trump's time from the time before. So they didn't say any further behind that, but I assume that they meant before that. Like they said, never a time in history was anyone trying to rush to unsecure the border in that way. That was a new thing. Like we didn't know you could do that.
Right.
Biden showed us.
I agree, Biden purposely did that, but that's what I was just wondering, if the numbers that they're telling are lower than they've ever been in history. because I just heard him say in history of what Biden did, that he was the first president in history to do that. Because I'm still seeing.
What's up, I said Virginia. AB, come on up here then.
Human trafficking going on.
I'm
coming across the border.
So, Bonnie, you're saying you're still seeing the same amount of crime, like trafficking and what have you, even with the alleged deports? Or
But that's
am I
not true,
following?
though. When they talk about just simply, when they talk about the numbers that are crossing the border, yeah, I think it's all time in history. When we go from hundreds of thousands down to the double digits, like 38 or 9, like it's more than like 1,000% when you go from what it was to what it is now. When it comes to children coming over the border, I can pull those back up. But that's kind of what Tom Holman was talking about. That actually, I'm gonna one more. Hold on, because for real, like I mean, unless
I
this guy's
just don't know
totally
that those
lying.
numbers are accurate, Cola. I'm just saying.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I don't think the guy's lying. So what he knows, he's telling the truth. But you're saying that maybe the numbers are inaccurate. But
Which numbers? That's where I.
Here, let's
Which
just these
numbers?
numbers right here, real quick. This is the end of the same thing we were just watching.
Right.
Important to me. Under Biden administration, we averaged over 11,000 many days, over 12,000, even some days 15,000 illegal entrants in the United States. 15,000. You know what the number was the last 24 hours? 178. 15,178. Unprecedented.
That's what I was saying. 15,000 to 178. That's almost like you're writing it and you're making it up. It's so strange. So it goes to your point, Bonnie, that you don't believe it. But let's just
I'm talking about all the way across the border, Texas to California.
Right. Well,
and I assume that's what they're talking about also.
That's what I would assume. And that's what I'm saying. Unless they're intentionally lying, like if you just pay attention to the gap between what it used to be to what it is, it's unprecedented. And let's just suspend reality for a minute to say we believe it. The news should cover this. They should say, you know what? We don't like this guy, but holy shit, y'all, check these numbers out. But,
right.
They're just lying. But
so how many was it in, let's say, 2017?
Well, that's what they're alleging, that, okay, in 2017 would have been Obama, right? So that would have been larger numbers you would expect. But Biden opened up the border because they were larger. Than Trump came in. Then he made a lot of different policy changes that tightened things down.
17 was Trump, wasn't
17 was Trump. Yes.
Okay. Well, and Trump's numbers would have been lower. I'm saying before Trump, they would have been higher. He came in, he tightened things down, and they got a little lower. But then Biden came in and opened up the door and let it wide open. And then he came back to tighten it down. And they say the numbers now are better than when he was here the first time. And if that's the case, then you can't ask for any much more unless they're lying, which is, I guess, what you're saying. But let's just let this, it's only like 3/4 of a minute left to go through the numbers that they say are the facts. Maybe they're lying, but let's just listen and suspend reality that maybe they're telling the truth for just a second.
All right.
Precedent success. On an average day in the Biden administration, known gotaways. People we knew crossed the border because they're on video, drone traffic or sensor traffic. Cross the border, weren't apprehended, weren't fingerprinted, weren't vetted. Average day on Joe Biden, more than 1,800 gotaways. Yesterday, 38.
1,800 to 38. Just imagine that's the truth for just a split second. Maybe it's not, but just imagine it is. It's a vast difference. And then
I agree, Cola. But what I'm saying is, okay, back in the Clinton era, I remember them talking about kids in cages. Do you remember that?
I do.
Yep.
And then into Obama, and then so that's what I'm like trying to ask if there's any records showing
They actually do talk
we
about that,
should be
saying
getting
imagine how many that aren't documented. These are the ones that are, and they do mention at some point, imagine the numbers that didn't get written down. So
yes,
if that's what
the
you're saying,
gotaways.
and
Yes.
they do go into that. But like I said, 26, 25, we're at 25, 48. I was going to stop it at 26, 25. So not even a whole minute.
38 too many, we'll get that to 0. But we went from 1,800 to 38. And finally, that was said earlier, on the first 100 days, it was actually January 20th to April 1st. Last year, 184,000 illegal aliens were released into the United States. Under this administration, 9.
180,000 to 9.
4 of them were material witnesses in a criminal investigation. We need them here to testify in a serious criminal trial. 4 was extreme medical condition. We couldn't return them because they were in such bad shape. And 1 was humanitarian issue. This is unprecedented.
It goes between one extreme to the next. Let them all in to like, don't let them in unless they're dying at the door. We went from one extreme
And
to
that's what makes it hard for me to believe. One extreme to the next.
I mean, they were literally both going for the opposite effect. Biden was trying to let them in and we're trying not to. So it is
But we got to remember that just because the southern part of the border looks like it's locked down, remember Trump was asking the Canadian government 3 things. Krista talked about it yesterday, and one of them was tightening the borders. So who's to say they're not going in another direction now?
Like he said, yes, this is the one where the guy was being a jerk, and even he had to admit it, and he didn't want to because he was trying to just cut the guy off at the kneecaps. But
hello,
Well,
Hurricane Hero.
Hurricane, what's up? I don't
And
see
AB.
Hey,
what's
Hurricane.
up?
You dirty
Ken,
rotten
you
trash.
have a
I
really
know.
good
Why are
point.
you up here? What the hell?
Yeah, AB. Why are you?
Come up here and tell us how we're so wrong, AB.
Yeah, I can't wait. Yeah.
I know. He should sit next to me and they can tell me we're all stupid. No.
Well, Tin has a really good point though, because my thought when we were watching these numbers and whatever, my constant thought was, which border is it, and which border is he referring to? Is it a certain state? Is it a certain crossing? Is it north or south? It was not specific.
No.
It was okay. So maybe one of these crossings is gone with that statistic, right? Where it's a lot lower. I'm not doubting it. Okay. But like, what about the north? What about different areas in the south? Certain states have different channels. So I feel like it was a statistic out of context.
That's what I was trying to get at too, because just the truck, and they did catch them, but there were 9 people hidden in that truck, and that's just one incident. I know we have the military down there now, so of course that's gonna put a little more fear into the ones crossing. But at the same time, if they have a sponsor over here, are they still allowed? Are they, we're not seeing news clips of the children just left on the side of the road anymore, or
No.
thrown over the fence, or any of that, thankfully. But were they? We see what AI and CGI, all this stuff can do. I don't know. I'm still hearing I-10 trafficking corridor. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep watching over here.
And kids are still disappearing.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And so what are we feeding? A gigantic lizards or something?
That was one of the most disheartening things I heard was about the kids, and Like we could have stopped them. Biden administration could have stopped them. And we're trying to, it's just like we could be doing more too. We could be going and stopping it, and they're not. And that shit was hard to swallow for me because but there's just so much to tackle. I didn't go into this one, Benny Johnson, where they talk about the extreme polar opposite and what you think is in.
AB, I sent you the link.
Yeah, come on, AB.
Why are you sitting down and chat?
What is
this
it?
Is very rare, though. This is an all-female panel, a very rare occurrence.
Well, don't get too used to it.
Oh, dang.
Why when I get on this one, is it not show my icon?
I don't know.
All right, look. Let's get this straight.
Look, Linda.
Looky. Here comes Cookie. All right, it's obvious to me by what I've seen on television and social media that the border crossing is down, because I remember seeing pictures of them up under that bridge and they were lined all up in caravans coming. Now,
The secret about AB is secretly he wants to be MAGA. I'm just saying, like deep down, he wants
hold
to.
on, hold on.
Get up here.
I'm pumping my brakes now. We need your little buddy.
Hold on. Stay calm. Listen.
Calm down, David.
I have no issue with Make America Great Again. I do have issue with these folks acting like a damn cult and that this man can't do no wrong in everything he's doing. He's a man. Man is not perfect. He has made mistakes. And the cultish like MAGA, when you call out these mistakes, trust the pen. He did that on purpose for each. I've heard all these damn excuses. The bottom of the line, at the end of the day, you ain't got no damn files. You ain't going to get them, which I really don't give a shit if you get them or not, but I'm still going to call it out. Bunch of things they ain't done. Patel ain't shut the FBI down day one. The Ukraine war is still going. You cannot say what I'm made up bullshit, because it's not. It's the facts. Now, for whatever reason why they happened or they're going on, I can't tell you. I can't give you 100% proof. The border, it's obvious to me because I work around a bunch of Hispanics every night, and when they say, yeah, people ain't coming across, a lot of them went home. So I got to go with what appears to be real. And it appears to be they let all these people in here, and Trump was probably correct. The criminals, the thugs, because maybe their plan didn't get fulfilled, that all hell was going to break loose and all these vigilantes and gang members were going to do all this. I don't know. But it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You still need to prep, and you still need to keep your food up.
But after we shut down Afghanistan and the poppy field there, then all of a sudden the cartels just boom. Like
you ain't shut down no poppy fields. Them poppy fields ain't shut down in Afghanistan.
No.
Somebody else is in control of them. Trust me. And poppy plants is still growing. You ain't stopped the drug war. They're not going to stop the drug war.
Supposedly against that plant, and they said that we left, that was the first thing they did, but it doesn't mean they can't set up poppy shops somewhere else.
Who's against the plant? Huh? Who'd you say from the get-go that was against that plant? The Muslims?
Yeah, the Muslims, they don't.
And they also don't believe in nuclear bombs. Give me a break.
But then they also don't let women get educated. So yeah, there's a lot to be said there. So.
You believe? I've listen now. Listen, what's her name? What's her name? Not AOC, the other one. And I ain't been awake very long. Y'all get my pre-workout on, getting my blood flowing.
Oh God.
What's the chick up there in Minneapolis? It's just there's several of them. They're not stupid. They got educated. And they're Muslim, correct?
Oh yeah.
They're not stupid women. Ilhan Omar is probably smarter than AOC
Oh yeah.
on how to speak. Okay, I'm not supporting. Be clear, I'm not supporting them. I'm just telling you what I see.
Share your brother.
Yes, they got all the paper. Again, I hear all this. They got all these. They come out with something every day. We caught them doing this and this money going there. It's just like, look, what did I just catch yesterday? And I posted it on there. Oh God, I got to go back to Telegram and look. The money that went to Ukraine. Okay, they were fixing to sign a mineral deal Wednesday. Now, it didn't happen again. But in that deal on our side, there's no payback for that money that we sent over there. So, point in case, all that billions of whatever the hell went over there went laundered back to our politicians and their little special groups and whatever to fund whatever. Again, factual shit. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're right.
No, and nobody's gone to jail. Look, I can't write a damn check or spend any money out of my checking account. Therefore, they really can't in the government. You just got to uncover it. It seems like some things have been uncovered, but all this shit that Doge has done, where's the money? Why didn't it come back into us? Where's this money supposed to be? And I keep hearing, it's coming, it's coming. The checks that people were supposed to get of all these trillions or billions of dollars that we found. Where's it at?
I've said this before. The way that I understand it is we had money going out every month, big money going out.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Doge stopped it. So it's not necessarily like we just get to have money we're not sending it out. Doesn't mean that we are just putting the money in our pockets. We're just not sending it out anymore. This is the way I interpreted it, was that we had money going out that shouldn't be going out and we stopped it. That doesn't make us millionaires overnight.
You are correct. And that's what I was going to say. I'm going to flip the coin and give him this. We didn't get here overnight. So, and I'm just bringing out facts as of today. In 4 years, I might have to eat that big trailer, 53-foot reefer trailer full of damn crow.
Serve you on a golden platter.
No, it's an orange laced. It's covered in orange. The crow's gonna be covered in orange dust. And I'm fine with that. I am man enough to say, you save this, me saying this. Save this whole, take this right here and download it and play it again in 4 years. And then we'll know. And I will know.
AB, only if I'm right. Then I will. But only if I'm
oh,
right.
God. See how this shit works? You sound like them.
And I said the same thing. If I'm wrong, I will admit it. But
you're woman enough, which is more than a man. You're woman enough to live by your word.
It's not going away. I'm just kidding. Kidding.
No, you're fine. I'm not. I don't get butt hurt.
But are we doing this restream over in 4 years? Is that what you're saying?
Please do. Yeah. Run this again. Make note of this. And I'm man enough to go, hey, this son of a bitch was right. He nailed it.
That's what's up.
At the end of the day, remember one thing. Their politicians, their world does not nowhere near coincide. I know this for a fact. Their world does not coincide with my world. I get up every day and I got to go to the grocery store, buy gas, pay these bills. Those politicians probably 3/4 of their shit's paid for. They get $174,000 till the day they die. They get free medical. Fuck that. They don't need that.
Do you know how much money is going into the government daily from
Just to fund them?
From taxes on alcohol, tobacco, everything you purchase, gasoline,
Jeez, I don't even want to know.
The federal tax you pay every time you get a paycheck.
A lot. A hell of a lot
of money is going in to the government daily.
Yeah, every day that you work. This is one reason why I've stayed self-employed. I'm not going to go too in depth with this because I might incriminate myself.
Don't
when you work, when you work
Good.
for the man and you get that paycheck every week, that money's it's already deducted. And they're going, please get a job. Everybody get a job. We need all this money rolling in so we can keep our party going.
Yep.
Yes. And that's why if he's stopped all this money from going out and all the American people are still putting all this money in, where's it going?
Now,
Hopefully, that's what we hope for. That's what I hope for, because nobody
I
else.
might be wrong on this one. Has Trump not taken a paycheck this go around?
I don't know. I know he did last
I
time.
heard a word. Well, that's what they said, and there's probably paperwork proving that. I ain't heard a word about that this time.
Well, if it was me, I'd take a freaking paycheck. I'll tell you that. If I was Trump, I'd be something by now to be like,
Carolyn Levitt is not supposed to be taking a paycheck, you guys.
She isn't?
No, apparently I just learned.
So who is funding her fund?
Her sugar daddy, huh? You know.
She got a sugar daddy.
Well, yeah, she married to a man that's like almost 20 years her elder, and I guess he's aspiring business guy, and yeah.
Well, lucky him.
Knocking, that relationship.
And one positive thing, there's less of them. Thems, shims, and those type. There's less of them in his administration. I will give him this by far. Now I can't go back many black and white days, but by far he's got the best looking women that's ever been in a position. Sorry, I have to bring that up. I am a man.
And Bruh said Trump is not taking a paycheck for his current term, and I believe Bruh because he's been around and he checks his shit.
There you go.
The first time, but I wouldn't be mad if he did, because oh my God, dude.
I am mad because he don't need it.
I wish that I had the Hulu clip that he had with this interviewer on ABC.
You were supposed to watch that.
I did watch it, but I can't.
Oh,
I'm afraid to share it. Oh my God, AB.
Was it good?
Oh my God, I was laughing out loud. It was not supposed to be a comedy. Nowhere on there did it say this is going to make you laugh, but it did. He was like, they kept saying, this guy was totally against him. He was totally coming for him. And then he's like, about like something about due process. And he just said it probably one too many times. And Trump's like, there's a process.
How many presidents have been actors?
Huh?
How many presidents have been actors?
Well, I know the one, and then I guess Trump's technically one. Who else?
Bingo. He is
The Apprentice. You're fired.
Yeah. He worked with Vince McMahon, and wrestling is one of your biggest skits out there. Even though those guys are putting their health on the line, doing the crazy shit that they do, but there again, he's very entertaining. There's no doubt about it.
Most of them are registered with the CAA.
What's the CO? You talking about the
that celebrity
Actors Guild or whatever?
Yeah, and it's got that creepy building in California.
Well,
and Milano's husband runs it.
My fuel bill has went down since he's been in office, and that benefits my household and many others that rely on fuel every week to do their job.
It's probably you don't trust the plan, AB. That's why your gas is a different price. See, I trust the plan. My gas is down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My fuel bill is down about $150 to $200 a week since he came in office. Okay.
And the eggs price is down.
Yeah. Yes. Well, they're up a lot higher, but at my Costco, it's $7. Oh God, don't get me telling a lie. $7 or $8 for 2 dozen. I never seen these outrageous prices.
Things are going in the right direction. He ain't been in there that long. Like it just is what it is.
My fuel has not gone down, and the eggs have not gone down.
Well, both of mine have, and I guess
where you live at?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm so awful for that. Our eggs down $3. See, you know what else Miss Bender
I'm in Texas.
Just saying.
And your gas, come on, your gas prices have went down. They've had to in Texas
Yes,
compared to what they
No,
were 3 years ago.
but see, that's the thing is ours never really went up like everybody else's either.
Okay. Yeah,
Like
because I've always said that about Texas and Oklahoma.
right, $2.50 to $3 a gallon has been our normal for years. I
And
think
look
the
at
highest I
California.
ever saw it get was $3.15.
Yeah.
I'm paying almost $5 a gallon for premium, man. It's fuck. Jeez.
You want me to remind you why?
Yeah, I know, because I live in a communist state. I know, AB.
But please, no, I would accept you here in the South. But I would say most of them, please stay there because I'm seeing them here. The area that I live in, the driving abilities, they act like the damn clowns in New York City and Jersey. I mean, I can tell you, there's been so many wrecks around here since
Do you live
the
close to
Jabrona.
me? Because we have Death Highway out here.
Which one is that? 'Cause we had it in Oklahoma. I'm trying to remember if it was Highway something. That was so many people killed on that one when I was working the oil field.
281.
280. Oh, I know. Oh, I have run to. I know where you bees.
So, speaking of both different sides, I don't know if anybody heard. Well, I'm sure some people heard of the. I actually am really paying attention to Bill Maher lately because he is.
Careful playing his stuff. You might get a copyright.
Oh Lord, this is
yeah, him and SNL and
Larry David and him got into it, and this is covered by another spot. But like,
Heated Trump Hitler thing fight with Bill Maher.
it's
Larry
sped
David
up
has
a
once
little
again
bit.
stirred national headlines,
Here.
this time
Oh,
after a fiery exchange with Bill
somebody
Maher
redid it.
over the
Okay.
sensitive Trump Hitler comparison.
Not Bill's
According to
actually.
multiple eyewitness accounts from a recent high-profile gathering in Los Angeles, what started as a casual political discussion between two longtime friends quickly exploded into a heated argument. Maher, known for his sharp commentary and defense of free speech, reportedly tried to downplay the increasingly common comparisons between Donald Trump and historical dictators, warning that such rhetoric only polarizes further and undermines legitimate criticism.
So, if I'm hearing that correct, Bill Maher is taking up for Trump, saying, "Oh, he's not as bad as Hitler," which is like already freaking weird. And now this just causes him. It's like a ripple effect because Kid Rock got to Bill Maher and brought him to the White House and tried to soften him to meet with the president, and now he's trying to take up for him to this guy. It's like the ripple effect. It's really wild.
Yeah, but Bill Maher was part of the Red Shoe Club.
Well, they say that. I mean,
Just
you're
saying.
probably right.
He's
But
probably
saying-
running. Maybe he's turning. Maybe he's somebody that's turning on these people.
Well, I don't know about this guy as much. This Larry David is mad at Bill Maher. It seems like Bill Maher is taking up for Trump, but I don't really know. Hold on.
But Larry David, recent high-profile gathering in Los Angeles, what started as a casual political discussion between two longtime friends, quickly exploded into a heated argument. Maher, known for his sharp commentary and defense of free speech, reportedly tried to downplay the increasingly common comparisons between Donald Trump and historical dictators, warning that such rhetoric only polarizes further and undermines legitimate criticism. But Larry David, never one to back down, strongly disagreed. Sources say David, visibly animated, pushed back hard, arguing that the stakes are too high, and that whitewashing Trump's impact on American democracy is far more dangerous than drawing uncomfortable historical parallels. "You're being reckless," Maher reportedly snapped. "And you're being a coward," David shot back, according to someone present at the exchange. The incident quickly spilled onto social media after several insiders leaked parts of the conversation, sparking a frenzy among political commentators and fans alike. Hashtags like #Larry'sMaher and #HitlerDebate began trending within hours. Neither Maher nor David has made a public statement since the confrontation, but insiders suggest the fallout could have lasting effects on their friendship. While both comedians have built careers off challenging the political status quo, this fight highlights the deepening divides even among those who typically fall on the same side of the political spectrum. Observers note that the argument also mirrors a larger, growing tension in American culture. How far is too far when warning about political extremism? And when does outrage dilute itself? In the meantime, the fiery showdown between Larry David and Bill Maher remains the latest proof that even among the country's sharpest minds, the Trump-era divisions are as raw as ever.
Yeah.
I don't trust that Larry David. Alexa, was Larry David on the Epstein list?
Oh.
On the list called Epstein.
Oh yeah, I bet you couldn't, girl. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, no, he gives me that creepy Uncle Joe shit, kind of vibes.
And he's got really weird, like comedy humor that he used to write for different people. That was kind of like, borderline risque shit. I didn't like that guy. I never did. He was just like a little perv to me. Like,
see what Jay does to me. Look at this guy. I try to get me a tag team partner, and he says no, suffer.
Like I got to pimp him out. That's you got to talk to me. Remember, I pimp out Jay.
Thank God I got enough testosterone to go around.
Well, why don't you have a picture with all your testosterone? Why are you a gray man? What happened?
I don't know. Let me see if I can fix it. Hold on. Edit audio, edit name, remove from stage, stop mic. It won't let me change it. I don't know. It just does it when I get on here on yours. It don't do it.
But he's like, it's your fault. You only turn gray on my panels.
Yeah, I'm only gray.
I see a new conspiracy coming.
I've been set up. I've been hacked.
Man, you missed Pelosi Act. Oh my God, Pootie was here for that. I'm so glad that 10 you were here for the thing about whatever.
Go out and come back. I'm gonna say gray.
Whatever it was. I was like, man, I could not. I was thinking about you when I heard that, because you were just saying that the algorithm, the stuff they were saying, they changed it.
Yeah, they scrubbed it like with not even 24 hours, and nothing can tell me it. I'm looking at what Noah's graphs, and yeah, and then that whole thing about that object that went by the sun. Yep. Yeah.
Oh my God, here we go with that.
Yeah, remember when I used to get excited about the balls by the sun? That was like 4 years ago. Look, there's a ball.
I gotta go back to bed.
Oh my gosh.
I got a long day.
Oh, AB.
What?
I had to have a chili dog because it got high. I went and got a little chili dog on the roller because it got high. Yeah, I went.
So you actually went and got some roller food?
Yeah, but you know what? I only took 2 bites of the weenie and threw it out and ate the rest of it, because I'll tell you, those little wieners, no. But
Yeah,
which brand of wiener was on the roller?
I don't know, but I know I'm not pregnant. But man, I was like dying. I was like it's gonna be the last chili dog I'll ever eat on the earth. Yeah, because I got.
She just wanted to look at everybody else's face that was thinking, "Ooh, a chili dog sounds good," but was too lazy to get up and leave. And she's like, "Look at me! I went and got one. You should have done it."
Did you take any Beano afterwards?
Oh my God!
You're gonna get gas from eating that chili dog.
Well, I know Jay called me on the ride, and I was like almost halfway there, and he goes, "Tin, turn around,
You're making a mistake.
Do this." Yes. And I'm thinking, well, yeah, at our age, it is a crapshoot. It's 50-50 how you're going to take your food. But hey, I got
you should have got the chicken penises. I'm going to be nice and say chicken penis.
You know what? They were out of cheese, so I had to buy canned cheese. And then I made my own tin special chili dog because I put Funyuns on the top. Little crispy ones. Yeah, I crunched them up. It was very delicious.
I crunched them up.
That's definitely the sign that you were a little bit too high.
I said that was a munchy reaction, and totally it sounds great though. I'm not mad at it.
It was good though, you guys. Yeah, just crunch up your
num good.
And they actually
sponsored by. It's not Taco Tuesday though.
Well, tell me in a few more hours how good it was.
Oh yeah, I'll let
once
you know.
Once everything settles in.
Oh my gosh.
Indigestion.
Oh yeah, I've got my orange Rolaids and everything.
Do the Pepto dance.
Only the orange ones. And you know, if you buy just the orange ones, they're 3 times as expensive. Yeah.
Maybe
But I-
weren't you there whenever
My-
Jen was talking about that though? Wasn't you there when she was talking about the atmospheric
phenomenon?
Atmospheric phenomenon? And she said it got scrubbed. This guy did his homework for her. I swear, if this ain't the right spot, I'm gonna cry. But I'm
Who
pretty
is it?
sure.
Who is it?
Just watch.
A lot of strange stuff, a lot of strange, rare atmospheric phenomenons happening. And when the media parrots the exact same words, atmospheric phenomenon, a rare atmospheric phenomenon, a rare atmospheric phenomenon, rare atmospheric phenomenon, rare atmospheric phenomenon, it's usually a type of hypnosis. You are getting sleepy. You are getting sleepy.
Yeah.
These are the two narratives that we can accept. It's a rare mystery of a atmospheric phenomenon, or it's a cyber incident. But could it be something else?
Yes.
People are saying that it's over with, and then other reports are saying could last up to a week. So if you
Does that not remind you of 10 though? She was not just saying that it said atmospheric phenomenon and she couldn't find it, and now the news has changed. I was like, I saw that, I was like, oh my God.
Stefan Burns got up and he's like a geophysicist, and I like the guy, and I think you ladies probably, a lot of the women get in there and chat because he's a fairly young, decent looking man. I'm not gay. Make that clear.
No.
So he said he looked up that word and it hadn't been around.
Yeah, that it was just recently made up because I did that in Grok, in Telegram with Jay in the back and stuff. Yeah, that was a newly made up term.
So with them pushing that word over and over again,
Yes.
what should we call this? Bullshit?
Yeah, I'm gonna call it bullshit because
There you
there's
go.
there's balls by the sun and they're catching them.
Well, I don't know if the son did it or if it was gay.
Well, he was
I'm
saying that they try to present two versions. It's either an atmospheric phenomenon or a cyber attack. But what he was saying is they don't leave it open to a third thing. They want to control the narrative.
Could anybody on the panel, anybody listening, could you come up with anything else that would cause this?
Yeah, let me show you.
Oh,
yeah, the 10 TV, man. Where have you been at?
I've been giving my pillow head.
Okay, so listen to
You're
this.
grounded.
This guy doesn't talk super loud, so I'm just gonna mute in case there's any background. Where is this? Okay, watch this, AB.
All right.
Follow me for a second. First off, the blackout was not a cyber thing. More videos coming out about the strange thing that covered up the sun yesterday morning that they tried to hide. Made a video about it last night showing just how big it was and bringing up nodes and kachinas and other stuff, right? Then today they come out and they say it happened because a giant solar flare. Then all of a sudden the world, or part of the world, was plunged into straight darkness. No phones, no nothing. By the way, this is all satire. They want you to think they have more power than they really do. They're diviners and witches, so they do know what big events are coming in the future. Completely irrelevant. Watch this for 1 second.
Sufficient attention to the frightening scenario of a comprehensive cyber attack, which would bring to a complete halt.
Completely irrelevant, not related at all. But I'll say all the higher-ups, all the big people in this world, they know what's on the way. The changing of density and mass with these celestial objects going over and going around us and making certain pathways, weakening the Earth's crust and other things. Which is why we have the whole pole shift narrative. Of course,
I had an epiphany.
is
I had an epiphany.
density and mass with these celestial objects going over and going around us and making certain.
Okay, right here. See, remember this X with this with the solar eclipses, right? And remember when I was mentioning that, oh my God, am I on mute? Okay.
It came over that Eagle Pass. It looks like that one line's coming right over Eagle Pass.
Right. Okay.
Where that eclipse came.
But the thing, oh my God. Because remember, AB, in the very beginning, I'd get all like, look, there are balls, and I'd only catch, and then I started catching them every 28 days.
Oh God, I'm gonna have to hear this for a while.
No, just listen to me. Hear me out. Linda, listen.
I'm listening.
Listen, Linda.
Okay, so I mentioned that the thing that I noticed about this particular balls is that they were going every 28 days, they would shift and go from the 11 o'clock spot to the 5 o'clock spot. 28 days later, they would be going from the 1 o'clock spot to the 7 o'clock spot. Do you see this? Do you see what I'm talking about, you guys? And then
Unfortunately, I guess I do.
It's funny how the X's marked out the path of the eclipse also. Remember all the X's and the names
Yeah.
of the
Towns
cities
that they're
or
going over.
towns?
different
Yes.
towns. Yes, it was very specific and
Nineveh.
biblical.
Nineveh, yep.
But I
Yep.
do remember that once I figured out there was a 28-day cycle with this thing and the 1 o'clock and the 7 o'clock. And yeah, it's right there, you guys. This
Oh
thing,
dear God!
it's just sometimes it gets closer to us.
I just had an epiphany. This thing is following you ladies' cycle close, 30-day cycle. Oh dear God!
That's what I was going to say. 28 days is
I've seen that.
pretty significant.
We were on the Gregorian calendar,
Shit.
which was every 28 days. That gave us 13.
Oh no!
Went on to the Julian calendar when they changed our history and they put it to 30 and 31 days. But a lot of things are on a cycle. It's like the Fibonacci, you guys. Think about it. It repeats and repeats. Cycles, just like the Carrington could very well come back in this solar cycle.
Who is this smart ass texting right now?
It's
Yeah,
the
Cash
cycle of
isn't doing
life.
anything. Laugh my ass off. That's all fake.
From Pootie.
Yeah, yeah.
I can now report that the FBI and our partners have arrested 2 individuals on charges of operating an international child exploitation enterprise. This is significant. Oh my God, did we lose? Who did we lose?
No, I
You
just
lose
dropped
me.
that.
Okay.
I just dropped the video because we'd already seen it, and I proved what I needed to AB. So
This is a significant case in our renewed mission to crack down on child sexual exploitation and abuse, heinous crimes that no child or parent should ever be faced with. It is crazy the numbers of these cases.
Lock up George Clooney. Lock up get these big people. I mean, it's great they're getting little people, but cut the snake's head off.
Yeah.
Go out. Go for the
One
gusto.
more paragraph though, because I don't
Go
want
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
These 2 individuals are leaders within a violent online network known as 764, which often targets minors. They will now face justice. That's better than them not facing justice. Thank you to all who assisted. This FBI will never stop working to pursue, find, and bring justice to those who harm innocent children. And
All right, find me a court docket on them. Find their names. Find me a court docket on them.
you got your homework. That's where it came from.
AB, you need to look at this whole situation like an apple tree, okay? The lowest hanging fruit you're gonna grab first because you can just grab it.
That ain't the best tasting ones. I want the best tasting ones up top.
But then you got to use equipment and other things to get farther up the tree, and it takes longer to get those apples to the top.
And people tell on each other too, right? I mean, a little bit.
That's when an apple from the top falls and hits one of the ones towards the bottom, and they both knock down.
All right, I'm going to circle back to your sun thing.
Yes.
I will give you this. I'm going to circle back to the sun thing. I'm going to give you this. That part of the world was sun facing when all that shit went down. We were cozy. So
and there was no major
flare or nothing.
There was no major flare. Nothing. As far as what the graphs say, and I looked at it that night and everything, and no. So they're playing bullshit with us. And see, nobody wants to believe.
Now I done got Pootie wound up. He's gonna text all this shit that they're all doing their job.
Oh, okay. Well, we got
God.
Bondi's not doing anything. Today is
That's
Fentanyl Awareness Day, and President Trump's first 100 days were seized over 22 million fentanyl-laced pills,
oh my God.
saving over 119 million lives. We are fighting relentlessly for the families of loved ones lost. For those whose lives are at risk and the soul of our nation, we will not rest until the poison is off our streets. Yeah, it's deep. Today, I visited DEA HQ Forensic Lab to learn more about how the cartels are quickly making the poison that kills Americans. I mean, you can't say it's not important. All right, we lost Virginia.
It's not just the cart. It's not just the cartel. It's the Chinese in Canada. They got labs up there too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Chris has said there's super labs up in Canada.
Okay, AB, were you here? Did you see Michelle Obama talking about?
No, I don't want to see the shim.
It's only 20 seconds. Come on.
Okay.
I want your feeling on it. I really do. Check it out. Is the comma in the wrong place, or did she just say she's a man? Let's check it out.
I wanted to talk, Marlon, a bit about, just so proud of how you are being a role model for dealing with a child that's transgender.
Absolutely.
And that's
she says you,
particularly as a Black man.
As a Black man, I mean, really?
Yeah, but
as a Black man, would you care to share that journey of?
Well, I learned.
Would you care to
arrested and
share
charged.
that journey as a Black man? But I mean, she looped around weird with it. It kind of sounded like she was talking about herself. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but she said to him, you. So she was talking to the interviewer.
Mm-hmm.
I can see how this one could be very easily twisted, but maybe it's all just so that we look over
Is there a question mark with Mike? 100%. Can we answer that question?
That's what I'm.
What happened to Virginia?
She just bounced out. She doesn't like the long goodbyes. I feel like she likes to sneak out.
Virginia sent me a text message and said she's tired of y'all's conspiracy theories. And I'm just making shit up as I go.
But I think I'm right about the planet and the balls.
I ain't never seen that. I'm out looking at the sky at night 5 times a week.
See it. It's ultraviolet.
Oh dear God! Then how did you see it?
Because I've seen it on the FAA cams, and I saw those balls. Just because it's ultraviolet doesn't mean that it can't be picked. It just means it's not going to be picked up by our eye. By our eye.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
we have to have a filter. We'd have to. In fact, I bet you if we put on some took some plastic, lensing, and use different colors. Oh, now I want to do that. Because think about that. If I just held up different colors, remember that paper? The colors.
Everybody's gonna think she's crazy.
And then I could figure out which color's the one for the viewing. Because what is it about those glasses, those night goggles that they put on the military? And
hold on, I'm scrolling up. Jay, are you saying XRP shot up? Is that what you're saying? Let me take a look.
And they were freaking out. Vision. Yes, and then they changed the lens back, and there's a particular color of Oh, is it the cobalt? It's the cobalt blue or something, maybe. God, I can't remember.
I wonder if the eclipse glasses would work, because I still have a whole bunch of those.
Oh yeah. Oh, I wonder. Oh yeah.
Stop giving her ideas. Do not give her any more ideas.
No, because there's got to be a way for us to be able to see this and our human eye. Yeah, I don't know, guys, but I really do think that I told you that I thought there's a planet out there for the last 4 or 5 years, and I really do think it's a planet. And I think it's Nemesis. I think it's the solar system of Nemesis, and Nibiru's the third rock from the sun, from its sun Nemesis.
Cooking with Mike, you got to be careful when you call Michelle Big Mike, because what's her name learned the hard way.
Oh, I like Mike. Yeah, Mike, be careful. We don't want to have guys.
What was her name that died weeks later? The comedian, Joan Rivers.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, we already have it, in the White House. Good morning, Mike.
I'm not picking on you, Mike. I was being funny with that.
I
But
love
I'll
He
find
might-
somebody to pick on. Who's in here that I can pick on?
So do y'all know what anti-Semitic means? Is that the word? Anti-Semitic. What are they calling us now if we are
If you don't like Jewish people,
That's what they call Kanye. Is
are Muslim
anti-
or whatever? Yes. Abbott's really pushing that right now, and he's kind of ticking me off.
Well, anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews, which may be expressed as hatred towards them. So that's what it's towards basically Jewish individuals and or their property. I'm reading it. Yeah, because this shit don't come off just my head because I got a chili dog because it got high. But I know how to Google. Yeah. So yeah.
Alexa, that thing you got in your house, they just put a thing out yesterday, says it is recording everything and you can't erase it and you can't stop it. That's why I don't have one of them damn things.
Did I not tell you about the Faraday cage that's built into each and every one of them? Oh,
No.
yes, folks. Yes, there is a Faraday cage in there. Yeah, isn't that kind of strange that they have a built-in Faraday? How do I know that? Because I took one and had my son slam it with a sledgehammer, remember? And when it fell apart, we could see the Faraday cage around it. So that's kind of odd. So you're going to build Faraday cages and Alexas so that if the world does go to shit, everybody's going to be screaming and you get to replay it. Oh, wow. Good going, Satan. Fist bump.
So shout out to Billy. I watched his Best Life.
Yeah, that's Billy.
I watched his knife making. That was that's a good little thing to have. He'd probably make a good person to put a bang bang together. I don't know if he's ever done that.
He's not going to do it. I'm going to have to do it because
What?
So put his own link in there. I'm going to have to go do it. But yeah, that's what I was trying to say is that I just wish he had a regular day to go live so I could say go this day, but I have to just say here. Did you do your own? No, he did 10s. I got yours, Billy. I'm gonna do it. Copy link because that's in Sundays, and I'll definitely be there unless something comes up. Obviously, this is Billy's. Can you come up? We're gonna do a backstage cooking with Mike B, and anybody else that wants to come up can do a backstage with us. But because I'm still on. Oh look, Virginia, is that you? Yeah. She's back.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah. I know nothing of what I'm talking. Well, yeah, you need a day. You need a day to go. But this is Billy. If anybody doesn't have his
oh yeah, I want to subscribe to his. Hang on, let me flip to the YouTube side.
He does he does knives making and stuff, but he hadn't been live in like a month and he just went the other day. And
isn't it funny how the algorithms work? I've never seen this stuff, but we talked about it and boom, there it is. Take a look. Take a look at this.
Not me what? Not me what?
Oh, well, you ladies y'all have lowered my testosterone level. Greatly appreciated. Y'all got my morning going, but I blew a tire out on the ride home yesterday. It was kind of strange. I mean, I was empty coming home, and I was sitting. Matter of fact, I was having I don't know, these little snacky treat thing, crunchy things.
Dog?
No, I don't eat chili dog. And I was having it, and Athena was sitting there. She had her head on my leg, and she was slobbering. She wanted one, and right as I handed her one, and she numbed it up, I heard boom, and she jumped because she's all freaky deaky like that when something drops in the truck or something loud. She jumped, and I was like, oh shit, I'm looking around because I'm empty. You usually blow a tire and you're loaded or whatever. And I'm on just a back road coming to the house. And then I got looking. I said, damn, one of my drive tires blew out. And it just I think it was a bad tire. It split on the top of the damn seam of the tire. So I had to call and spend $400 yesterday to get me another tire to put on there, and I got to go get it put on this morning. Then later in the morning we'll go to the gym.
Hey, AB, are most of our tires made in America, or do we import most of them?
There's a lot of them imported, but Firestone. But the prices are going to go up. Yeah, there's like Hercules, is all these names I'll run there's certain ones that come from Vietnam, like Cooper and all them. They put plants over there, so they follow their Cooper standards or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
There are plants in China that have been making the tires that are higher quality than others. I don't run. I run American-made tires for steers, but my drives. I'll run a Chinese. The problem what I've seen with the Chinese over the years, now this is big truck tires, probably the same thing with car tires. They're not as balanced out from the get-go. It takes more, like when you put it on there, you do a speed balance, it takes more weight. So they're not quite as balanced. But I mean, they have to build them by certain standards, but that don't mean they don't cut corners. But I mean, you can't beat a Continental. You can't beat it. I mean, I wasn't a Firestone person, and I've got a set of Firestone steers on the front of my truck. I'm impressed. So, you know, when it comes to car tires, you only got 4 on there, and I got a lot more on that truck. Spend the money and get quality tires, especially if your family's running around. You know, don't be cheap on tires.
I'm just curious with the tariffs and stuff like that, because that's one of the things that somebody mentioned in a video, that if you need an extra tire or something,
Yes.
you better get it now because the prices are going to get jacked up. And
Price has been going up anyway. I mean, but I mean, the American-made tires, there shouldn't be a tariff on it. Anything that's imported, yeah. And I mean, there's a lot of these tires that are imported.
But we produce tires.
Yes.
Here, so
Yeah, well, there's a Goodyear plant in Tennessee. I'm thinking they make airplane and big truck tires. Yeah, there's plants who make tires here.
well, that's good to know.
Aren't Michelin's American made?
Yes, Michelin's American made. Cooper. I mean, the Cooper's got an offspring. I can't remember what it's called, Ameristeel or something like that. And just ask, if you got a good reputable place you buy your tires from, go in there and grill them. Show me that this is stamped American made. And get those. Yeah, they're going to cost money, but there's certain things you fudge on and certain things you don't. If your family's riding around and you ain't got but 4 tires in that vehicle and they want to be running 70 miles an hour and you got a cheap ass piece of shit tire from Uzbekistan and it blows out and kills your family, you can't rewind that. So don't be cheap when it comes to certain things. Certain things you can be cheap, but cheaper. You know, and then you got Italian tires. I think Pirelli Toyo is Japanese.
Yeah.
And Japanese they've been making quality stuff. But you know, when it comes to that.
So don't like buy the great value version of the tires.
Try not to.
All right.
I mean, if you're just going up and down some dirt roads and you're out mud bogging, yeah, you can get a cheap crap tire. But if you're passing your car and your family's riding in it, and the way these damn roads are now with the potholes, and you know, you want a good quality tire.
Yeah. And the rims, man. Whew.
Yeah.
Don't get me started on potholes around this area. All the tax money I gotta pay, they don't fix our roads or anything. It's awful, especially in the back roads. It's extremely.
Do you live in South Carolina?
Massachusetts.
Oh yeah. That's it's a rough area up there. I mean, there's something like South Carolina, dude. It's they're working on it, but in my years of going 40 out to California, when you got to Flagstaff, that area out there, the roads were horrible. It's just certain states. Massachusetts, there's plenty of money there. They just ain't been fixing the damn roads. And cold weather wreaks havoc on it too.
Well, I don't understand. You know, they wait till the wintertime to fix it. They go out there with the tire and the propane torches and that to do that, and I don't know why they don't do it during the summertime. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I'm gonna pass the torch on to this brave fellow.
We're
I'm
about
gonna go
to
back inside.
You got any last words before you go, AB? Because we're
Have a gay day. That's all I say. Is have a gay day.
Then we'll have a gay old time.
Have a great day, AB. It's finally nice to say hi to you on panel.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm just gonna go in here. I got some homework and stuff to do, and And then here pretty quick, the sun will be coming up and off my ass and on my feet. I have to have a couple days rest during the week because I've just been going and going and going. And Pootie, no, I ain't trusting the fucking plan.
I didn't see that. Where's he at?
No, he's thinking it. I guarantee he's thinking it.
Thought crimes. Damn, AB. I didn't think you were going to go for thought crimes.
There you go. It's Yoda mind tricks. Anyway, y'all have a wonderful day. Peace out.
Good night.
You too.
Bye, baby.
Good night.
What about you, Mike? You got any closing thoughts?
Are we going backstage, or are we still live? Or
we're live right now. Massive.
Well, in closing shots.
Now
Yeah,
I'm scared. Just say good night, Mike. No.
Yeah, leave your balls in your pants.
Anyone in chat? Yeah, like they were saying, please. Right now, I'm not trying to fear porn it, but yeah, get your stuff, because next month and the month after there are going to be shortages because of the terrorists with China and everything. And unfortunately, with the medications, and yeah, get what you can with what you have if you have the means. Just try to get what you can. That's all I can say. And yeah, just please do that if you can.
Gotcha. What about you, Bonnie? Any final thoughts?
It's good to see everybody.
I hate being put on the spot, and then I'm doing it to everybody else, so I don't know what I'm doing. I hate being put on the spot, but I don't want to leave anybody out either. So what about you, Virginia? Anything for last thoughts?
Yeah, my final thoughts are: don't let it kick your ass, whatever it is. Don't let it kick your ass.
Right, that's a good one. What about you? I will tell you, mine are going to be have a good night, so don't feel bad if you don't have any. Oh man, freaking Moonchild breaks my heart, man. Right when you're going to sleep, I'm going to get off work. Every time. I'm sorry. Were you going to have any last words, 10 TV?
Okay.
On Tuesdays. But
I had to have a chili dog. I jumped and flew down there on the stream because I was high. Jay warned me about that chili dog, and I don't know why.
Why, man?
Because I got high. Because I got high. Okay. I'm sorry, but I don't know what came over about that chili dog, you guys.
That's the best part of the night. What do you mean? That was awesome. All right. Good night, everybody. I'm so glad everybody showed up and had a good time. I hope. Good night.